Dragon Ball Parallel Universe. Age 755, August 10th. East City. Yamcha stared at himself in the mirror and touched his face. That face was still unscarred, clad in an orange turtle hermit martial arts uniform with a tight blue sash, a lean and tough figure. As someone who had read the original Dragon Ball, he instantly understood his situation. He had transmigrated. Glancing at the calendar beside him combined with the fused memories Yamcha knew. Now it was 2 years after the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Old King Piccolo had been defeated, and Piccolo Jr. was only 2 years old. The true legend of Super Saiyan Son Goku had yet to begin. But then a chill shot straight to his crown. I've actually become Yamcha. This is bad. Everyone knew Yamcha was the most tragic character in Dragon Ball bar none. Throughout the entire series, not only did he have no outstanding moments, but as the first man with a dedicated BGM, his battles were always more losses than wins. He was either dying or on the verge of death in the story. If he made no changes, his future path would be pretend to train hard, actually travel the world, then at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament lose to the old man possessed by Kami, failing to even reach the top 8. Then years later, when the Saiyans invaded Earth, he would die at the hands of a Saibaman, becoming a universally mocked meme for years. Well, actually, as long as he had thick skin, this wasn't such a big deal. But as time passed, although Yamcha luckily survived the Frieza and Cell arcs, he had officially withdrawn from the main group's battle lineup, unable to help much. By the Majin Buu arc in Dragon Ball Super, he had completely given up and retired. Even Master Roshi was chosen for the Tournament of Power, but no one ever considered Yamcha. Alas, at this point the legend of T-God had truly ended. In the end, not only did he lose his girlfriend Bulma to Vegeta, but even the title of strongest Earthling didn't belong to him. Damn it. Absolutely not. Yamcha will never let such tragedy happen. The reborn Yamcha clenched his fists. Just then that life-saving mechanical voice rang in his mind. The strongest Earthling system has been activated. Host Yamcha Battle Power 168 Race Earthling Bound Skills New Wolf Fong Fist Spirit Ball Kamehameha Turtle School Fist Techniques. Main Quest 1 Yamcha will never be a meme. 2. World Martial Arts Tournament Champion. Yamcha scanned the system panel in his mind, his heart racing. A battle power of 168. That number was top tier among Earthlings. But in the Saiyan arc a few years later, it wasn't even enough to tie Raditz's shoes, and even a mass-produced Saibaman could sneak up and blow Yamcha up. Remember, Raditz's official battle power was 1,500. Nappa's was 4,000. Vegeta's was 18,000. Even ignoring the Saiyans at the upcoming 23rd World Tournament, Son Goku's battle power was already close to 350, and Tien Shinhan was around 230. If he stayed at the original battle power, he might truly not even make the top 8. System: what exactly are the missions? Main Quest 1 Yamcha will never be a meme mission requirement. In Age 761, the Saiyans invade Earth. Martial artists fight back, but Yamcha ultimately dies from the self-destruction of his lifelong enemy, the Saibaman. Mission goal: reverse the future. In the final battle against the Saiyans, speak the line, "Leave the rest to me, Yamcha," and defeat the Saiyan Prince Vegeta in the most arrogant posture. Reward 1. Battle Power 5002. Instant Transmission Yardrat version. Main Quest 2 World Martial Arts Tournament Champion Mission Requirement. In Age 755. Since Yamcha has never entered the top 4 of any tournament, you must win the 23rd World Tournament. This may be your only chance. Reward 1. Kaioken Improved Version 2. Spirit Tree Fruit 1. Yamcha gasped sharply. Defeat Vegeta in the most arrogant posture. Isn't this still asking me to die, eh? Yamcha read that line on the mission panel 3 times. He closed his eyes, and in his mind appeared that prince in battle armor, proud to the bone. 18,000 battle power. And that was his base value when first arriving on Earth. If he erupted in battle, it could be even higher. Let alone the Saiyans' innate battle instinct, far beyond any Earthling. And himself, now 168 battle power. The gap was not small, it was over 100 times. 7 years. He had about 7 years until the Saiyans invaded, and the closer 23rd World Tournament was less than a year away. Immense pressure. After all, compared to Saiyans, the limit of Earthling battle power was nothing. If we don't count later Dragon Ball Super, the ceiling of an ordinary Earth martial artist without external cheats seemed, while thinking about that, was too far. The most important problem now was only one: how to raise his battle power enough to crush all competitors in the tournament within 1 year. He roughly remembered the battle powers of the 23rd tournament participants. That meant his own power had to at least exceed 400 to be sure of winning the championship. Yamcha stood up, walked to the window, and overlooked the cityscape of East City. Cars flowing, pedestrians bustling. His gaze crossed the skyline toward the west. Right, the Dragon Balls and the gravity chamber. Yamcha's heart stirred. On the way to Namek, Goku trained with gravity, raising his power from over 8,000 to 9,000. Later, Vegeta also hid in it daily, practicing deadly force, though it didn't work well. Even so, the gravity chamber played a crucial role in the early and mid stages. However, there was simply nothing like that on Earth right now. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Bulma, was his girlfriend. In the original story, Yamcha and Bulma's relationship lasted from early Dragon Ball until after the Saiyan arc, before completely falling apart. At this point, they were still in the often quarrel, but still together phase. Behind Bulma was Capsule Corporation, the top technology force on Earth. If he could convince her to build a gravity training device ahead of time, even if it was only 5 or 10 times gravity, it would be a qualitative leap in his current training. Yamcha picked up his phone and scrolled to Bulma's number. His finger hovered over the screen, then stopped. He knew Bulma's temper. He and Tien Shinhan and the others had been away training for almost a year, not returning to West City due to the threat of Piccolo Jr. Yamcha thought for a moment and then dialed. 3 rings. Hey Yamcha, you're actually calling me. Did the sun rise above Karen Tower? Bulma's voice carried her usual sarcasm. Bulma, I'd like to treat you to dinner. 2 seconds of silence. Yamcha, do you have a fever? No, I've recently thought of a new training method and need some technological assistance. You're the most beautiful and smartest person I know, so. Alright, stop flattering me, it's disgusting. Bulma interrupted him, but her tone had softened noticeably. When are you coming? Tomorrow night, Great Bay Street, West City. Your favorite restaurant. Fine, but you're paying. I remember you made me pay last time. The call ended. Yamcha let out a long breath. First step done. He turned toward the bed, ready to pack. Wait. Yamcha suddenly stopped, brow furrowed. In his mind, memories that had been scrolling like a slideshow suddenly pressed pause. Something was wrong. This Dragon Ball world's plot was a bit chaotic. He hadn't thought carefully just now, but now closing his eyes and reviewing the merged memories. The Piccolo Daimao incident 2 years ago had slightly differed from the original. In this Yamcha's memory, old King Piccolo had never gathered the Dragon Balls to restore his youth. At that time, Master Roshi stepped forward and used the forbidden technique Mafuba, intending to seal the Demon King in one fell swoop. In the original, Roshi missed the mark, but in this universe, he actually succeeded. Old Piccolo Daimao was directly sucked into the electric rice cooker. But in his final moment before being sealed, unwilling to be trapped, he used his last strength to spit out an egg. The second generation Piccolo. Because the sealing was successful, Dumpling Chaozu was not killed by old Piccolo. In the entire battle, only Master Roshi sacrificed his life. Moreover, since old Piccolo was sealed, Shenlong was not killed. Most crucially, Son Goku. After being injured by old Piccolo, he climbed Karen Tower and drank the Super God water, but when he arrived at the scene, the battle had already ended. He did not experience that brutal life-or-death struggle, nor did he use the piercing heaven punch to penetrate old Piccolo's chest. Afterwards, to prepare for the threat of the second-generation Piccolo, hatching Goku, guided by Kirin, went to train at the Temple of Kami. Meanwhile, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others, having heard Tien Shinhan describe the terror of old Piccolo and the sword of Damocles hanging over them, as the second-generation Piccolo approached, began an even more frenzied global training than in the original story. Yamcha opened his eyes, a flicker of thought in his gaze. Unbelievable. Is the time-space in some parallel world of Dragon Ball, like one of the Dragon Ball movies? Yamcha knew that most movie world futures did not turn out well. They were parallel worlds born from various accidents that caused the plot to deviate from the original. Now the trajectory of history had already deviated, and the path of the future was gradually becoming blurred. Without having experienced a deadly battle with old Piccolo, Goku's Saiyan trait of gaining massive power increases upon near-death recovery had not been triggered. His current base combat power might be lower than in the original story. As for himself, due to his insane training, his combat power had reached 168, seemingly slightly stronger than his counterpart at this point in the original. But this was far from enough. If at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament 1 year later the second-generation Piccolo turned out to be stronger than in the original and Goku weaker, wouldn't Earth be finished? Afterwards, the world would be reigned over by Piccolo Jr. until Raditz arrived, leading to everyone's destruction. Yamcha realized that this might be a universe doomed to have no future, that Son Goku might not have the protagonist's halo. Well, now that I have a system, I will not only work for the mission rewards, but also carve out a brand new future. Yamcha clenched his fists, the bones in his hands cracking audibly. He walked over to the sandbag in the room, a specially made heavy bag weighing 1,000 jin. Taking a deep breath, he pivoted his waist and unleashed a right punch with full force. Bang! The 1,000 jin sandbag was easily pierced without question, spilling iron sand all over the floor. Yamcha looked at his fist. This was a combat power of 168. In the real world, it would be superhuman, but in front of a Saiyan, this fist was hardly harder than cotton. I have to get a gravity chamber as soon as possible. The next evening, West City. Capsule Corporation headquarters, the massive hemispherical building glinting with metallic luster under the setting sun. Yamcha stood at the entrance wearing casual clothes, not his iconic orange martial arts uniform. Just as he reached the door, a hovering sports car raced over and executed a perfect drift, stopping in front of him. The door popped open and a girl stepped out. stylish work overalls, short blue hair reaching her shoulders. Bulma. She took off her sunglasses, sized up Yamcha, and a hint of mockery curled at the corner of her mouth. Yamcha, you disappeared for over half a year, and you actually bothered to change out of your worn-out martial arts uniform. Ahaha, after all, I'm inviting the smartest young lady on earth to dinner. I had to dress decently. Yamcha's expression was calm, his usual frivolousness gone. Bulma couldn't help but take another look at Yamcha. She sensed something different about the Yamcha before her. If you've got a silver tongue, get in the car, let's go to that restaurant you mentioned. Bulma lifted her chin. 10 minutes later, at the top-floor revolving restaurant of West City, the two sat facing each other, the table laden with gourmet dishes. Yamcha didn't touch the utensils and went straight to the point. Bulma, I came to ask you to build a machine for me. I knew it. Bulma cut a small piece of steak and put it in her mouth, rolling her eyes. Nothing good comes from sudden kindness. Spit it out. What do you want me to build? If it's some boring training equipment, I suggest you ask my dad. I'm busy. No, you're the only one who can do this the fastest. Yamcha looked at her. I want a device that can alter gravity. More precisely, a gravity chamber. Bulma's chewing stopped. She put down her knife and fork, her expression turning serious. Do you understand what you're saying? Earth's gravity is constant. To artificially alter the gravitational field within an enclosed space requires extremely complex reverse engineering of anti-gravity engines. But theoretically, your Capsule Corporation already has anti-gravity technology. Hovering cars are proof. Yamcha analyzed logically. Since it can nullify gravity, then by reversing the operation and increasing the gravitational field, it shouldn't be impossible, right? A flash of surprise crossed Bulma's eyes. She hadn't expected that this boyfriend who only thought about muscles and martial arts could actually make such a quasi-academic deduction. Reverse operation. Easier said than done. Bulma rubbed her chin with her fingers, her mind already racing. Theoretically possible, but materials and energy supply are big problems. How many times gravity are we talking? Initially 10 times, and later, if possible, I want to reach 100 times. Yamcha didn't hesitate. 100 times. Bulma stood up abruptly, drawing the attention of diners around them. She lowered her voice, looking at Yamcha like he was crazy. Do you want to die? Under 10 times gravity, your internal organs would be crushed instantly. You'd die in seconds, let alone 100 times. That's for ordinary people. Yamcha looked at her calmly. I am a martial artist. The existence of ki can protect my body. And the second-generation Piccolo might appear in about a year. At my current level, if I don't take extreme measures, I can't win, let alone protect Earth. Bulma fell silent. She looked into Yamcha's eyes. The determination shining through made her heart skip a beat. The Yamcha who used to get cocky against strong enemies and try to run when he couldn't win had truly changed. Are you sure you want to do this? Bulma sat back, down, her tone turning serious. I have to. All right. Bulma snapped her fingers. The blueprints and model are already roughly forming in my mind. Give me a month, and I'll build you a 10-gravity prototype. As for 100 times, that will require a complete update in materials science. We'll talk about that later. Thanks, Bulma. Yamcha smiled. After the meal, Bulma dragged Yamcha straight back to Capsule Corporation. Capsule Corporation headquarters. The site was staggeringly large, and the internal ecological cycle system was even more extravagant. Yamcha followed Bulma across the front courtyard, then paused. A huge triceratops was dozing on the artificial lawn, and nearby a few glossy rare beasts were kept. So rich. Yamcha glanced around. Even though he had seen it in memories, standing personally in this courtyard representing the pinnacle of Earth's technology and wealth still made him feel the oppressive presence of a financial empire. Stop staring, that's my dad's pet he brought back last month. Bulma walked ahead without looking back. Pushing open the glass door of the main building, two people approached. A small old man with a pipe in his mouth and thick-rimmed glasses, a black cat perched on his shoulder. Beside him was a gold-haired, glamorous lady holding a teacup. Dr. Brief and his wife. They had just finished dinner and were about to go for a stroll. Oh my, Mrs. Brief's eyes lit up, and she immediately handed her teacup to a robot nearby, stepping forward briskly. Well, if it isn't little Yamcha. A rich perfume scent hit him. Mrs. Brief was completely unreserved, opening her arms and giving Yamcha a solid face-wash hug. Yamcha's body tensed instantly, his reflexes screaming to strike back. Yet he restrained himself. However, Mrs. Brief's bosom was truly immense. Long time no see. Mrs. Brief reached out and pinched Yamcha's arm, her face beaming with delight. Oh my, you've gotten even more muscular. These muscles are rock hard. How about going on a date with Auntie? There's a new dessert shop on West Street. A chill ran down Yamcha's spine, goosebumps erupting across his skin. This lady was as exuberant as ever. Well, Auntie, I just ate. Next time, definitely next time. Yamcha let out a dry chuckle, subtly stepping back half a pace to create some distance. He glanced at Bulma beside him. Bulma was rolling her eyes, wearing an expression of utter familiarity. As for Dr. Brief, he was chuckling while puffing on his pipe, completely unfazed by his wife's flirtation with the young man. Yamcha couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Bulma's boy-crazy nature was definitely 100% inheritance from her mother. Thankfully, this whole family was rather eccentric, which saved a lot of trouble with formalities. Mom, stop messing around. Yamcha's here on serious business. Bulma rescued Yamcha from her mother's clutches and pulled her father toward the underground lab. Dad, perfect timing. Come take a look at this theoretical model. Mrs. Brief covered her mouth with a light laugh. Young people are so energetic. You go ahead and work him off to play cards with the neighbor lady. Having narrowly escaped the enthusiastic Andy, the trio entered the core area of Capsule Corporation, the third basement laboratory. The space was vast, filled with intricate instruments and nameless mechanical arms. Bulma walked to the central console, her fingers swiftly tapping on a virtual keyboard, summoning a holographic projection blueprint. Dad, take a look at this. Dr. Brief, pipe clamped between his teeth, leaned in close to the holographic screen. His initially casual gaze gradually sharpened as he scanned several lines of core data. A reverse gravity field generator. The doctor adjusted his glasses. Girl, you want to generate high-intensity gravity in this sealed metal chamber. That's no small feat. Once gravity stacks, the chamber's material strength, the energy core's output, and the internal life support systems all need a complete redesign. I know. Bulma pointed to a node on the blueprint. For energy output, I plan to use microfusion battery arrays and Zalloy for the materials. But I haven't figured out how to solve the uneven force field distribution. If gravity becomes unbalanced, anyone inside would be torn apart instantly. Dr. Brief took the pipe out of his mouth, pondered for over 10 seconds, then blew out a smoke ring. Move the generator nodes to 8 positions, forming a regular octahedron structure. Use the principle of gravitational wave interference to counterbalance, and you'll create a stable, uniform gravity field. As expected of Earth's top scientist, he pinpointed the crux of the problem at a glance and offered a solution. Yamcha stood by, lost in the jargon, but he knew the gravity chamber was as good as done. Doctor, if we follow this plan, how soon can it be built? Yamcha asked. That depends on the gravity multiplier you need. Dr. Brief looked at him. The human body has its limits. A normal person would struggle to breathe at 2 times gravity, and internal organs would be damaged at 3 times. For the initial target, 10 times will do. Yamcha raised a finger. Later, I hope to reach 100 times. Dr. Brief paused mid-motion, and the black cat let out a meow. Are you joking with your life, young man? The doctor's smile faded. For 10 times gravity, we can manage with existing materials. With my help, we could have a finished product in half a month. But understand this. If someone dies, I take no responsibility. Don't worry, doctor. Yamcha's expression was calm. The power of martial artists is beyond imagination. Besides, I don't have time to take it slow. Bulma gave him a long, silent look, then turned to modify the blueprint data. All right, since you insist. Dr. Brief put his pipe back in his mouth. Come back in half a month. But before that, I'll need to collect some physical data from you. Over the next 2 days, Yamcha stayed at Capsule Corporation. Besides helping Bulma collect his physical limit data, he spent all his remaining time doing basic training in the courtyard. Under the sun, Yamcha trained bare-chested, sweat tracing the lines of his muscular physique. He closed his eyes, sensing the energy within him known as ki. With a battle power of 168, simple weight training and punches did little to boost his strength without the aid of a gravity chamber. What he needed to do now was to completely master this body and achieve absolute control over his ki. In the original story, Earth's martial artists could barely keep up with the monsters, later on relying solely on their refined manipulation of ki. Concealing presence, instantaneous bursts, compressing energy waves. Yamcha's eyes snapped open as he thrust a fist forward. He didn't use full power, only channeling a small portion of ki onto his fist. The air cracked with a sonic boom. 5 meters ahead, a 2-meter-tall ornamental boulder exploded into fragments, debris scattering everywhere. My control is still not precise enough. Yamcha withdrew his fist, gazing at the rubble. His power had been too dispersed. If he could fully compress his ki into a single point, the rock would have been pierced clean through, not blown apart. Goku or Tenshinhan were probably already better than him at ki manipulation. System, Yamcha called out in his mind. A transparent panel materialized. Strongest Earthling system, host Yamcha, battle power 168, race Earthling, bound skills new Wolf Fong fist, Kamehameha spirit ball, turtle school fist techniques. Main quest 1. Yamcha will never become a meme. 2. Win the World Martial Arts Tournament. Staring at the stagnant number, Yamcha shook his head. This was the plight of an ordinary martial artist. Without the Saiyan sheet of power doubling after near-death recovery, he could only grind forward drop by drop with sheer effort. Young Master Yamcha. A small blue figure darted out from behind the courtyard wall, crashing straight into Yamcha's arms. It was Por. The shape-shifting cat clung to Yamcha's arm, its large eyes glistening, nose red. Master, you're finally here. Miss Bulma said you arrived 2 days ago. Oh, I thought she was joking. Yamcha looked down at this shape-shifting cat who had been with him since his desert days, a warmth welling up in his heart. In the original story, no matter how miserable Yamcha became, Por never left. Such loyalty was a rare commodity in the entire Dragon Ball world. Yeah, I'm back. Yamcha reached out and ruffled Por's head. Puar immediately flew to a nearby stone table, shape-shifted a pair of small hands, and offered a glass of pre-chilled lemonade. Master, have a drink. I chilled it early this morning. I guessed you'd be training in the yard. Yamcha took the glass and took a sip, the coolness seeping into his lungs. He had been training all morning and was indeed thirsty. Thank you, Puar. Puar's eyes crinkled into crescent moons, his tail held high with glee. He circled Yamcha, examining the muscle lines on his upper body. Master, after over a year of training away, your martial arts must have grown much stronger. That stone you just broke must have weighed at least 3 tons. Oomph. A voice emerged from behind the low wall. A pink pig in overalls chewing on a popsicle staggered out. Oolong. He cast a sidelong glance at the scattered rubble, then at Yamcha, twirling the popsicle in his mouth. Not a chance. Smashing some rocks is no big deal. Puar's fur bristled instantly. What did you say? Oolong, unfazed, swaggered over to the stone table and sat down, crossing his stubby legs. I'm just stating facts. Even if Yamcha has gotten stronger, he's no match for Goku. With that, the pig deliberately shot Yamcha a look, his expression clearly saying. Puar, in rage, transformed into a hammer and lunged. You rotten pig. Master will never lose to anyone. Hey, no fighting. Oolong scrambled away, nearly dropping his popsicle. I'm not wrong. At the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, Yamcha lost to Tien Shinhan in the first round of the quarterfinals and had his leg broken. If you don't like it, go argue with Tien Shinhan. Puar turned into a bucket of water and splashed Oolong in the face. What do you know? Master wasn't serious before. Now that he is, what's Goku? Easier said than done. A martial artist's strength isn't proven by boasting. Yamcha stood by, watching the cat and pig tussle. Puar became a hammer, Oolong a shield, and they kicked up a cloud of dust. Can't beat Goku. If this were the old Yamcha hearing, that would have crushed his spirit. But now he just took a sip of lemonade. If he can't win, he'll train until he can. The number 168 on the system panel told him exactly what that meant. Alright, stop fighting. At Yamcha's words, Puar and Oolong both halted. He looked at Oolong without anger. You're right. As I am now, I really can't beat Goku. Oolong's mouth opened and closed. Head prepared a retort, but Yamcha admitted it outright. Puar panicked. Master. Yamcha placed the empty cup on the stone table. But at the next World Martial Arts Tournament, the championship will be mine. Oolong's mouth twitched. He wanted to taunt him, but meeting Yamcha's eyes, he swallowed his words. The pig was cowardly but had good instincts. This Yamcha was different from before. Keep dreaming. Oolong muttered, retreating behind the wall to gnaw on his popsicle. Puar flew to Yamcha's shoulder and whispered, Master, don't listen to that pig. Yamcha patted him. It's fine. Just then the side door of the lab opened. Bulma stepped out, clutching a stylus. Her lab coat was unbuttoned, revealing the same jumpsuit from yesterday. Dark circles were evident under her eyes, and her hair was disheveled. She had clearly spent the entire night in the lab. She took a deep breath as the wind blew. Miss Bulma. Puar flew over. Bulma waved him off, surveyed the rubble and dust in the courtyard, wrinkled her nose, and sat at the stone table. Have you been smashing rocks all morning? This embarrassed Yamcha. Bulma stared at him for a moment, then said, I ran the first version of the reverse gravity engine model last night. My father's octahedron design is feasible, but I optimized the energy transmission path, improving efficiency by about 12%. Bulma tapped the stylus on the table, projecting a small hologram. At this rate, it'll take less than half a month. Bulma extended a hand. 10 days. She looked at Yamcha, a hint of pride in her smile. So is your girlfriend smart enough? Yamcha smiled. 10 days. In 10 days his training would enter a new phase. Bulma held out her hand, chin raised, looking at him. Yamcha looked at the blue-haired girl before him. Dark circles, unbuttoned lab coat, and his heart skipped a beat. Not just from the joy of the gravity chamber being completed early, but because of her. In his memories, this was the woman who had accompanied the old Yamcha through his most passionate youth. But in the end, his weakness, womanizing, and lack of ambition caused them to part ways. Later, she became the wife of the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, giving birth to the prodigy Trunks. But now a new Yamcha stood here. He would never surrender his woman. Vegeta wanted to be a kept man of Capsule Corporation. Dream on. Without a word, Yamcha closed the distance between them. What are you doing? Dumbstruck by my genius brain. Before Bulma could finish, Yamcha reached out, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and lifted her off the ground. The weightlessness of her feet leaving the ground made Bulma gasp. The next second, Yamcha lowered his head and kissed her chattering lips. The courtyard fell silent. Puar's eyes widened, his tiny hands covering his mouth. Oolong's popsicle dropped to the ground. Bulma's mind went blank. She stared at the familiar face so close to hers, her hands instinctively pressing against Yamcha's chest. The overwhelming masculine aura made her forget to struggle. After 5 seconds, Yamcha released her and set her steadily on the ground. You're crazy. Bulma stumbled back 2 steps, her cheeks flushing crimson, even her ears turning red. She pointed at Yamcha, her usually sharp tongue now stammering. Bulma. Yamcha's expression was calm, his gaze direct. You are my girlfriend, and no one will take you away. The words left Bulma flustered. Her eyes darted around, and she crossed her arms. Who? Who said I'm yours forever? Don't flatter yourself. Despite her words, she didn't run away, but fidgeted on the spot. Yamcha didn't press the issue knowing when to stop. He turned serious. Bulma, since the gravity chamber still needs 10 days, I don't want to waste time. Lend me the dragon radar. The dragon radar. The flush on Bulma's face hadn't faded. It's only been 2 years since King Piccolo. The Earth is peaceful now. What do you need the Dragon Balls for? I have my reasons. Yamcha's tone was firm. Piccolo Jr. could appear anytime. I must do everything to improve my strength. Shenron's power might help me break some limits. Bulma looked at Yamcha with a discerning gaze. If it were the old Yamcha, she would have certainly pried into every detail and might have even mocked his whimsical thoughts. But now she found this man before her to be quite trustworthy. 10 minutes later, Bulma rummaged through the storage cabinet and tossed a disc-shaped device to Yamcha. I just replaced the battery, and the signal module has been upgraded. The search range is double what it used to be, Bulma said. Yamcha caught the radar and pressed the button on top. The screen immediately lit up with a radar scan grid, 7 flickering light points scattered across the holographic map. Yamcha shoved the radar into his pocket. Young master, where are you going? Per screamed into the lab, landing on Yamcha's shoulder. Take me with you. I can transform into a vehicle to help you travel. This time it's not possible. I need to travel day and night, and having you along would be inconvenient. You stay here at Capsule Corp and keep Bulma company instead, Yamcha said, reaching out to pat Per's head. Though a bit disappointed, Per obediently nodded. All right, Per will definitely complete the task. I'm off, see you in 10 days. Yamcha waved goodbye to Bulma and turned leaping out of Capsule Corp. Bulma watched Yamcha's departing figure, biting her lip and murmuring softly, when did this guy become so competent? Outside West City, Yamcha pressed a button on the capsule, deploying a single-person flying device. This was the transportation he had purchased on loan during his previous training, capable of reaching speeds twice that of sound. Climbing onto the flying device, he started the engine. A blue tail flame erupted and Yamcha shot into the sky, transforming into a streak of light heading east. His current combat power was 168. Although he had yet to learn the Kamehameha technique and couldn't perform high-speed long-distance travel relying on technology, made his travel speed quite impressive. The radar indicated that the nearest Dragon Ball was located in a primitive forest 1,000 kilometers to the east. 3 hours later, the flying device hovered above a dense canopy. Yamcha glanced down at the radar, the light point directly below him. He leaped down, his body plummeting rapidly through the air. The wind howled around him, and when he was 10 meters from the ground, he held his breath, concentrating, channeling his chi into his legs. Bang! His feet landed firmly, creating 2 shallow craters in the ground, the immense recoil perfectly absorbed by his chi. My control over chi is much smoother than yesterday. Yamcha clenched his fist. Following the radar's guidance, he pushed through the waist-high weeds ahead. Suddenly, the bushes ahead shook violently. A saber-toothed tiger the size of an elephant lunged out, opening its massive jaws to bite at his head. This primitive forest was one of the few undeveloped areas on Earth inhabited by many mutated beasts. Facing the oncoming beast, Yamcha's expression remained unchanged. He raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers. His internal energy rapidly gathered according to the Kamehameha's method, compressing into a high-density energy point at his fingertips. A white beam shot from his fingertip, moving so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. The beam instantly pierced through the saber-toothed tiger's skull, leaving a charred hole in its forehead. The massive body lost control and crashed beside Yamcha, kicking up a cloud of dust. Not sparing a glance at the corpse on the ground, Yamcha walked to where the saber-toothed tiger had originally been lying and dug out a shining orange orb from a dirt pit. 4-star ball. The first one. Yamcha stored the Dragon Ball in his backpack, glanced at the radar, and shot back into the sky. In the next 3 days, Yamcha crossed snow-capped mountains, deserts, and the ocean floor, crushing everything in his path, with a combat power of 168. Whether it was the giant octopus of the deep sea or the armed bandits occupying the snow peaks, none could halt his progress for even a minute. Practical combat was the best way to test one's chi. 3 days of high-intensity travel and battles allowed Yamcha to master the use of chi even further. He had already learned to condense his chi within his body, not leaking even a trace, while being able to unleash the strongest destructive power in an instant. On the evening of the 5th day, in a desolate rocky canyon, strong winds whipped up clouds of yellow sand. Yamcha stood atop a massive rock, unzipping his backpack. 7 identical orange orbs rolled onto the ground, the red stars inside, arranged from 1 to 7. Gathered them all. Yamcha took a deep breath, calming his racing heart. This was the first time he had truly faced the power of Earth's deities since his arrival. He took 2 steps back, spread his arms wide, and shouted at the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, "Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish." As soon as the words left his mouth, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with dazzling golden light. This light shot up into the sky, and the originally clear sky was suddenly shrouded in thick, dark clouds, plunging the entire world into darkness. The winds howled and thunder crackled through the clouds. Boom. With a deafening roar of thunder, the golden light transformed into a colossal green eastern dragon swirling in midair. The dragon's body was enormous, its scales shimmering with a cold glow in the lightning, with two whiskers fluttering in the wind, and its enormous red eyes gazing down at Yamcha. Whoever gathers the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. No matter what wish it is, I can grant one for you. The dragon's voice was deep and grand. Yamcha looked up, staring straight into the dragon's eyes. Several alternative plans flashed quickly in his mind. Wishing for immortality. That seemed meaningless. He could still be turned into mush by the Saiyans. Wishing for direct combat power. The dragon couldn't do that. Its power could not exceed that of its creator, the Supreme Kai, and the more greedy the wish, the more likely it carried some unbearable side effects. Yamcha thought to himself. Since Earthlings have genetic locks on their bodies, the potential ceiling was clearly visible. He needed a mechanism that could break through this ceiling, and the most unreasonable power-up mechanism in the universe lay within the Saiyans. Yamcha steadied his voice and spoke loudly, enunciating each word. Shinran, my wish is to change my physique and grant me the bloodline of the Saiyans. The wind stilled for a moment. The dragon in midair fell silent. Its gigantic red eyes flickered a few times, seemingly performing some calculations and deductions on a rule-based level. The canyon was eerily quiet. The pressure of the countdown for the system's task and the shadow of the Saiyan invasion weighed heavily on this wish. 10 seconds later, the dragon slowly lowered its massive head. This wish. The dragon's voice echoed in the clouds. High above in the Supreme Kai Palace. The air was extremely thin, and a gigantic hemispherical palace stood at the edge of the clouds, surrounded by exotic flowers and herbs. This was the highest point on Earth, an absolute forbidden zone that mortals could never reach in their lifetime. The Supreme Kai leaned on a wooden staff, standing at the edge of the palace's plaza. His green skin was marked with deep grooves, and his white robe billowed in the wind. He peered through the clouds, gazing at the desolate canyon below. Mr. Popo set down the water jug he was holding and paused his watering of the flowers. He walked to the Supreme Kai's side, clasping his hands in front of him, his black face showing no expression. Throughout the celestial deity's vast memories, every gathering of the Dragon Balls was invariably accompanied by boundless greed and slaughter. His original intention in creating the Dragon Balls was to bestow hope upon the courageous, yet reality always defied his wishes. Thus he harbored an exceedingly high level of vigilance toward any act of summoning the divine dragon. Mr. Popo followed the deity's gaze, his round eyes filled with surprise. Lord Kami, that is a friend of Son Goku. His name is Yamcha. I know him. Kami nodded, tightening his grip on the staff. In the battle against King Piccolo, he and that martial artist named Tien Shinhan displayed considerable courage. Though their strength is still shallow, those who can become friends with Son Goku can never be utterly heinous villains. Kami harbored no doubt about Yamcha's character. What truly baffled and even unsettled him was the wish Yamcha had just uttered. Saiyan. Kami savored the word. This term was utterly foreign. The Earth's ancient texts and histories contained absolutely no records pertaining to it. Yet the instant Yamcha shouted that name, Kami felt an inexplicable palpitation. His ancient bloodline, originating from the distant depths of the cosmos, or rather the subconscious of the Namekian race, seemed to whisper a vague warning. Fragments of memory flickered through his mind. He felt as though he had heard this name before. Why is Yamcha so fixated on becoming a Saiyan? Kami furrowed his brow. Is it the pursuit of power, or does he sense an impending crisis? Mr. Popo turned to look at Kami. Lord Kami, if that wish truly poses a threat, you can recall the Dragon Balls directly. As the guardian of Earth and the most gifted Namekian Dragon Clan member, he too possessed the ability to summon the Dragon Balls back. After a moment, Kami shook his head. That can only be done before the dragon is summoned. Now it is too late. Kami released his grip on the staff. However, since he is not using the wish for evil as a deity, I should not arbitrarily interfere with a mortal's right to make a wish. Besides, his gaze grew profound. Shenlong seems to be in trouble. Below in the rocky canyon, gale force winds swept up, swirling yellow sand lashing against Yamcha's face. Dark clouds pressed down, the colossal green divine dragon coiled in midair, its immense form blotting out all light. Thunderclaps echoed through the valley. This wish. Shenlong's voice vibrated through the surrounding air, creating visible ripples. Yamcha tilted his head back, his hands hanging naturally at his sides. He held his breath, awaiting the familiar phrase, "Your wish has been granted." Once the Saiyan lineage was his tenfold gravity, hundredfold gravity, none of it would matter. Enduring a few near-death states would cause his battle power to skyrocket exponentially. And once he became a Super Saiyan. The martial arts tournament a year later, Vegeta 7 years hence, and most threats thereafter would all become stepping stones on his path to the pinnacle of the universe. However, Shenlong slowly lowered its massive head until it was less than 10 meters from Yamcha. Its crimson eyes reflecting lightning fixed upon him as it uttered 3 words. Cannot be done. What? Yamcha could not believe his ears. He even wondered if the howling wind had deceived him. Shenlong did not repeat itself, it simply gazed at him. After a brief moment of shock, Yamcha's brows knitted into a tight knot. Shenlong, you possess the power to revive the dead and restore youth. Altering a single being's physical structure and bloodline should be easy for you. You even know the legend of the Super Saiyan, which means you have the relevant knowledge. Why can't you turn me into a Saiyan? Yamcha's words came in a rapid torrent. He could not accept this outcome. This had been his best and most secure plan to break through his predicament. Shenlong was silent for a few moments. Its colossal body writhed within the clouds. You are not wrong. Shenlong's voice resonated once more. Altering the bloodline of a single life form and reshaping its physical genes is indeed quite easy for me. Then why? Yamcha pressed relentlessly. Shenlong's red eyes flickered, and its enormous head lowered a fraction further. This time Yamcha could detect a hint of helplessness in the voice of this divine creation. A force of rules infinitely surpassing me, and even transcending the very laws governing this world restricts your race. Shenlong exhaled a scorching breath, dispersing the dust around Yamcha. That power refuses any external tampering. Therefore I cannot do it. In the storm-lashed canyon, Yamcha was utterly disheartened. He stood frozen in place, Shenlong's words replaying ceaselessly in his mind. A power infinitely surpassing Shenlong. Rules transcending the very laws of existence. Yamcha closed his eyes, and with a thought the panel visible only to him materialized. Strongest Earthling system, host Yamcha battle power 168 race, Earthling bound skills, new Wolf Fong Fist, Kamehameha Spirit Ball, Turtle School Fist techniques. Main quest 1, I Yamcha refused to be an expression pack. 2, champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. So that was it. He finally understood. The system was called Strongest Earthling. Its core required the host to ascend to the peak of power as an Earthling. It assigned tasks and granted rewards, but it absolutely forbade the host from cheating by adopting another race's bloodline. No wonder even Shenlong was powerless. Yamcha opened his eyes and gazed at the colossal dragon before him. A bitter self-mocking smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. He had thought himself clever trying to exploit a bug in the Dragon Ball system to swap into a Saiyan shell and coast through the missions effortlessly. Now he realized it was nothing but a fantasy. No Saiyans near-death breakthroughs. No Namekian's limb regeneration. No Frost Demon's terrifying talent. He only had a mortal body. This Earthling physique that in the original story was blown up by Saibaman, toyed with by Cell Jr.'s, and even easily impaled by Dr. Gero. Kashiku. Yamcha exhaled softly, but he did not rage. On the contrary, with the shortcut completely severed the last vestiges of wishful thinking within him, shattered in that instant. Since there was no retreat, he could only move forward. What if Earthlings had a ceiling? As long as he never stopped, that ceiling was meant to be broken. Yamcha lifted his head. Shenlong watched this mortal whose aura had shifted and slowly spoke. Very well, then state your wish. Yamcha's mind raced. In 10 days he would enter the gravity chamber built by Bulma. Given his current physical strength, entering it would impose too great a burden. He had originally planned to endure it by becoming a Saiyan. Now that path was blocked, he had to find a way for his Earthling body to quickly adapt to extreme environments. Shenlong, my wishes. If I cannot change my bloodline, then grant me the strongest Earthling physique. Yamcha raised his head facing the swirling sandstorm and roared out the fallback plan he had carefully considered. Shenron, bestow upon me absolute environmental adaptability. I want the ability to survive freely in the most extreme conditions. The vacuum of space, the deep sea, extreme cold and scorching heat. Furthermore, grant my cells an immense capacity for bearing overload, so that even if I use techniques that surpass my bodis limits, my flesh will not easily collapse. The green Shenron hovering midair glared with crimson eyes, looking down at the insignificant human below. Is this one wish? The strongest Earthling physique, immunity to extreme environments, and super strong cellular endurance. This brat had practically split one wish into 3 parts. How insatiable. The whiskers on Shenron's majestic dragon face twitched unnaturally. According to the rules, it could outright reject this kind of bundled rogue wish. But its vast divine sense swept over Yamcha. Within this mortal body lingered the residual aura from the battle against the great demon King Piccolo. Let it be an exception this once. Shenron's voice thundered through the clouds. Its enormous crimson eyes blazed with red light. Your wish is granted. Before Yamcha could react, a pillar of white light descended from the sky, completely enveloping him. Boom. A surge of heat violently poured through his crown, scouring every limb and bone. Yamcha gritted his teeth. He could feel his bones shattering and reforming, his muscles torn apart by a brutal force, then twisted back together in a stronger weave. The deepest cells were undergoing a qualitative change, greedily devouring the miraculous power bestowed by Shinran. An eon seemed to pass, yet it was only a few brief seconds. The white light dissipated. Then farewell. Shinran's colossal form transformed into a golden beam that shot into the sky, exploding above the clouds and reverting into 7 Dragon Balls. With 7 piercing sounds of air being rent, the Dragon Balls turned into gray-white stones scattering across the world. The dark clouds rapidly dispersed, and sunlight once again shone into the canyon. Yamcha stood still. He looked down at his hands. On the surface, he was still the Earthling Yamcha. But the moment he clenched his fists, the air let out a resounding crack. Chi. The chi within him, which once required deliberate effort to gather, now flowed smoothly through his meridians like a surging river. A panel appeared. Yamcha's battle power 263, although it hadn't doubled or even broken past 300, Yamcha was already content. After all, Shinran hadn't directly granted him battle power. This extra 95 points were merely a bonus from the hardware upgrade of his body. He walked to the edge of the canyon, looking down at the magma fissure hundreds of meters below. He leaped. Yamcha plunged straight into the crimson lava. He didn't activate a protective key barrier. The scorching magma enveloped his body, its heat enough to instantly melt steel. But to Yamcha, it only felt slightly warm. An invisible field of law automatically generated on his skin, shielding him from the lethal heat. This was the tangible manifestation of absolute environmental adaptability. Bang! He kicked off violently from the magma's floor, bursting through its surface and landing back on the canyon's rocky edge. There wasn't even a trace of a burn on him. Good. It seems Shinran really came through. Yamcha fished a capsule from his backpack and activated his aircraft. 10 days. He had 10 days to hone every muscle and every cell of this new body to absolute mastery before facing Bulma's gravity chamber. West City Capsule Corporation. Laboratory basement level 3. The massive metal hatch was sealed shut, its surface indicator lights blinking blue. The chamber was a regular octahedral structure forged entirely from silver-graze alloy. 6 thick energy conduits connected it to the miniature nuclear fusion array behind. Bulma, wearing a lab coat and holding a cup of black coffee, had darker circles under her eyes than 10 days ago. Energy circuits stable. Gravity generator node calibration complete. Life support system online. Dr. Brief's pipe and mouth tapped rapidly on the control console while his black cat yawned on his shoulder. Girl, your boyfriend is a real madman. Dr. Briefs blew out a puff of smoke. This machine's maximum output can reach 10 times Earth's gravity. If someone's not careful inside, they'll be reduced to a puddle of meat paste. He's not a madman. Bulma took a sip of coffee, her eyes fixed on the hatch. The lab's automatic door opened and Yamcha walked in. Yamcha entered the lab wearing his orange martial arts GI with a blue belt fastened tightly. Dr. Briefs sized him up, his pipe clenched between his teeth while the black cat perked its ears. Young man, you seem much stronger than you were 10 days ago. The doctor pushed up his glasses, his gaze sweeping over Yamcha's shoulders and arms. As the world's top scientist, though he didn't understand key, the change in physical condition was visible to the naked eye. Doctor, is the gravity chamber ready for use? Of course. Dr. Briefs pulled a capsule remote from his pocket. All tests are done. The maximum stable output is 10 times gravity with an error margin of no more than 0.3. The safety mechanism has triple backups. If any vital signs show danger, the system will automatically drop back to 1 gravity. He tossed the remote and an instruction manual to Yamcha. But I'll say this first, this machine is the fruit of my daughter's 7 sleepless nights. The doctor exhaled smoke, his tone flat. Don't let her efforts go to waste. Dad. Bulma shot the doctor a glare. Dr. Briefs shrugged, picked up his black cat, and headed for the elevator. As he passed Yamcha, he patted his shoulder without another word. Only the two of them remained in the lab. Yamcha walked towards the gravity chamber's hatch, pressing his palm against the alloy surface. Hey, Bulma called out to him. Yamcha turned around. Bulma had her hands in her lab coat pockets, her face turned away, not looking at him. Don't train too hard. If you die in there, I won't shed a single tear. Got it. Yamcha smiled and stepped through the hatch. The heavy alloy door sealed shut behind him, cutting off all sound from the outside world. The space inside was larger than he had imagined. About 30 meters in diameter, with 8 evenly spaced gravity generator nodes embedded in the curved inner wall of the dome, their blue indicator lights arranged along the nodes. The floor was covered with a special shock-absorbing material that gave slightly underfoot. Yamcha looked around, his gaze settling on a set of embedded speaker arrays on the wall. Dr. Briefs installed a surround sound system. He then examined the dome's curvature and the seamless joints of the inner wall. The external octahedral structure housed a spherical interior. This design not only allowed for a more uniform gravity field distribution, but also solved the issues of insulation and heat retention in one go. A scientist's aesthetic, as it turned out, was entirely out of sync with a martial artist's. Yamcha approached the central control console, upon which sat a simple dial and a display screen next to an emergency brake button. The dial was marked with a scale from 1 to 10, currently pointing at 1. Yamcha casually turned the dial to 2. A low hum resonated from all 8 nodes simultaneously, and the blue indicator light shifted to a pale yellow. 2 times gravity. Yamcha felt as though another version of himself had been added to his frame. Though his breathing was slightly heavier, his muscles and bones bore the load without issue. He jumped twice in place, landing with knees slightly bent, perfectly stable. This isn't even a warm-up. He turned the dial to 3. Under 3 times gravity, the air grew thick and heavy. Every movement of his arms required twice the usual effort. Yamcha began executing the basic forms of the turtle school, each movement fluid and nimble. His punches were compressed by the threefold gravity. With each strike, he could hear the sound of air being torn asunder. Not bad. He turned the dial to 4. 4 times gravity. The pressure was on. Yamcha's breathing grew labored, the strain on his heart increased markedly, and the resistance to his blood flow multiplied several times over. He continued his forms, but his speed dropped by 30% and his stances began to falter. Sweat rolled from his brow, striking the floor with a sound louder than usual. He turned the dial to 5. The instant 5 times gravity hit, Yamcha's knees buckled sharply. He stumbled forward a step, catching himself with his right hand on the ground to keep from falling. 5 times his body weight pressed down on his spine, placing immense strain on his internal organs. Without the physical enhancement granted by the Eternal Dragon, he would have collapsed under this gravity long ago. But now it was merely extremely uncomfortable. His body clearly hadn't adapted yet. Better start from 3 times, Yamcha said, decisively twisting the dial back to 3 and wiping the sweat from his brow. Rushing things was a grave mistake. When Goku had trained on the spaceship to Namek, he had gradually increased the gravity to 100 times. There was no logic in maxing it out from the start. The 3 times gravity hummed steadily. Yamcha settled into a horse stance, fists pulled back to his waist, and began his first day of formal training. Under 3 times gravity, Yamcha took a deep breath, spread his feet, leaned his body forward, placed his left hand behind his back, and supported himself on the ground with his right palm. 1, 2, 3. One-armed push-ups. In this gravitational environment, his weight wasn't merely magnified threefold, every muscle was subjected to an immense pulling force. Up and down pressing. Sweat dripped from his chin, but before it could strike the shock-absorbing floor, it was stretched into fine droplets by the gravity. 151, 152. Fundamentals were crucial. In the Dragon Ball of his past life, Saiyan battle powers easily broke 100 million, but at its core it all rested on having a sufficiently robust physique. At this moment, the superior load-bearing capacity granted by the Eternal Dragon began to show its true value. Muscle fibers tore under the immense pressure, only to be instantly enveloped by a surge of warmth, rapidly healing and growing thicker and tougher. This cycle of destruction and reconstruction allowed Yamcha to feel a long-missed surge in his power. 5,000, 5,001. Yamcha switched to his left hand and continued pressing. With the mechanical repetition, his mind began to wander. The tournament a year from now was just the starting point. If this universe followed the original Dragon Ball, his methodical training might barely let him survive until the Frieza saga. But what if this universe was followed by the Dragon Ball Super Universe? That was an era where gods walked the earth and gods of destruction were a dime a dozen. Could an Earthling withstand a single finger from a god of destruction? Absolutely not. No. Yamcha suddenly exerted force, launching his body into the air, switching hands mid-flight and landing steadily on his palm again. There is one path that doesn't care about lineage. Ultra Instinct. It was the ultimate technique of the angel race, a divine art that even gods of destruction struggled to master fully. It didn't rely on the Saiyans' near-death transformations or the absolute numerical value of base battle power. Its essence was to minimize the neural pathways between the brain and the body, allowing each part of the body to instinctively attack and dodge. In theory, any humanoid being could potentially touch that realm. During the tournament of power, Master Roshi with his Earthling body had demonstrated a form resembling Ultra Instinct, even catching Jiren's attention. This meant Yamcha could walk this path too. It was a broad and promising road. But what if this universe wasn't followed by Dragon Ball Super, but by Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Heroes, or even fan works like Super Dragon Ball Heroes or Dragon Ball AF? Then he'd need to put in even more thought. But that's too far off. First, survive the early stages. Yamcha closed his eyes, yielding to the pull of gravity, letting his body find its own balance. 9,998, 9,909, editing 10,000. With a thud, Yamcha pushed off the ground with both hands and sprang to his feet. White steam rose from his entire body, a sign of his sweat evaporating under the high surface temperature. 10,000 one-armed push-ups under 3 times gravity completed in less than 2 hours. Not enough again. At the same time, on a nameless desert island in the southern hemisphere, waves crashed against the reefs with a thunderous roar. A short, bald man stood waist-deep in the seawater, letting the waves batter him, his form as immovable as a mountain. Wearing the turtle school GI, Kuririn pressed his hands together at his waist. Between his palms a sphere of blue energy was condensing with furious intensity. Kieran's eyes widened, and he thrust his hands forward. Huh. Me. Huh. Me. Huh. A thick blue energy wave tore through the air, roaring just above the water's surface. With a colossal boom, the sea surface before him was gouged into a 10-meter-wide trench of vacuum. The seawater rolled back on both sides, revealing the reef-strewn seabed. The energy wave extended to the horizon before exploding with a thunderous blast, sending a pillar of water dozens of meters high into the air. The spray rained down, pelting Kieran's bald head. He withdrew his hands, panting heavily. Still so far behind. Kieran stared at the aftermath on the sea, his brow furrowed. The shadow of Demon King Piccolo weighed heavily on the hearts of all who had lived through that battle. Though Master Roshi had ultimately sacrificed his life to seal him away with the evil containment wave, the egg he had spat out, that second-generation demon, could return at any time. Since our last parting at Korin's Tower, Goku went to the lookout, and Yamcha and Tenshinhan have also disappeared. Kieran clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. I can't fall behind either. If Demon King Piccolo appears again, I absolutely cannot stand by and do nothing. He settled back into his horse stance and began gathering his energy once more. In the north, deep within a range of endless mountains, 100-meter waterfall cascaded down, crashing into a frigid pool below with a tremendous roar. On a boulder directly beneath the waterfall sat a young man with 3 eyes, his head shaved. Tenshinhan. The waterfall pounded against his head and shoulders. The immense water pressure could shatter rock, yet he sat like an ancient tree, deeply rooted and utterly unmoving. On the shore, Kaiatsu floated in midair, holding a lunchbox in both hands, his face full of worry as he gazed at the figure under the waterfall. Tien has been sitting there for 3 days and 3 nights. Beneath the waterfall, a faint glint of light flashed within Tenshinhan's third eye. His mind was a whirlwind of deduction, refining various techniques. Improvements to the tri-beam, the optimal timing for the solar flare, the variations of the 4 witches technique. Son Goku. Tenshinhan silently recited the name in his heart. At the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, although he had won, he knew in his heart it was entirely due to luck. If not for that car suddenly appearing at the last moment and distracting Goku, he would have lost. Now, with the threat of Demon King Piccolo hanging over them and Goku receiving higher guidance, if he didn't push himself to the limit, he would be left far behind at the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai. Huh. Tenshinhan's eyes snapped open, all 3 blazing. His ki erupted outwards. With a deafening roar, the 100-meter waterfall was actually severed by the sheer force of his rising spirit. The water flow reversed, exploding into a sky full of mist. With a flicker of movement, Tenshinhan landed on the shore. Tien. Kaiatsu hurried over, offering a towel. Let's go, somewhere else. Tenshinhan took the towel and wiped his face, then lifted his gaze toward the distant sky. Training at this level is no longer sufficient. The Celestial Temple, the highest point on Earth. Air-thin clouds swirling perpetually. Creak. The sound of a door opening. A young man emerged from the depths of the corridor behind the Celestial Temple. His martial arts uniform tattered, his hair bristling like a porcupine's quills. Sun Wukong. His clothes hung in ragged shreds, charred and torn. Of fresh scabs marked several wounds across his muscular frame. Sun Wukong exhaled deeply, then dropped unceremoniously onto the ground, sprawling flat on his back. I'm utterly spent. That place is no place for mortals. He gazed up at the drifting white clouds, a radiant grin spreading across his face. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber, 1 year inside, equaled a single day outside. Its environment was brutally hostile. Gravity 4 times Earth's, temperatures swinging violently between extremes, air so thin it choked the breath from one's lungs. Even a Saiyans' physiology demanded extraordinary fortitude to endure prolonged residence within. Master Roshi appeared silently around the corridor's corner, observing Sun Wukong sprawled upon the floor, his expression impassive. You remained inside for only 35 days. My apologies. My body simply couldn't take it any longer. Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head before springing upright. He threw a casual punch. No ki summoned pure physical force. Boom. A sonic boom cracked the air. Master Roshi's round eyes narrowed slightly. He could see it clearly. Just 1 month of extreme cultivation had propelled the youth's combat power into a quantum leap. Still, the gains were tremendous. Sun Wukong grinned, fierce battle lust blazing in his eyes. Ha ha. Master Roshi, let's spar again. This time I'll surely track your movements. Master Roshi said nothing, only assumed his starting stance. Above them, the celestial being leaned upon his cane, watching from the heights. Earth's martial artists were all surging forward, each by their own path, each with furious momentum. The upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, less than a year away, would inevitably become the epicenter of a colossal storm. Age 755, March 2nd. Gravity Chamber. Red lights flashed urgently, numbers flickered wildly across the control console screen. 10 times Earth's gravity, a lethal zone capable of instantly pulverizing a normal human's internal organs. Yamcha sat cross-legged at the chamber's vibration-dampened center, eyes closed, breath deep and steady. Sweat evaporated into wisps of steam the moment it broke through his pores. 7 months. He had endured precisely 7 months within this machine. The dragons bestowed gifts, absolute environmental adaptability, and cellular superload capacity, had manifested terrifying efficacy from staggering under 5-fold gravity to moving with effortless grace beneath 10-fold. Each tear in his muscle fibers birthed thicker, more resilient tissue in return. Bone density multiplied geometrically, blood roared through his veins with a low resonant hum. Yamcha opened his eyes, aware he'd reached a plateau. Clearly the dragon's boon had been fully exhausted. Slowly he rose and pressed the console's crimson button. The machinery fell silent. Gravity normalized instantaneously. An indescribable lightness flooded his entire being. He pushed open the Zalloy hatch and stepped out of the laboratory. Yamcha picked up the new orange turtle school marshal uniform hanging nearby, dressed himself meticulously, and secured the blue sash tightly at his waist. Without alerting anyone, he turned and vanished into the night, guided by an emergent system directive. The Supreme Earthling System. Host Yamcha. Combat Power 3288. Race Earthling Bound. Skills New Wolf Fong Cyclone Fist Energy Ball Kamehameha Turtle School Martial Arts Key. Main Quest 1. A Yamcha shall never become a meme. 2. Win the World Martial Arts Tournament. Side Quest Crime Fighter. Night enshrouded the city like ink, neon signs pulsed across West City. Clad in his vibrant orange turtle school uniform, Yamcha strolled leisurely along the bustling streets. A cool evening breeze carried the city's clamor. A translucent interface shimmered softly across his retinas. Side Quest Crime Fighter. Objective: neutralize criminals 10 times, without deception or pretense. Reward 100 combat power. Yamcha dismissed the panel with a wry smile. After all, 100 points meant little to him now. 7 months of relentless high-gravity training, pushing the dragon's gift of superload capacity to its absolute limit, had driven his combat power up to 3,288. Yet the body's latent potential seemed for now to have struck its ceiling. Further grinding in the gravity chamber would yield diminishing returns and risk mental exhaustion. Time to step outside, catch my breath, and do some good deeds too. A welcome reset for the mind, Yamcha mused, stretching languidly. His bones popped in rapid succession. 3 blocks ahead, sirens wailed, then erupted into rapid bursts of automatic gunfire. Yamcha knew West City's public security was notoriously poor. His eyes flickered, then he vanished. Only a distorted afterimage torn by displaced air lingered where he'd stood, before the 3rd West City Bank. Flames roared skyward. 4 black-masked bandits crouched behind a heavy armored vehicle, unleashing torrents of suppressive fire against the police across the street. Bulletproof glass lay shattered across the pavement. A pedestrian screamed and scattered in panic. Suppressing fire. Second in command. Grab the cash and get in the vehicle, bellowed the gang leader, muzzle flash strobing wildly. Officers huddled behind car doors, unable to raise their heads. Just as the bandit leader prepared to cover the retreat, his vision blurred. A young man in orange martial attire stood motionless before the armored vehicle. Bakiaro, who the hell are you? Looking for death. The leader didn't hesitate, swung his weapon and fired. Rat-a-tat. Dozens of high-caliber rounds slammed toward the youth's chest, yet no spray of blood, no collapse followed. Instead, bullets struck his skin with a rapid metallic ping-ping-ping, deforming before clattering lifelessly to the ground. The dragon's absolute environmental adaptability, combined with his monstrous combat power of 3,288, rendered Yamcha's fortified skin unnervingly dense. Such conventional kinetic weaponry couldn't even scratch him. It lacked the force to register as an itch. The bandit leader's jowls froze, his eyes bulged from their sockets. Yamcha sighed softly, stepped forward, and gently shoved the leader's chest. Tum! The bandit hadn't even time to scream, launched backward like a ragdoll, slamming hard into the armored vehicle's bulletproof plating. The hull dented inward with a sickening crunch. The man slid limply to the ground, unconscious. Or worse. The remaining 3 bandits panicked, abandoned their money-filled sacks, and fled in terror. Yamcha flicked his wrist. 3 precise palm blasts sliced through the air, striking each fugitive's nape. Thump, thump, thump. All 3 collapsed, eyes rolling back senseless. Quest progress 110. From afar, the police chief peered out, stunned, speechless. Just as he moved to offer thanks, the flash of orange dissolved into the distant night. In the following days, the underground world of Shidu was thrown into complete chaos. A martial artist known as the Orange Demon began to rampantly sweep through the strongholds of various criminal organizations. Whether it was the street-ruling motorcycle gangs or the drug lords holed up in abandoned factories, anyone caught in his sight met the same fate, being reduced to scrap metal along with their weapons. Moreover, the citizens noticed that this decisive vigilante exhibited an exceedingly strange demeanor during the day. At a certain intersection, "Take it easy, old man." Yamcha supported an elderly man helping him cross the crosswalk. Task requirement: help the elderly cross the road 10 times without any deception. In a park, Yamcha gently leaped down from a tree branch several meters high, cradling a frightened little orange cat in his arms and handing it to a tearful little girl. Task requirement: help children solve problems without any deception. Yamcha looked at the green bean in his palms, satisfied as he placed it into the cloth bag at his waist. Over the past few days, he had elevated the security level of Shido by several notches. Adding to that the gifts from the cat immortal, he had accumulated a total of 6 spirit beans, a limited edition hover sports car, and a hover solar motorcycle. Every little gain added up to a considerable fortune. Just one more to go. Yamcha glanced at the task progress for his nemesis, task 910, just one lucky thug left. Who could it be? He cast his gaze towards the northern suburbs of Shido to the large abandoned docks there. Alright, it's decided. The largest and most well-equipped armed smuggling group currently in Shido. The Snake Gang. Late at night at the northern suburb docks. Huge shipping containers piled high, searchlights sweeping back and forth in the night sky. Inside an office transformed from shipping containers, the gang leader Snake sat on a leather sofa, fiddling with a revolver. He sported a bald head with a scar running across his nose, and his eyes were filled with a menacing glare. Boss, that martial artist in the martial outfit is too formidable. Several leaders in the East District have fallen to him alone. A subordinate reported, trembling. What are you panicking for? Snake sneered, slamming the revolver on the table. No matter how powerful a martial artist is, they're just stronger physically. What's there to fear? Just in time, we've received a new batch of heavy firepower from the black market. If he dares to come, I'll let him experience what it's like to be riddled with bullets. Is that so? You bald head, you speak quite interestingly. Yamcha's voice echoed in the office. Snake's pupils contracted sharply as he suddenly drew the revolver from the table, scanning the area cautiously. Unbeknownst to him, a large hole had silently been opened in the iron door of the container. Yamcha walked in leisurely, hands tucked into the belt of his martial outfit. You dare come to my territory? Kill him. Snake howled in desperation. Dozens of elite guards surged in from outside. Countless large-caliber submachine guns were raised simultaneously, black tongues of fire intertwining, forming a dense net of bullets that completely enveloped Yamcha. Tat 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 tat. Bullets struck the ground, sending up large sparks, colliding against the iron wall of the container and bouncing off. Dust and smoke instantly filled the entire space. Everything became obscured. Ceasefire. Ceasefire. Snake waved his hand, and the gunfire abruptly stopped. Smoke lingered in the air. White smoke mixed with dust rolled in the beam of the searchlight. The acrid smell of gunpowder made several subordinates cough uncontrollably. A little brother waved his hand in front of the smoke, excitedly shouting, "Boss, that kid must be finished." Exactly. With so many guns firing together, even the dead Piccolo would die again. Another bald henchman patted the butt of his gun, laughing broadly. No matter what Demon King faces our boss Snake, they must kneel down. Huh. Everyone burst into laughter, their tense nerves instantly relaxed. Some even started whistling, while a few bold ones began high-fiving each other in celebration. Leaning back on the sofa, Snake slammed the revolver on the table, picked up a cigar, and leisurely lit it. Yo, what did I say? Snake exhaled a puff of smoke. What use is strength? In front of bullets, everyone is just flesh and blood. He raised his chin, signaling his subordinates to approach and confirm. 2 henchmen, guns in hand, cautiously crept into the smoke. 1 step, 2 steps, it was the gang's rhythm. The smoke began to dissipate. The beam of the searchlight penetrated the gradually thinning smoke, illuminating the floor riddled with bullet holes. Bullet holes. They were everywhere. Yet there was no blood. No bodies. The leading henchman halted, the gun barrel trembling slightly. Where is he? All smiles vanished from everyone's faces simultaneously. Impossible. Snake sprang to his feet, the cigar falling from his lips. With so many guns at such close range. You guys shot quite seriously. The voice came from behind. Snake turned his head. Yamcha was leaning against the iron wall of the container, behind him, arms crossed. His martial outfit not even bearing a single bullet hole, not even a speck of dust clung to him. How? Snake's throat bobbed, his pupils constricted violently. He had witnessed the bullet storm with no blind spots. How could this person exist? However, ordinary people in the Dragon Ball world would not understand. In the instant the gunfire erupted, Yamcha had already dashed through the hail of bullets. His speed was so fast that everyone's visual nerves couldn't capture it, and by the time the smoke rose, he had already circled behind everyone. Moreover, this adhered to the unchanging iron laws of the Dragon Ball world. With smoke there is no harm. Shoot. Shoot quickly. Snake screamed hysterically. The closest henchman reacted the fastest, turning to raise his gun. Yamcha didn't move. He merely glanced at the man. An invisible aura expanded from his body, but Yamcha kept the intensity of this aura very low. After all, releasing a battle power of 3,288 in an instant would be akin to facing an avalanche Hedon for ordinary people. The front row of 5 henchmen's legs went weak, collapsing to their knees. The second row fared better, but their hands trembled, unable to pull the trigger. 2 of them rolled their eyes and fainted on the ground. Snake's situation was the worst. He was less than 2 meters away from Yamcha, bearing the brunt of the pressure. His knees crashed to the floor, and he prostrated himself, forehead pressed to the ground, sweat streaming down. Yamcha retracted his aura, extinguishing the still smoldering cigar. Snake lay on the floor, cold sweat soaking his shirt. Yamcha crouched down, picking up several scattered cargo slips from the floor, flipping through them casually. Firearms, illegal drugs, human trafficking. Behind each slip was the weight of several, or even dozens of lives. I originally planned to pack you up and send you to the police. Yamcha tossed the slips in front of Snake, but now I've changed my mind. Snake hoarsely shouted, "You can't kill me. This is she do, if you kill me the police will." "What will they do?" "Huh?" Yamcha stood up, looking down at him. "When you smuggled arms to terrorists, did you ever think about what would happen to the innocent civilians who died?" Snake's mouth moved, but he couldn't utter a word. Yamcha no longer looked at him. His right hand raised palm, facing down, a fist-sized white energy orb coalescing. This energy orb was controlled by Yamcha within a range sufficient to carry away everyone in the container without affecting the docks. The meticulous control of the chi brought about by 7 months of training in the gravity chamber was vividly showcased at this moment. "Wait, I have money. I'll give you however much you want." A flash of white light engulfed the entire interior space of the container in an instant. Yamcha then turned to leave the container, the night breeze brushing against his face. Task completed, Nemesis of Thugs. Reward granted, battle power 100. Current battle power 3388. Returning to West City, the night was deep. The lights were still on in the underground third-level laboratory of Capsule Corporation. Bulma was asleep, slumped over the central control console with a cup of cold black coffee by her hand. Blueprints were scattered across the floor. Yamcha walked over, picked up the white lab coat draped over the back of a chair, and gently laid it over her. Bulma's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. She rubbed her tousled blue hair, and upon recognizing the figure before her said, "Where have you been? I thought you died in the gravity room." "Just went outside to stretch my limbs a bit." Yamcha pulled out a chair and sat down. "By the way, your physical data has already reached the limits of this machine's gravity." Bulma tapped at the keyboard, bringing up a holographic screen. "In other words, 10 times gravity has become routine for you. To go higher, we'd need to upgrade the core materials, otherwise the gravity inside the chamber won't have much effect." Yamcha pondered this thoughtfully. The night passed without further conversation. The next day arrived with the morning news. The female anchor of West City Television reported in an exaggerated tone, "Last night, a violent explosion occurred at the North Wharf. When police arrived, they found the stronghold of the smuggling ring Viper had been completely destroyed. A large cache of illegal weapons and evidence of human trafficking were seized at the scene. Witnesses report seeing a mysterious man in an orange martial arts uniform." Click. The television was turned off. Bulma set down the remote, coffee cup in hand, turned around, and leaned against the lab workstation, gazing at Yamcha, who had just emerged from the gravity room. "The Orange Devil." Bulma uttered these 4 words, her tone lifting slightly. Yamcha wiped the sweat from his neck with a towel and said nothing. "West City is only so big. You think I can't figure out who's running around in an orange martial arts uniform?" Yamcha draped the towel over his shoulder and met her gaze calmly. He had never intended to hide it. The underworld of West City was deeply entrenched, and the fall of Viper would inevitably trigger a chain reaction. Bulma tilted her head and suddenly smiled. It was a smile Yamcha had never seen on her face before. "What, afraid he'll blame you?" Bulma took a sip of her coffee. "I'd rather my boyfriend with all his strength stop hiding in the gravity room punching sandbags all day and be a hero instead." She set down the coffee cup and lifted her chin. "I'm proud of it." Yamcha was stunned. The image of Bulma in his mind was being gradually overwritten by the real woman before him. The Bulma in the original work, willful, vain, and fickle, was a symbolic portrayal by Toriyama. But that didn't change the fact that Bulma Briefs was a woman who at 17 ventured alone into the wilderness to search for the Dragon Balls and even dared to flip off Frieza. What she admired was never sheer power, but a sense of security and responsibility. No wonder in the original story she ultimately chose that proud, almost insane Saiyan prince. A thought flashed through Yamcha's mind, more resolute than any system task. "I will never let you have Vegeta." "Bulma." "Moi. The World Martial Arts Tournament is on Papaya Island in 2 months. Yamcha tossed his towel into the laundry basket. "I'm not planning to fly there." Bulma blinked. "So you're going to walk?" From West City to the southern Papaya Island is thousands of kilometers in a straight line with an ocean in between. "Yes, I'll train as I go." Yamcha rolled his shoulders. "I've hit a plateau with the gravity room. The stimulation of outdoor environments might be what I need to break through." Bulma was silent for 2 seconds. Yamcha had already prepared a speech to counter her objections. "All right." "Huh. I said all right, are your ears deaf from training?" Bulma rolled her eyes. "I've been monitoring the gravity room data. In the last 2 weeks your power growth has leveled off. Continuing to grind in there is a waste of time. From a scientific standpoint, changing your training environment and stimuli can help break through the adaptation bottleneck." She added, "Am not an unreasonable woman." Yamcha looked at her. Bulma felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze and turned her face away. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and pack." Before she could finish, she was lifted horizontally into his arms. "Hey, what are you doing? Put me down." Yamcha. Bulma pounded on his chest, her face instantly flushing crimson. Ignoring her struggles, Yamcha strode upstairs. "You bastard. At least close the lab door." Behind them, the automatic door slid shut. Mrs. Briefs passing by the corridor with a tray of snacks saw this through the glass. She covered her mouth with a silent laugh before turning to find her husband for a game of cards. The next morning before dawn, Yamcha was already fully dressed, standing before the gates of Capsule Corporation. An orange martial arts uniform, a blue belt, and black martial arts boots. At his waist hung a small cloth pouch containing a bag and several capsules. Yamcha took one last look at the building behind him. A light was on in a second-floor window. The curtain stirred briefly before being quickly drawn shut. He did not look back, stepping into the morning mist. Over the next 2 months, Yamcha would journey south from West City, training while completing the system's temporary tasks. While crossing the desert of the central continent, he practiced his fists in a sandstorm at 50 degrees Celsius, deconstructing and reassembling every movement of the new Wolf Fang fist, infusing it with the mysteries of Qi. Traversing the dense forest region, he hunted mutated beasts with his bare hands. Upon reaching the southern coastline, he plunged into the deep sea, conducting pressure resistance training for the Kamehameha under 100 meters of water. A blue light exploded on the ocean floor, scattering schools of fish for dozens of kilometers. The numbers on the panel kept climbing. 3388, 3620, 3971. Each increment was accompanied by torn muscles and tempered bones. There was no Saiyans near-death power boost. No shortcuts. Only an Earthling climbing step by step. Age 756, May 6th. Papaya Island in the southern seas. The rain was falling heavily, blanketing the entire island in a thin mist. The docks of Papaya Island were packed with people. Ferry after ferry docked, and people, some with umbrellas, some in raincoats, some bare-chested in the rain, poured out of the cabins, making their way up the stone steps toward the tournament venue. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. The organizer was an unknown wealthy man who reportedly spent billions to lease the entire island. Tickets had been sold out a month prior. The reason was simple. In the previous tournaments, Final Tien Shinhan and Son Goku had fought a battle beyond human comprehension, with the match video viewed over 100 million times worldwide. For the first time, people realized how powerful martial artists could truly be. In comparison, the other two major martial arts tournaments seemed pitifully inferior. The so-called super genius fighter, Babuda, was eliminated in the first round of the world tournament. In his post-match interview, he stubbornly claimed his opponent had fouled, drawing ridicule from netizens for an entire year. Thus, there were actually fewer contestants registered for this edition. The contestants were not unwilling to come, they dared not. Yet the audience had multiplied several times over, all drawn by the rumors of a clash between titans. At the rear of the martial arts arena, in the contestant registration area, Lan Shi held a large light blue umbrella. The turtle hermit, donning a black hat, a black shirt, and sunglasses, squinted as he fixed his gaze on the entrance. A look of worry clouded Lan Shi's face. The turtle hermit adjusted his sunglasses, his gaze sweeping over the registering fighters. A muscular man in a tight suit was stretching against a corner, his muscles bulging. Another youth with an afro was bouncing in place to warm up, though he was merely at the level of an ordinary martial artist. The quality of this batch isn't great, the turtle hermit muttered under his breath. Lan Shi peered towards the entrance. Master Roshi, will Goku and the others really come? Relax, that kid won't miss it. The turtle hermit's tone was resolute. For Goku, the tournament is like a meat bun. Oh, hell comes sniffing it out. As his words faded, a car pulled up to the curb. The door flew open, and a small blue cat was the first to fly out. We're here. Has Master Yamcha arrived yet? Following closely was Oolong, wearing a shirt, and finally Bulma emerged. Yo, Bulma. The turtle hermit's eyes lit up as he strode over. Long time no see. You've gotten even prettier. Bulma glanced at him. Ha, Master Roshi, you haven't changed a bit. Hee. The turtle hermit chuckled dryly, his gaze drifting past Bulma, looking left and right. Where's Yamcha? He didn't come with you? Bulma then explained. Pure flew up to the turtle hermit, puffing out his little chest. Master told me before he left that he would definitely arrive before the tournament begins. The turtle hermit was silent for a few seconds. He took off his sunglasses, wiped the rain mist from the lenses, and put them back on. He knew Yamcha all too well. His talent wasn't lacking, but his character carried a certain frivolity, and he tended to back down when facing powerful foes. Yet the turtle hermit hadn't expected him to undertake such arduous training. From West City to Papaya Island, the straight-line distance was thousands of kilometers, with a continuous stretch of mountain ranges and an entire ocean in between. It seems the shadow of Piccolo Daimao is greater than I imagined. The turtle hermit murmured. He recalled the moment in that battle when he had exhausted his life force to use the evil containment wave, successfully sealing the great demon king. Although the Dragon Balls had revived him afterward, the terror of facing death was etched into everyone's bones. Goku had gone to the lookout. Tien Shinhan and Krillin were nowhere to be found, and now even Yamcha had begun to temper himself with such extreme methods. These youngsters were pushing themselves even harder than he had in his day. However, even if the Demon King's son Piccolo truly showed up at the tournament, he probably wouldn't be a match for Goku anymore. That kid had spent nearly 3 years on the lookout. Heaven knows what kind of monster he had become. He really wanted to see it. 3 years to sharpen a blade. He wondered what these brats would unveil. For a moment, the turtle hermit's expression turned serious, revealing the profound depth of a martial arts master. Then his gaze uncontrollably drifted downward. The dress Bulma was wearing today was cinched at the waist, the curves below the waistline vividly outlined. Ahem. The turtle hermit cleared his throat and subtly shuffled 2 steps closer to Bulma. Before his hand could even extend, "You old pervert, you won't get away with it." Bulma delivered a black mamba strike, leaving an elbow print on the turtle hermit's nose. Ow ow. The turtle hermit crouched down, clutching his face. It hurts so much. Oolong cowered behind his expression, screaming, "I knew it." Lan Chi covered her face with both hands, unable to bear the sight. "Serves you right." Bulma tossed her hair and smoothed her skirt. The rain continued to fall. The atmosphere was far from harmonious. Under the same sky, they gradually felt the rain change. Suddenly, the turtle hermit turned his head, a martial arts master's instinct, sensing a powerful presence approaching. Through the curtain of rain, a figure broke through the low clouds, descending straight down. An orange martial arts uniform torn in several places, the fabric of the wristbands frayed to the point of unraveling. But the man stood there, exuding immense presence. "Hey, Master Roshi, and everyone, how have you been?" Yamcha landed his saw, splashing into the puddles, sending up a ring of water. He stood there, his gaze sweeping the crowd, before finally settling on Bulma. Bulma had already taken a step forward. Just one step, her umbrella forgotten, the rain beating down on her. "Hey Yamcha, what happened to your long hair?" "Well, I cut it off." Bulma grabbed the collar of Yamcha's martial arts uniform, pulling him down to her level, then wrapped her arms around him. The rain was loud. Yamcha hugged her back, lowering his head, his chin resting on her shoulder. Pure flew in frantic circles nearby, anxious but afraid to interrupt, finally turning into a small ball hovering in midair, his eyes sparkling. Oolong held his umbrella over his own head, looking up at the sky with an expression that said, "I see nothing." The turtle hermit didn't move. He stood there, adjusting his black-framed sunglasses. As the master of the turtle school, he had seen no small number of martial artists in his life. Goku, Krillin. He had watched them all grow up and knew their respective energies well. But this Yamcha before him. 3 years ago, this kid's energy was extremely rough, like charcoal burning to its end. There was force, but it couldn't stabilize. But this energy now. The turtle hermit made a rough estimate in his mind, and the result gave him a slight pause. This kid's energy had already surpassed that of old Piccolo Daimao from 3 years ago. And the Crane School's Bukujutsu. When had Yamcha learned that? No, that's not the point. The point is, this kid. The turtle hermit murmured the second half of the sentence left unsaid. Lan Chi quietly moved closer. "Master Roshi, what's wrong?" "Nothing." The turtle hermit stroked his chin again. "This tournament is going to be exceptionally exciting." The rain continued to fall. Water dripped from the edges of the registration area canopy as a few staff members rubbed their hands behind the table. Bulma closed her umbrella, shook the raindrops from her blue hair, and took a half step back to appraise Yamcha. Pure orbited Yamcha 3 times, so excited his tail seemed about to wag off. "Master, you learned to fly? When you came down from the sky just now, it was so cool, so cool." "It's just the Bukujutsu, I figured it out on the way." Yamcha replied casually. The turtle hermit adjusted his sunglasses, but said nothing. The Bukujutsu was the Crane School's signature technique. This kid just figured it out on the way. Either he was exceptionally gifted or his control over ki had reached a certain level. Not far away, a balloon drifted over from the direction of the registration area. A little girl with a ponytail chased after it on tiptoe, rain pelting her face on the verge of tears. My balloon. The wind that day seemed fiercer than in the original story. The balloon was swept higher and higher by the gusts, about to disappear into the gray clouds. A blue figure flashed through the rain curtain. Unbelievably fast. Everyone only saw an afterimage streak overhead, and then the balloon's string was firmly pinched in a hand. The figure landed in front of the little girl, crouched down, and handed the balloon back. "Here, hold on to it tighter next time." The little girl took the balloon, staring blankly at the person before her, forgetting to say thank you. Rainwater streamed down the person's spiky black hair, a grin stretching from ear to ear across his face. Blue clothes, a white headband. "This person." Bulma was the first to react, pointing at the figure, her voice rising. "Could it be your Goku?" Son Goku stood up and turned around. Rainwater slid down his jawline. His face had shed all childishness, the features sharply defined. His height had shot up dramatically with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his clothes stretched taut by his wide back. The little kid, who was shorter than a table 3 years ago, now stood before everyone, a head taller than the turtle hermit. The whole scene was silent for 2 seconds. Seeing this, Son Goku scratched his head. Minazen, of course, him Son Goku. This is way too tall. Oolong's mouth formed an O shape. What have you been eating? Maybe the food at the Temple of the Gods is just better. As the rain ceased, Son Goku unwrapped his headband. Master Roshi removed his sunglasses, scrutinizing Goku carefully. Then he put his sunglasses back on. The boy's ki was unfathomably deep. Master Roshi. Son Goku ran over and bowed deeply before him. Long time no see. Master Roshi acknowledged with a nod, his tone steadier than before. You've grown up. Goku's gaze swept across the group, finally resting on Yamcha. Their eyes met. Goku's pupils contracted slightly, then a grin spread across his face. Yamcha, you've gotten so much stronger. So have you, Goku. Just a few simple words. Yet the exchange of information between the two martial artists was complete in an instant. Goku could sense the powerful ki radiating from Yamcha. Yamcha could also perceive that beneath Goku's seemingly relaxed demeanor, every muscle was in a state of perfect readiness. However, Goku's ki didn't seem drastically different from the original timeline, perhaps even slightly higher. Translated, that was about 290 in power level. Seems I was overthinking things. The deviation from the original plot hadn't affected the future much. Yo, everyone's here. Yamcha looked up to see the Earth's F3 of the Dragon Ball world arriving. Krillin wore a baseball cap, followed by Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu. Tien maintained his usual stoic expression, his 3 eyes scanning the crowd, before he gave a slight nod in greeting. Kaiatsu floated beside his shoulder, shyly waving at everyone. Krillin first spotted Goku pausing in surprise. Goku, is that you, Goku? How did you get so tall? It's not fair. Why can you grow and I can't? Haha, Krillin, you're still the same. Same? I've gotten way stronger. Krillin patted his bald head, his eyes brimming with confidence. Tien walked up to Yamcha and stopped. Neither spoke. Tien studied Yamcha for 2 seconds, then gave a nod. Yamcha nodded in return. The communication between martial artists was that succinct. Master Roshi watched the young warriors gather, filled with emotion, then suddenly clapped his hands. All right, let's go register first. It's almost closing time. The group snapped back to the task at hand. A crowd of them surged toward the registration desk. The staff, intimidated by the formidable aura of the contestants, stamped the forms with trembling hands. With 20 minutes to spare, everyone was registered. That evening at the only decent restaurant on Papaya Island, the round table was laden with dishes and Goku and Oolong were fighting over the last piece of grilled meat. Krillin guarded his soup bowl nearby while Tien sat alone at one corner, eating slowly and deliberately as Kaiatsu served him food. Bulma sat beside Yamcha, occasionally poking his arm with her chopsticks. Eat less meat and more vegetables. Got it. Master Roshi sipped his beer, squinting at the group. Launch sat across from them, eating her white rice in small bites, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Tien. Despite the lively atmosphere, everyone knew that starting tomorrow those sitting at the same table would become opponents. Late at night, in the contestant dormitory, a twin room, Krillin lay on the left bed, turning over to find Goku still awake on the opposite bed. Goku, you're still awake. Goku lay with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Can't sleep. What's wrong? Just thinking about all the strong fighters ill face tomorrow. It gets me too excited. Goku sat up, clenching his fists, a pure, unadulterated smile on his face. Yamcha, Tien, and you, Krillin. Everyone feels so much stronger. Krillin smiled, too, lying back with his hands behind his head. Yeah, it's been 3 years. I really want to see how much everyone has improved. He paused, turning his head. Hey, Goku, tomorrow I'll show you the results of my 3 years of training. Great. Goku lay back down, but his eyes remained open. A crack ran across the ceiling, and rainwater seeped in, forming a small stain. Gazing at the stain, Goku's mind drifted to Mr. Popo's face at the Temple of the Gods. When defending, be as still as the sky. When attacking, be swifter than lightning. Just 2 simple phrases. After nearly 3 years of training in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber and at the Temple of the Gods, Goku had only just begun to grasp the threshold of that state. Achieving it was no easy feat. But tomorrow was the day to test the results. Krillin, moi. Good luck tomorrow. You too. Krillin turned off the light. Moonlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating the massive dome of the Papaya Island Martial Arts Arena. But atop the arena, a pair of eyes gazed at the night sky. A white cloak fluttered in the wind. The next day, May 7th. At dawn, the area outside the arena was already packed. In the backstage corridor, a staff member shouted through a megaphone. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Preliminaries begin now. All contestants enter immediately. Inside the arena was a massive coliseum. 8 stone platforms were arranged in a row, each 15 meters square, with white lines marking the out-of-bounds area. The preliminary rules were simple: being knocked off the platform or losing consciousness meant elimination. 72 contestants were randomly divided into 8 groups, and through knockout rounds, only 8 would advance to the main tournament. The rules were brutally straightforward. The announcer shouted over the loudspeaker, "Round 1 begin." On platform 1, Yamcha stood on the stage not even assuming a fighting stance. His opponent was a burly man over 2 meters tall, muscles bulging with 3 gold medals hanging around his neck. Reportedly, he was a 3-time champion of the Southern District Fighting Championship. The giant slapped his chest and looked down at Yamcha. Kid, I hate good-looking guys, so don't blame me if I. Platform 1, Yamcha wins. The referee called it out a second later, stunned. Murmurs rippled through the audience. Did that guy do anything? Why did that big guy just jump off? On platform 2, Krillin faced 3 opponents, each taking their turn. The first charged in. Krillin sidestepped, delivered a knife hand strike to the back of his neck, and sent the man flying off the platform into the 3rd row of the audience. The second opponent, seeing this, went weak in the knees and raised his hand in surrender. The third had some martial arts foundation, unleashing a decent combination of punches. Krillin blocked every attack with a single index finger, then flicked the man's forehead. The opponent flew 15 meters. Platform 3 was even more exaggerated. Tien stood motionless from start to finish. Every opponent who charged within a 3-meter radius was sent flying by an invisible wall of ki. The referee couldn't even see what happened. Platform 4. Son Goku chatted cheerfully with his opponent. That move of yours is pretty interesting. Do it again. The opponent was in tears. He had used his ultimate technique 3 times already, and each time this long-haired kid dodged it effortlessly, all while wearing a sincere smile. I surrender. As expected in the end, just like in the original story, King Chappa lost to Goku once more. On platform 5, a young woman with a ponytail kicked her opponent clean off the platform. Her movements were crisp and clean, a textbook example of the Turtle School's leg techniques. Master Roshi pushed up his sunglasses in the audience, his mouth twitching slightly. Could she be? Gyatso's match was slightly more complicated. He stood on ring 6 using his supernatural abilities to overturn 4 opponents in succession, but then, ring 6 Jiaozi eliminated. Tao Pai Pai advances. Tien Shinhan, having just finished his own match, turned to witness this scene. His 3 eyes narrowed simultaneously. That man, a metallic eye patch, half a human face, half mechanical, with a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. Tao Pai Pai, the younger brother of Tsurusunin, the world's #1 assassin. 3 years ago, after being kicked away by Son Goku, he underwent a transformation into a semi-mechanical body and made a comeback. Tisk, living in that grotesque form, what's the point? Yamcha, watching from ring 1, muttered with a slight twitch of his lips. The preliminaries concluded entirely within 2 hours. 8 rings, 8 victors. There was no suspense. Ordinary martial artists couldn't even last a single round against this group. The announcer's voice had gone hoarse, and the atmosphere in the stands had reached a boiling point. The skill level at this tournament is absolutely terrifying. Those wearing the martial arts uniforms are disciples of the Turtle School, and they're performing remarkably well. A staff member stood at the center of the arena. The list of the final 8 was revealed. Yamcha's son Goku, Tien Shinhan, Kuririn, Ma Jr. Xian, Tao Pai Pai, and the mysterious girl. When Son Goku saw the name, Xian, his expression remained unchanged, but his body tensed slightly for an instant. Yamcha, on the other hand, smiled faintly, a charming curve on his lips. He knew exactly who Ma Jr. was. As the reincarnation of old Piccolo, now the great demon King Piccolo, who would ultimately become the future babysitter for the Sun family. It was a story too long to tell. But what surprised him the most wasn't this, but rather the just-drawn match order. First match, Tao Pai Pai vs. Ma Jr. Second match, Xian vs. Tien Shinhan. Third match, Yamcha vs. Son Goku. Fourth match, Kuririn vs. the mysterious girl. Yamcha stared at the match list, his brow furrowing slightly. Something was wrong. In the original story, Yamcha remembered the matches should have been Tao Pai Pai vs. Tien Shinhan, Shishi vs. Son Goku, Piccolo vs. Kuririn, and Kami vs. Yamcha. Now the match table had completely changed. A butterfly effect. Or had someone tampered with it behind the scenes? Yamcha's gaze shifted from the screen, sweeping across the surrounding crowd. The stands were packed with people. But amidst those excited faces, he caught a few discordant auras. They weren't ordinary people. Those auras were deliberately suppressed, hidden within the crowd. And they carried a faint sense of malevolence, though he couldn't pinpoint their exact positions for now. Who could it be? Tsurusunin. No, he recognized that old man's aura. Yamcha withdrew his gaze and didn't pursue the investigation. After all, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be a match for him. The main tournament was about to begin, but before that he had one more thing to confirm. He focused his mind. A translucent panel materialized in his retina. Strongest Earthling system, host Yamcha, combat power, 5170 race, Earthling bound skills, New Wolf, Fong, Hurricane Fist, Spirit Ball, Kamehameha, Turtle School Fist Technique, Chi. Main quest 1, Yamcha will never be a meme. 2, champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yamcha leaned against the wall of the arena corridor, his gaze sweeping across the audience. What concerned him wasn't those auras themselves. In the world of Dragon Ball, there were plenty of powerful beings who could conceal their ki. Anyone who practiced Earth's martial arts could do it. Yamcha closed his eyes, pulling up memories from his past life. Jero, The Red Ribbon Army's chief, scientist, the father of the androids. That madman had gone into hiding after Goku destroyed the Red Ribbon Army, spending 20 years developing a series of androids. Excluding the movie versions, the most famous ones were Androids 16, 17, 18, O and Cell. And the way he collected battle data was through a micro-flying robot smaller than a bee. It had no aura, was nearly invisible to the naked eye, and could collect target cell samples and battle data from extremely long distances. In the original story, this thing followed the Z fighters around, constantly participating in almost the entire early battle process, except for the trip to Namek. Its secrets weren't revealed until Cell appeared, but by then it was already too late, because Cell was created using that very data and those cells. Yamcha opened his eyes. If this world was consistent with the original, that little bug was now inside this arena. He didn't make a fuss. Poir. The blue cat flew over immediately. Young master, do me a favor. Yamcha lowered his voice. Turn into a bee and fly a circle around the upper levels here. See if there's any strange little thing hovering in the air, a robot about the size of a bee. Poir tilted his head. What is the young master looking for? Just a bug, go on. Poir didn't understand, but he never questioned Yamcha's orders. With a poof, he turned into a small bee, buzzing off towards the upper area of the stands. Yamcha leaned back against the wall and waited. 10 minutes later, Poir flew back, reverted to his original form, and wore a strange expression. Young master, I found it. About 30 meters above the west side of the stands, there's a small silver robot with a red dot blinking on it. It was pointing right at the ring. When I got close, it even dodged automatically. Just as he thought. Yamcha didn't move immediately. He leaned against the corridor wall, looked up, and scanned the airspace above the west stands. Found it. Directly above the 17th row of the west stands a silver ellipsoid smaller than a fingernail, was suspended in the air, its shell reflecting a metallic luster. Beneath it, a red dot blinked at a fixed frequency, its lens aimed at the ring. Jiro's little toy, huh? Yamcha glanced down at the ground, picked up a pebble the size of a soybean, and weighed it in his fingertips. He raised his right hand, holding the pebble between his thumb and index finger. The moment the stone left his hand, it made a sound of breaking air, almost drowned out by the noise inside the arena. The silver ellipsoid exploded into 7 or 8 pieces in midair. Yamcha withdrew his hand and brushed the stone dust from his fingertips. Done. North City somewhere. Inside a cave in a nearby mountain range hundreds of meters deep underground. Numerous precision instruments lined the rock walls. Coolant flowed through pipes and servers hummed. A massive display screen covered the entire wall. On the screen, the image suddenly turned to static. ZZZT. A gaunt old man sat before the console, his gray hair disheveled. Dr. Jero. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, frozen in a typing position for 3 seconds. Signal lost. Jero pressed a few keys, trying to re-establish the connection. No response. He pressed another set, calling up the backup channel. Still static. It wasn't signal interference, the terminal itself had been destroyed. Jero's expression didn't change much, but the corners of his mouth pulled down slightly. Accidental damage. No, the shell of Reconnaissance Bug 13 was made of microcast titanium alloy with an impact resistance coefficient sufficient to withstand a direct hit from a small caliber bullet. He called up the last data frame transmitted by the Reconnaissance Bug. The image was frozen at 0.3 seconds before its destruction. In the center of the frame was a young man in an orange martial arts uniform. His direction was facing the lens. Jero stared at the face for 5 seconds. Yamcha, a disciple of the Turtle School, a quarter-finalist in the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Dr. Jero pulled up the data from his database, his fingers sliding quickly across the touchpad. But he wasn't angry, in fact, he was somewhat excited. The downward curve of his lips gradually lifted into a smile. Interesting. Another high-quality sample. He swiveled his chair to face another wall behind him. That wall had several large cultivation pods embedded in it, but they were all empty. Above each cultivation pod was a number. 13, 14, 18, 19, 20. Dr. Jero couldn't suppress his laughter. At the Papaya Island World Martial Arts Tournament venue, Yamcha remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the cavern, yet he harbored no need for such knowledge. A madman of Dr. Jero's caliber would never rely solely on a single insect for data collection. Public surveillance cameras, satellite signals, and even the mobile phone recordings of the live audience all served as his data sources. But at the very least, the direct acquisition of cellular samples and precise battle power readings had been temporarily severed. Young master, what exactly was that bug? Pure flew back, his face brimming with curiosity. Just a little toy from a twisted scientist. Yamcha patted Pure on the head. Forget about it. Let's go, the main tournament is about to start. The venue's public address system crackled to life again, the announcer's voice replaced by a new one. Ladies and gentlemen, the main tournament of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. The first match, Tao Pai Pai versus Ma Jr. A thunderous roar erupted from the audience. Yamcha walked to the exit of the competitor's tunnel, leaned against the doorframe, and cast his gaze towards the ring. Tao Pai Pai was already standing on the platform. His body was half mechanized, the character for kill emblazoned on his chest, and a grotesque expression twisted the remaining half of his human face. On the opposite side of the ring, a tall young man slowly ascended the stone steps. He wore a purple GI, had green skin, a white cape, and his head was wrapped in a turban. To the untrained eye, he appeared to be an ordinary martial artist. However, anyone with a modicum of power knew this man was not to be trifled with. Standing beside Yamcha's son, Goku watched Piccolo, his smile fading. Yet he did not reveal Piccolo's true identity. Yamcha, that man is strong. Yamcha offered no reply. He watched Ma Jr. step onto the ring. The man's eyes swept across the assembled fighters, finally pausing for a fleeting moment on Son Goku. The reincarnation of the great demon King Piccolo, a Namekian born with all the inherited knowledge of his past life. Unfortunately, Tao Pai Pai was still unaware of the monster he was about to face. He flexed his mechanical arm, the joints emitting a series of clicks, a sneer curling the corners of his mouth. "Referee, you may begin," Tao Pai Pai declared. "Match 1, begin." From the audience, the Crane Hermit shouted, "Junior, finish off this small fry quickly." A smirk played on Tao Pai Pai's lips. "Kid, you're really unlucky to face me, the world's greatest assassin, in the first round. But don't worry, I won't kill you." Piccolo remained silent. He simply looked down at his own palm, then clenched it into a fist. Witnessing this, Tao Pai Pai instantly exploded into motion, moving with a speed that left ordinary martial artists utterly unable to react. Undeniably, his speed was formidable. To the average person, it seemed as if only an afterimage materialized on the ring before the sound of tearing air reached their ears. The hydraulic system in his mechanical arm operated at full power. Tao Pai Pai's right fist shot out first, followed in rapid succession by a left elbow sweep, a knee strike, and a spinning kick. This combination of attacks flowed like water, each strike carrying the force of a thunderbolt. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. So fast. That Tao Pai Pai's speed is completely invisible. No wonder he's the world's #1 assassin. Inside the competitor's tunnel, Krillin's eyes widened, his fists clenching involuntarily. This guy has some skill. Tien Shinhan stood behind Krillin, his 3 eyes fixed intently on the ring. His expression was grim. After all, Tao Pai Pai was his uncle. As a former disciple of the Crane School, he knew the world's greatest assassin all too well. At one time, he had even set Tao Pai Pai as his own goal to strive for. Years ago, Goku had beaten him half to death, and now he had returned with a half-mechanical body. The power output, reaction, speed, and movements of this cyborg all surpassed the limits of the human body. "My uncle's strength is indeed greater than before," Tien murmured, his tone laced with complex emotions. On the ring, Tao Pai Pai's fists and feet continued their relentless assault, moving so fast they left 3 or 4 afterimages in the air. Each punch carried the amplified force of his machinery, powerful enough to send stone slabs flying when they struck the ground. But Piccolo merely shifted his body slightly in place. A left fist grazed past his shoulder. A right knee aimed for his abdomen, but he twisted his waist, causing the knee to slide harmlessly past his ribs. A spinning kick targeted his head, but he tilted his neck back by less than 5 centimeters. The wind pressure from the passing foot merely ruffled his white turban and nothing more. There was no blocking, no retreating. He didn't even raise his hands. Piccolo simply stood there, using the minimal possible movement of his body, causing every single one of Tao Pai Pai's attacks to miss completely. The cheers from the audience gradually shifted in tone. "That guy, how can he not be touched? Tao Pai Pai must have thrown dozens of punches and not one has landed." Witnessing this, Krillin let out an awkward laugh. He had just been assessing Tao Pai Pai's strength, thinking this cyborg was indeed formidable. But now he realized the issue wasn't whether Tao Pai Pai was strong. The problem was that the guy named Ma Jr. on the other side wasn't even trying. Yamcha leaned against the tunnel doorframe, arms crossed over his chest. He knew Tao Pai Pai's battle power was originally around 140. After the modifications, it was a notch higher, approximately 180, top tier by Earth's martial artist standards. But that was where it ended. Because his opponent was the Ma Jr. draped in a white cloak, standing on the ring. Piccolo. The reincarnation of the great demon King Piccolo, born from an egg carrying all the memories and power of his past life, who had also spent 3 years training. This level of disparity couldn't be bridged by a few mechanical devices. Super Rocket Punch. Tao Pai Pai roared, the casing of his mechanical arm suddenly flipping open to reveal a miniature rocket booster inside. Propelled by the thrust, his arm transformed into a streak of silver light, shooting straight for Piccolo's face. The speed of this punch was nearly double that of his previous attacks. Someone in the audience screamed. However, Piccolo's left hand finally rose. A single finger. He used his index finger to stop Tao Pai Pai's full-force mechanical fist. The rocket booster was still firing, but the fist remained frozen, unmoving. A moment of silence fell over the ring. Tao Pai Pai's pupils dilated. Impossible. He had been an assassin for half his life, and had seen countless powerful fighters with assassination records spanning the globe. Even after being beaten half to death by that boy with a tail, his rebuilt mechanical body possessed strength far exceeding human limits. But this man before him. No. Tao Pai Pai suddenly leaped back 3 paces. Who are you? Piccolo didn't answer. He kept his head lowered, his white turban swaying gently in the breeze. Besides that bastard Son Goku, are there guys like you in the world? Cold sweat beaded on Tao Pai Pai's back. But after only a second of hesitation, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he bared his teeth in a grin. If you've got some skill, kid, don't be too arrogant. His left arm revealed an internal metal tube. At the opening of the tube, a yellow sphere of energy began to condense rapidly. Tao Pai Pai was never a pure martial artist. His left arm revealed an internal metal tube. At the opening of the tube, a yellow sphere of energy began to condense rapidly. Tao Pai Pai was never a pure martial artist. Someone in the audience shouted, "What is that? Does he have a cannon hidden in his arm?" In the competitor's corridor, Tien Shinhan's expression shifted. Dodon Ray. Tien Shinhan uttered the name in a low voice. Master Shun has integrated the Crane School's killing technique directly into the mechanical conduit. Krillin turned his head to look at him. Dodon Ray. Doesn't that mean it's even more powerful than the Kamehameha? At equal power levels, its destructive force indeed surpasses the Kamehameha. Tien Shinhan's third eye narrowed slightly. The Dodon Ray is renowned for its piercing power, amplified further by the machinery. On the tournament stage, the yellow sphere of energy swelled to the size of a basketball, the metal tube glowing red-hot from the heat. Super Dodon Ray. Tao Pai Pai roared, and a beam of light shot forth from the barrel. That yellow beam, thicker than an arm, tore through the air above the arena. The stone floor cracked into 2 fissures from the blast wave, debris flying everywhere. People in the front rows of the audience were pushed back by the shockwave, some screaming and covering their faces. The beam hurtled straight for Majunia's chest. Then, Piccolo raised his right hand. That same index finger. The tip of his finger touched the very center of the beam. That super Dodon Ray, powerful enough to pierce steel, exploded into a shower of scattered light particles at his fingertip. The entire venue gasped. Tao Pai Pai's mouth remained agape from his earlier roar. How is this possible? This so-called assassin should just surrender now. The audience was jolted back to reality by these words, erupting into a long-suppressed clamor. This Majunia is incredible. 1 finger? He's used only 1 finger the entire time. Isn't Tao Pai Pai supposed to be the world's greatest assassin? Even this. On the stage, Tao Pai Pai's face contorted. He had been an assassin his whole life and knew best what absolute disparity in power meant. Logic told him that this person before him was an opponent he could not possibly handle. But the word surrender did not exist in Tao Pai Pai's vocabulary. Surrender meant admitting defeat. Admitting defeat meant utter ruin of his reputation. The title of the world's greatest assassin was his very life. Ha ha ha. Tao Pai Pai lowered his head, his shoulders shaking as he let out a sinister laugh. Surrender? Are you telling me what to do? The mechanical casing on his right arm suddenly ejected and fell off, entirely scattering across the stage with a clatter. What was revealed was a 20-centimeter-long alloy short blade. Tao Pai Pai lunged his body low to the ground, the tip of the blade aimed directly at Piccolo's throat. His speed was faster than any attack before, for in this move he held nothing back. The assassin's final gambit. Whoosh. Someone in the audience screamed, oi, others covered their eyes. But the blade stopped. Piccolo's left-hand fingers spread wide grasped the blade directly. The alloy blade was clamped motionless in his palm. You? Tao Pai Pai gripped the handle tightly, veins bulging on his wrist, but the blade in Piccolo's hand could neither advance nor retreat. The atmosphere in the audience had completely changed. He drew a weapon. How can weapons be used in the World Martial Arts Tournament? This is against the rules. Boos rained down everywhere. Master Shun in the audience had a grim face, but remained silent. By the stage, the referee, drenched in cold sweat, raised his flag, his voice trembling. See, competitor Tao Pai Pai has used a weapon. A serious violation. He is disqualified. The winner of this match is competitor Majunia. Tao Pai Pai was disqualified. But Piccolo did not stop. He applied force with the left hand, holding the blade, shattering the alloy short knife into 3 pieces that clattered to the ground. Tao Pai Pai stepped back half a step. Just half a step. Because Piccolo's right hand had already clamped onto his mechanical arm, the force so great that the conduit burst directly. Tao Pai Pai had been an assassin his whole life. Countless people had worn that expression before him. He never imagined that one day he would see that expression on his own face. Who are you? Piccolo tilted his head, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Since you've already been disqualified. Piccolo released Tao Pai Pai's arm, who stumbled backward, still unsteady. Then it shouldn't matter if I kill you. Tao Pai Pai was quick to react. The assassin's instinct took over his body in the final moment. He leaned back, sharply pushed off the ground with his feet, and flew towards the outside of the arena at top speed. Run. He had to run. But his body had barely lifted half a meter off the ground when a hand was already pressed against his abdomen. Piccolo had followed him unseen. Too slow. Piccolo's fist sank into Tao Pai Pai's abdomen. Tao Pai Pai's mouth gaped open, unable to make a sound. His eyes bulged and his facial muscles spasmed. Piccolo withdrew his fist. Tao Pai Pai's body began to fall through the air, but he never hit the ground. Piccolo leaned back half a step and opened his mouth. A purple orb of energy rapidly condensed within his mouth, its light illuminating the space above the arena. Mouth blast. A violet beam shot forth from Piccolo's mouth over a meter in diameter, engulfing Tao Pai Pai's falling body. The beam lasted less than a second. Boom. A corner of the stone arena was sheared off by the blast wave. When the purple light faded, only a small scorched black mark remained where Tao Pai Pai had stood. A few mechanical parts lay scattered on the ground, still emitting wisps of smoke. Nothing else remained. The world's greatest assassin Tao Pai Pai was utterly erased from this world. Piccolo turned to face the referee. "Hey, referee." His tone even carried a hint of impatience. He drew his blade first. "It's fine that I killed him, right?" The referee's mouth opened and closed several times, his Adam's apple bobbing. He looked at the scorched mark on the stage, then at Piccolo's eyes. "And no problem. Competitor Tao Pai Pai first violated the rules by using a weapon. Competitor Majunya's actions constitute justifiable self-defense." Even he did not believe his own words. But no one in the venue stepped forward to refute them. In a corner of the audience, Master Shun's face was ashen. His mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. Junior. His most prized junior reduced to nothing but ash. Yet he dared not rush forward for revenge. Piccolo swept his gaze towards the competitor's corridor, his eyes lingering on Son Goku for a second. Then he averted his gaze and stepped down from the stage. His white cloak traced an arc in the wind. Inside the competitor's corridor, Krillin swallowed hard. His back was drenched in cold sweat, his martial arts uniform clinging unpleasantly to his skin. "This guy is ruthless." Tien Shinhan said nothing. His three eyes were fixed on the scorch mark on the stage, revealing no emotion. Tao Pai Pai was his uncle. Though he had long broken ties with the Crane School, though Tao Pai Pai was a despicable assassin, he was still the man who had watched him grow up. And now barely any bones remained. Tien Shinhan clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, then slowly released them one by one. He said nothing. Yamcha leaned against the doorframe, withdrawing his gaze from Piccolo's departing back. Piccolo's combat power. That entire sequence from grabbing Tao Pai Pai to releasing the mouth blast was impeccably executed. It seems he has undergone even more brutal training compared to the original story. Yamcha made a rough estimation in his mind. The lower limit of this Piccolo's strength is at least on par with Goku. As for the upper limit, it's hard to say. Sun Wukong stood beside him, having not moved at all. Yet Yamcha noticed that the muscles in Sun Wukong's shoulders were taut, and his martial arts shoes were slightly gripping the ground. It was excitement. This battle maniac's first reaction upon seeing Piccolo display such power was actually joy. "Wukong. Moi. Do you know that Majunya?" Sun Wukong was silent for 2 seconds, then gave a smile. That smile was different from usual. It lacked some innocence and carried an indescribable something else. "Yeah, you could say that." Sun Wukong only said this much. The venue's public address system sounded again. The announcer's voice was noticeably weaker than before, lacking vigor. "The first match is over. Majunya wins. Next up, the second match. Fighter Sien versus Fighter Tien Shinhan." Tien Shinhan turned and walked toward the arena. As he passed by Yamcha, he paused. Yamcha watched his back. "Be careful. That old man is no pushover." Tien Shinhan said nothing more and strode toward the arena. At the entrance on the other side, an old man slowly emerged. From the passage on the other side of the arena, an old man walked out. Calling him old, he was actually just past middle age, with a gaunt frame and wearing a crumpled white shirt. The most absurd thing was his gait. His legs swung about like noodles, his upper body swayed left and right, and his head bobbed to a rhythm, looking exactly like a duck learning to walk. The audience erupted instantly. "What's this? How did this old man make it to the top 8? He must have pulled some strings. Look, he tripped on his own pant leg. Ha ha ha." Laughter rose and fell. Even the popcorn vendor in the corner of the venue stopped to watch the spectacle. The referee in sunglasses raised his microphone, his voice booming. "This is Fighter Sien, competing in the World Martial Arts Tournament for the first time." The referee shifted tone. "And his opponent Tien Shinhan is the champion of the previous tournament. I'm sure none of you are strangers to him. His final match against Sun Wukong remains the most watched video on global martial arts channels. How many moves do you think this newcomer can withstand against the champion?" The announcer's wording was already polite. In plain terms, it meant this old man was here purely to be a sacrificial lamb. Near the front left of the audience, a rotund, short young man sat with his arms crossed, his expression extremely sour. Yajirobe. A katana hung at his waist. Hearing the jeers around him, he muttered, "A bunch of fools." He had the right to curse. Because in the preliminaries, it was this old man who looked like he could fall apart at any moment that knocked him out cold with a single headbutt. A single headbutt. Yajirobe hadn't even seen how the old man moved. He just felt a blur before his eyes, a blow to his forehead, and then he knew nothing more. When he woke up, he was already lying in the medical room with a nurse asking if he needed an ice pack. What is the most humiliating thing in the world? It wasn't losing, it was losing without even knowing how. He was unwilling, of course. But where Yajirobe was smarter than most was knowing that being unwilling was useless. The oppressive force his body had felt in that instant couldn't be faked by coincidence. So that old man's strength was so deep that he couldn't even fathom its bottom. Forget it. Anyway, there are unluckier guys to take the fall for me. On the arena, Tien Shinhan. 3 eyes, bald head, yellow short-sleeved martial arts uniform, green martial arts pants. Standing at the edge of the arena, arms hanging naturally at his sides, breathing steadily. Outside the competitor passage, Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses. This kid. Master Roshi muttered half a sentence. This wasn't Tien Shinhan's first tournament, but compared to 3 years ago, his entire demeanor had completely transformed. 3 years ago, Tien Shinhan was strong, but he carried a restless energy, too focused on winning or losing every move, reeking of I need to prove myself. Now that was gone. He stood there unhurried, unruffled, unmoving. I move not until the enemy moves, Master Roshi recited. This is one of the hardest things for a martial artist to achieve. Lunch had also at some point turned into her blonde-haired form, cheering incessantly for Tien Shinhan. On the arena, Kami finally reached his position, nearly tripping over his own feet. He leaned over, panting a few times, then looked up at Tien Shinhan with a beaming smile. Young man, please go easy on me. Another wave of laughter erupted from the audience. Tien Shinhan did not laugh. His 3 eyes locked onto the old man opposite him, the pupil of the third eye on his forehead constricting slightly. The referee gave the command. Second match, fighter Sien versus fighter Tien Shinhan begin. Tien Shinhan did not move. Kami did not move either. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The evening breeze blew in from the sea, sweeping across the arena, stirring Kami's clothes and Tien Shinhan's belt. Beyond that, nothing changed on the field. Restlessness stirred in the audience. Fight. Why are you both just standing there? Is Tien Shinhan too shy to hit an old man? Hurry up, I've already finished my drink. But the expressions of those in the competitor passage were completely different. Krillin's palms were slick with sweat. He could sense that the air between the two people on the arena was unlike anything around them. It was as if something intangible was colliding. Sun Wukong's smile had also faded. He stood with arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently on the arena. Yamcha leaned against the doorframe. He was also watching Kami. Sien. In the original story, this was Kami possessing an ordinary human named Sien to participate in the tournament. Kami's goal wasn't to win the championship, but to seal Piccolo. But now the matchups had changed. Kami's first opponent had shifted from the original Yamcha to Tien Shinhan. How would this match unfold? Yamcha wasn't sure. Because in the original, Kami's fight against Yamcha was a complete rout, but Tien Shinhan was different. Having undergone even more rigorous training than in the original, Tien Shinhan's battle power was now around 250, undoubtedly surpassing Kami's 220. His strength had already reached the level of the beginning of Dragon Ball Z. On the arena, Kami still wore that grinning expression, tilting his head as he looked at Tien Shinhan. Young man, aren't you going to make the first move? Tien Shinhan didn't move. His 3 eyes were fixed on the old man's movements. Senior, from the moment you stepped onto this arena until now, your breathing hasn't changed once. Kami's smile faltered for a moment. When you walked with that gait, your center of gravity was always exactly in the middle of the line between your feet. Tien Shinhan's third eye widened slightly, deliberately showing openings to bait me into attacking first. That trick might work on ordinary people. Kami fell silent. The noise from the audience faded away. Although most people couldn't understand what Tien Shinhan was saying, everyone sensed the shift in atmosphere. On the arena, Kami slowly straightened his back. His spine unfurled vertebra by vertebra, instantly adding over 10 centimeters to his height. The smile remained, but his eyes had changed. Not bad. You young people these days are far more impressive than I imagined. He clasped his hands behind his back, his aura still restrained, but his stance was now completely different. That old man. He's like a different person, someone in the audience whispered. Tien Shinhan didn't respond. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He moved. Tien Shinhan took his first step, and the entire arena shook. His speed wasn't particularly fast, but the placement, angle, and timing of each step were flawless. He threw his first punch. Kami sidestepped to avoid it. Tien Shinhan's second punch followed immediately, while his right leg swept out, sealing off Kami's escape route. Kami didn't retreat. He took half a step forward, entering Tien Shinhan's blind spot, and simultaneously slid his right palm along the inside of Tien Shinhan's forearm, giving a gentle push. Tien Shinhan's entire arm was deflected off course by this force, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Those in the audience who knew their martial arts drew a sharp breath. There was no panic in Tien Shinhan's eyes. As his arm was pushed aside, his elbow had already changed direction, slicing upward from below toward Kami's chin. Fast. Kami tilted his head back, and the elbow tip grazed past the tip of his beard. In just 3 seconds of their exchange, they had already traded 7 or 8 moves. The speed of the two fighters increased exponentially. Tianjin Fan's rhythm of attack was layered with punches, elbows, and knees rotating in succession. Each strike did not seek absolute power, but instead exploited the gaps in the Tianjin's techniques, forcing the opponent to constantly adjust their center of gravity. The Tianjin responded with remarkable composure. His boxing technique was dense and his footwork agile, effortlessly neutralizing every attack from Tianjin Fan with minimal movement. Tilting his head, shifting his shoulder, twisting his waist, his movements never exceeded what was strictly necessary. 20 moves. 100 moves. Hundreds of moves passed. The trajectory of their movements on the arena grew increasingly expansive, cracks appearing on the stone slabs beneath their feet. The commentator's voice had completely changed pitch. Oh my. Ladies and gentlemen, how many exchanges has this been? The back and forth, the speed of the offense and defense has left my eyes struggling to keep up. This is truly a textbook-level battle of offense and defense. All the spectators stood up. No one mocked the old man anymore. However, as time passed, the situation on the arena began to show subtle changes. Yamcha was the first to notice. Tianjin Fan's breathing rhythm remained almost unchanged. 3 years of training had honed his physical abilities and chi to their peak, and he was far from reaching his limit in this intensity of exchange. But the Tianjin was different. His footwork remained exquisite and his boxing technique continued to be dense, yet the frequency of his breathing had noticeably increased. The Tianjin's embodiment had its limitations, and a mortal body could not bear the full output of the Tianjin's power. Tianjin Fan is bound to win, Yamcha murmured. Goku glanced at him without rebuttal. In the arena, after another series of exchanges, the Tianjin's labored breaths became audible. He stepped back a few paces, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Tianjin Fan halted his assault, standing 3 meters away. He did not pursue. Senior Tianjin Fan's voice remained calm. Your stamina is nearing its limit. Oh. The Tianjin gasped a few times, a smile still on his face, yet the light in his eyes had grown considerably heavier compared to when the match began. Young man, you observe very keenly. It's time to concede. Tianjin Fan said. The Tianjin shook his head. No, I have things that I must accomplish here. Then forgive me. Tianjin Fan suddenly crossed his hands in front of him. Solar fist. A burst of white light erupted. The entire arena was engulfed in a sphere of radiance, its intensity far exceeding that of 3 years prior. The front 3 rows of the audience all covered their eyes, some shrank back in horror, and even the commentator wearing sunglasses pressed the microphone to his face to block the light. The Tianjin's pupils rapidly constricted in the blinding light, his visual system overloaded in an instant. Instinctively, he recoiled, shielding his face with his arms. But Tianjin Fan had already vanished. Behind you. The Tianjin locked onto Tianjin Fan's position through his sense of chi, which was coming from behind. The presence approached from the right rear with incredible speed. A knife hand strike. The Tianjin's body twisted, instantly disappearing just before the strike landed. His speed was so quick that even after being blinded by the solar fist, he still evaded the attack with precision. Tianjin Fan's knife hand strike missed, yet his expression showed no sign of surprise. In the next second, his figure also vanished from where he stood. The arena was empty. The audience erupted. Where are they? Both fighters have vanished. What's happening? Is this a magic trick? Quiet, look above. A sharp-eyed spectator pointed toward the arena above. 2 figures collided midair, their speed so great that they left only fleeting afterimages. Each collision was accompanied by explosive sounds, shockwaves radiating downward. Hyurin clenched his fists, his gaze tracking the trajectories in the air. A Tianjin Fan is forcing him. Hyurin said softly. With each exchange, he's pushing that old man toward the edge of the arena. Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. In the air, the Tianjin's vision had largely returned, but the depletion of his stamina began to cause delays in his reactions. Tianjin Fan seized this window of opportunity. He suddenly halted in midair, clenching his fists. The Tianjin sensed a dramatic shift in Tianjin Fan's chi. 4-body fist. Tianjin Fan's body split into 2 and then into 4. 4 identical Tianjin Fans appeared in the air, encircling the Tianjin. The Tianjin's pupils constricted. He had seen the afterimage fist. Afterimages are illusions lacking substance and presence. But these 4, each had a distinct presence. Each one was real. This isn't the afterimage fist. The Tianjin exclaimed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Tianjin Fan on the right struck first, with the Tianjin blocking. Simultaneously, the Tianjin Fan on the left kicked out, prompting the Tianjin to dodge sideways, while the frontmost Tianjin Fan thrust both palms forward, forcing the Tianjin back 2 steps. Meanwhile, the 4th Tianjin Fan had already circled to his back. The Tianjin turned around, unleashing a gust of wind with his palm, but the 4th Tianjin Fan did not evade. He opened his arms and lunged directly at the Tianjin. His 2 arms locked tightly around the Tianjin's waist, his entire body hanging onto him, causing their center of gravity to plummet sharply. The Tianjin instantly understood Tianjin Fan's intent. The fourth Tianjin fan gripped the Tianjin tightly and plummeted straight down from above the arena heading outside. The Tianjin struggled, but the limbs of the clone were locked tightly, and the chi from the other three Tianjin fans pressed in from three directions, sealing off all his escape routes. The two figures crashed onto the ground outside the arena, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire venue fell silent for a second. The referee rushed to the edge of the arena, leaned down to confirm the landing point, then spoke with a trembling voice. The celestial contestant has fallen out of the arena. Tianjin fan is the victor. The venue erupted. Cheers, screams, and stomping mixed into a cacophony, shaking the entire building. It was spectacular. Tianjin fan used an astonishing body duplication technique to drag the celestial contestant out of the arena. The previous champion truly lives up to his name. The three clones dissipated into light spots, and Tianjin fan's main body landed back at the edge of the arena, his breathing slightly heavier. He stood up, looking down at the Tianjin beneath the arena. The Tianjin lay on the ground, gazing up at the sky, silent for a few moments. Then he smiled. For physical clones. The Tianjin murmured to himself, "I've never heard of such a technique." He slowly sat up, brushing off the dust from his body. An unorthodox fighting style, meticulous thinking, and completely unpredictable. The Tianjin gazed at Tianjin fan's silhouette on the arena, his expression contemplative. Today's youth are truly becoming increasingly formidable. It seems. Sealing Piccolo doesn't need to be as urgent as I thought. Shortly after, the venue's announcement system sounded again. The commentator took a deep breath, expending all his energy. Next up is the third match. Yamcha versus Sun Wukong. The temperature inside the venue suddenly surged at that moment. Sun Wukong turned his head, looking at Yamcha. "Yamcha, I've been waiting for this match for a long time." Yamcha smiled slightly, stretching his neck. "What a coincidence. So have I." The announcer's voice was nearly hoarse. Yet as he read out the roster for the third match, his tone grew even louder than before. "Ladies and gentlemen. Next up is the third match." He deliberately paused for 2 seconds, waiting for the clamor in the arena to subside. I'm sure many of our veteran audience members are no strangers to these two competitors. On the wall hung an old photograph. Sun Wukong from 3 years ago, his head barely reaching the height of the ring's railing, grinning with bared teeth. To the right stood Yamcha, his long hair flowing, the epitome of a martial artist silhouette. That's right. They are both disciples of the martial arts master Mutant Rashi, the orthodox heirs of the Turtle School. The audience began to stir. The announcer quickened his pace. Sun Wukong, who lost in the final of the 21st World Tournament to Jackie Chun and also fell to the previous champion Tian Shinhan in the 22nd. Having missed the championship twice in a row. Meanwhile, Yamcha is also a powerhouse under the Turtle School. Now fellow disciples meet in the semifinals. His voice rose to its peak. Who will advance further and contend for the championship of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament? Let us wait and see. The entire venue erupted. In the front row of the audience, Bulma stood up, cupping her hands around her mouth. "Yamcha, go." Her voice pierced through the cacophony. Beside her, Oolong was yanked by the ear as she used him for support, wincing in pain. "Easy, easy, easy. My ear's about to fall off." Bulma, completely oblivious, continued, waving her other hand. Puar unfurled a small flag emblazoned with "Master Yamcha is the strongest," and shook it vigorously. Lunch sat in the back row, hands clasped together, lips moving soundlessly in prayer for someone unknown. Mutant Rashi did not stand. He remained seated, hands folded atop the tip of his umbrella, chin resting on his hands. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes were half closed. Wukong's ki was deep and vast, like a dormant volcano. Yamcha's ki was restrained with barely a ripple on the surface, but Mutant Rashi knew it was a blade, yet to be unsheathed. He gazed at his disciples. Go on, the era of the young has arrived. On the other side of the competitor's corridor, Piccolo leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his white cloak covering most of his face. His gaze pierced through the corridor, landing on the back of Sun Wukong as he walked toward the arena. Sun Wukong. Piccolo's pupils contracted slightly, then returned to normal. One of his father's enemies and a key target for his revenge in this world. As for that one called Yamcha, Piccolo's eyes flicked briefly in Yamcha's direction before withdrawing. His ki was formidable enough, but based on past memories, Yamcha was nothing but trash. Even though Tian Shinhan's performance earlier had been unexpectedly impressive, Piccolo merely noted it in his mind. A power of that level couldn't stir any waves before him. The only one he cared about was how much stronger Sun Wukong had become. Perhaps only Wukong stood as the greatest obstacle to his dominion over the world. This match was the perfect opportunity to gauge his depth. On the arena, Yamcha emerged from the western corridor. The sunlight struck him, making the several tears in his orange martial arts uniform glaringly visible. He hadn't changed into new clothes. In the 2 months of traveling from the western capital to Papaya Island, this uniform had accompanied him through sandstorms, withstood deep-sea pressure, and endured the claws of mutated beasts. Every tear was a badge of honor. From the eastern corridor, Sun Wukong strode out. Orange martial arts uniform, black weighted undershirt, his spiky black hair unmoved by the sea breeze. They stepped onto the arena simultaneously. The stone floor still bore cracks from the previous match. 15 meters apart. Sun Wukong halted, flexed his wrists, and his joints cracked audibly. Yamcha, we haven't sparred in a long time, but I won't go easy on you. If you went easy on me, Wukong, I'd be upset instead. Is that so? Sun Wukong grinned. That smile was still the same as 3 years ago, but beneath it his entire aura began to shift. The rubble at the arena's edge started to tremble. Some in the front row of the audience felt an inexplicable pressure, instinctively shrinking back, though they couldn't explain why. Yamcha didn't move. He stood still, hands hanging naturally, breathing evenly. Then he too released his restraint. 2 streams of ki collided at the center of the arena. An invisible shockwave radiated from between them. The stone slabs on the arena surface fractured into a spiderweb, spreading from the center outward. The referee's hair was blown backward. All the drinks on the first row of seats toppled. Bulma's hair was also swept back by the blast as she squinted, one hand gripping Oolong's pig head. Krillin stood at the corridor entrance, his Adam's apple bobbing. The key of these two. He closed his eyes, then opened them. It wasn't an illusion. So powerful. Both Wukong and Yamcha were stronger than him, and not by just a little. Tien Shinhan stood beside Krillin, his 3 eyes unblinking. It's begun. Let me see how much you've both improved in these 3 years, Tien Shinhan said. The referee's voice was tense. Third match. Yamcha versus Sun Wukong. Begin. The moment the words fell, both vanished simultaneously. Boom. At the very center of the arena, 2 fists collided. The shockwave exploded from the point of impact, instantly collapsing the stone floor into a circular crater. Before the aftershock of the fist clash had dissipated, Sun Wukong's right leg swept in. With a piercing sound, it angled sharply toward Yamcha's side. Yamcha lowered his left arm, bracing against the kick. As foot met arm, a ki explosion erupted across the arena, shattering the stone beneath their feet and sending debris flying. As Sun Wukong retracted his leg, his right fist followed instantly. Fast. Yamcha turned his head, the wind from the punch grazing his ear. Then came Sun Wukong's elbow strike, knee thrust, and palm chop. 6 consecutive moves without a gap. Yamcha blocked them all. Parries, deflections, sidesteps, and counterswipes. Each counter was perfectly timed. The audience had fallen silent. Everyone could see that the level of these two was on an entirely different plane from the previous matches. So fast. Krillin's Adam's apple bobbed again. Sun Wukong's attacks are so much quicker than 3 years ago, yet Yamcha blocked them all. Tien Shinhan said nothing. His third eye was locked on the arena, his pupils reflecting 2 intersecting afterimages. On the arena. Another round of offense and defense. Sun Wukong threw a straight punch. Yamcha sidestepped his right palm, striking Wukong's forearm, using the momentum to redirect the attack. Sun Wukong swayed slightly, then steadied himself, leaping back to create distance. Both retreated 3 paces and stood facing each other. Sun Wukong shook his wrist, his grin widening. Sugoi Yamcha, I never thought you'd keep up with my pace. When did you get so strong? He scratched his head, uttering a remark that made Yamcha's mouth twitch. I always thought you were the weakest among us. The whole venue went silent for a second. A suppressed laugh came from somewhere in the audience. Yamcha's expression was a mix of emotions. Typical Wukong, always speaking the blunt truth. He wanted to retort, but couldn't. Because based on the power rankings 3 years ago in the original story, he was indeed the weakest. Sun Wukong, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, even Kaiats's psychic powers were more impressive. And his greatest achievement, so far, was... Oh, what was it? Yamcha decided not to dwell on the topic. Speaking of which, Goku, we haven't had a proper match since our fight in the desert. Goku blinked, his spiky black hair swaying slightly in the sea breeze. That's right. He clapped his fist into his palm, as if recalling something important. Back then I sent you flying with one swing of my staff, and you rolled quite a distance. Ahem, can we not bring that up? Alright then, today, let's have a good bout. Goku's smile faded halfway. His feet sank slightly, knees bending as he lowered his center of gravity. It was the basic stance of the turtle school, yet he executed it with a natural, seamless grace. The aura was shifting. Yamcha could feel it. The energy emanating from Goku began to surge, rising layer by layer from its depths. He was amplifying his energy. Pebbles at the edge of the ring began to bounce, some blasted clear out of the arena. The referee stepped back 2 paces, his legs trembling. In the front row of the audience, Master Rose, his fingers tightened. He sensed the power Goku was unleashing. What had 3 years of training at the lookout molded this boy into? But what truly caught Master Rose's attention wasn't Goku. It was Yamcha. Facing Goku's steadily rising pressure, Yamcha stood his ground, his expression unchanged. Having lived over 300 years and seen countless martial artists, Master Roshi knew too well the difference between feigned calm and genuine composure. Yamcha's state was the latter. Just how much is Yamcha hiding? Master Roshi murmured to himself. On the ring. Goku moved. This time he was more than twice as fast as before. His figure left 3 afterimages on the ring, approaching simultaneously from the front, left, and right. Afterimage technique. The 3 afterimages threw punches simultaneously, eliciting gasps from the audience. Yamcha didn't dodge. He closed his eyes. A second. His right hand rose, blocking the real attack coming from the left. Goku's fist slammed into Yamcha's palm, and a shockwave of energy exploded between them. The three afterimages dissipated, leaving only the real body, his fist firmly gripped in Yamcha's right hand. Goku's pupils contracted. How did you know I was on the left? Yamcha opened his eyes, a hint of a smile on his lips. The afterimage technique can fool the eyes, but not the perception of chi. Hearing this, Tien Shinhan in the competitor's passage leaned forward slightly, perceiving position through chi sense. Tien Shinhan could do it himself, but pinpointing the real body at that speed required an extremely refined level of chi perception. When did Yamcha reach this level? Was this still the same man he knew, the one who had his leg broken? On the ring, the two separated again. Goku clenched his fist, the excitement on his face already uncontrollable. You've definitely gotten stronger. Again. The next second, Goku vanished. His speed increased once more. This time, even Krillin couldn't keep up. He could only see bursts of energy explosions on the ring, with two figures colliding and intertwining within reduced to blurry patches of color. A weave of orange and orange. Fists taught by the same master, yet unleashing completely different styles. Goku's punches were fierce and direct, each strike putting in full force. Offense was the best defense. His training at the lookout had elevated his speed and power to terrifying levels. Yamcha's response was the polar opposite. With every block and dodge, he moved only the minimum distance, minimizing unnecessary motion. Debris was still falling from the ring. Goku had already leaped back 3 meters. He shook his wrist. Your strength has increased too. Yamcha steadied himself, his gaze shifting from defense to offense. I'm going to start my counterattack. Yamcha stepped forward, his entire body finding the perfect angle and distance in that moment. The basic stance of the turtle school. His left fist swung out. Goku leaned back, the fist wind grazing his chest. Then a right elbow cut in at a tricky angle, attempting to lock Goku's side. But Goku spun, using his back to slide past the elbow strike, while his left hand launched a counterattack. Yamcha didn't meet it, instead, he used Goku's momentum, twisting his wrist to deflect Goku's fist outward. A fierce barrage of turtle school chain punches. The audience watched with rapt attention, but almost everyone struggled to keep pace, seeing only the afterimages of two figures on the ring. Tien Shinhan's voice was low. No good, Yamcha still can't keep up with Goku. He was right. Goku's speed was fundamentally a bit faster. With every attack from Yamcha, Goku always found a gap to slip through. An orange figure sidestepped, dodging Yamcha's knife hand strike, and closed in. Goku's right fist shot straight for Yamcha's face. This punch had no tricks, it was pure straightforward ferocity. Yamcha raised his left hand. But halfway through the motion, his movement stopped. He arched his body backward, and Goku's fist grazed past his forehead, the punch wind lifting Yamcha's spiky black hair. A hair's breadth, less than a centimeter away. Goku did not pursue. His body was already retracting, preparing for the next round of attack. But this moment of pause was all the opportunity Yamcha needed. Yamcha stomped his right foot heavily. In that instant, he channeled the energy within his body, wrapping it around his fist to form a wolf-shaped wave of energy. Take this. New Wolf Fong Fist. A wolf head spun around his fist. Not an illusory afterimage, but tangible chi. A visible vortex of energy enveloped his entire arm, a white light blooming from his fist. Goku's pupils instantly dilated. He had never seen this new version of Yamcha's technique. His reaction speed couldn't keep up with the surprise. Goku's body reflexively dodged to the side, but the fist pursued him. Yamcha's entire leg was rotating, his Botus spin exaggerated the reach of his fist, surpassing Goku's expectations. Goku forcibly changed his direction, but it was half a beat too late. The fist slammed into his face. A blast of energy exploded between them, shattering the stone floor into large chunks upon impact. Goku's entire body was sent flying in a parabolic arc from this punch, soaring a full 10 meters. His back slammed heavily into the edge of the ring. The entire venue fell silent. It lasted for 3 seconds. Then the announcer's hoarse voice rang out. Goku has been knocked back. His tone was thick with shock. That punch from Yamcha. Ladies and gentlemen, I have never in my life seen such a fist technique. In the front row of the audience, Master Roshi took off his sunglasses. Bulma stood up from her seat, cheering and shouting encouragement for her boyfriend. Piccolo leaned forward slightly, his previously crossed arms unfolding. Impossible. How could that man named Yamcha have become this strong? As the referee counted down to 5 seconds, Sun Wukong performed a flip on the arena. Shortly after, a red fist mark appeared on his cheek, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He licked his lips, and the brightness in his eyes intensified. Sun Wukong walked back to the center of the arena, rolling his neck. Now that's more like it, Yamcha. The referee looked at Sun Wukong, who had returned to the center of the arena, showing no signs of being hit, before finally raising the microphone. Although his hand trembled slightly, he declared Sun Wukong is still within the competition area. The match continues. Deep down, this referee secretly hoped to see Sun Wukong win. Sun Wukong stood in the center of the arena, brushing off the dust from his face, appearing unscathed. Yamcha, you're really strong now. As he spoke, he was already in motion. He crossed his arms, grasping the collar of his black undershirt, and pulled it upwards. In the instant the shirt was removed, Sun Wukong tossed it aside carelessly. The black undershirt hit the edge of the arena. Boom. A chunk of the stone slab shattered. The fragments flew, hitting the referee's feet. He looked down, and his expression changed. That piece of clothing. Before the referee could finish his thought, Sun Wukong squatted down, untying his shoes and wrist guards. The shoes and wrist guards were thrown outside the arena one after the other. Bang! Bang! Four pits formed. The venue floor was dented with four impressions. A hush fell over the crowd. The commentator reacted, his voice cracking. Ladies and gentlemen, the clothes and shoes that Sun Wukong just removed, they are not ordinary garments. They are weighted training gear. He had been wearing these during the match. The audience erupted. That kind of speed while carrying extra weight. That's outrageous. Krillin's mouth hung open, unable to close. He turned to look at Tenshinhan, whose 3 eyes squinted. Could it be? Wukong has been holding back his strength. Tenshinhan said. On the arena, Sun Wukong, having shed the weights, moved his shoulders a couple of times, experiencing a qualitative change in his state. He lightly tapped his toes on the ground. His body vanished from the spot and reappeared 3 meters away from Yamcha. Yamcha felt the shift in the overwhelming aura. In comparison, approximately 380 points of combat power. Yamcha assessed in his mind, noting it was significantly higher than the original timeline's Wukong. The 3 years of training in the Heavenly Temple combined with continuous practice in the gravity suit had given him a foundation superior to that of the original storyline. Bulma gripped the armrest tightly. Puar flew around her, anxious like a blue-top master. Is he alright? Wukong seems to have gotten much stronger. Oh no, Yamcha's old problem isn't surfacing again, is it? Oolong curled up in his seat, snorting. 3 years ago at the martial arts tournament, he was the same. He came on strong, but then... Shut it, you stinky pig. Bulma shot back without turning around. My boyfriend won't lose. Oolong opened his mouth, but upon seeing Bulma's expression, swallowed the latter half of his sentence. On the arena, Sun Wukong smiled at Yamcha. Yamcha, I've shed the weights, and I won't be holding back anymore. Yamcha tilted his neck. Then he did something that took everyone by surprise. He crossed his arms over his chest and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed across the arena, leaving even the commentator stunned. Sun Wukong blinked in confusion. I'm afraid not, Wukong, Yamcha said, his smile fading and his gaze turning serious. This year's champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament will definitely be me, Yamcha. With that declaration, the audience fell silent. 3 seconds later, whispers began to spread. Is this guy out of his mind? The opponent just shed his weights, his momentum increased so much, and he's still talking tough. Anyone can boast. In the contestants' passage, Krillin's expression was complicated as he glanced at Tenshinhan. Tenshinhan didn't respond, but his third eye remained fixed on Yamcha. Piccolo leaned against the wall, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. An arrogant fool. On the arena, Sun Wukong didn't mock Yamcha, but tilted his head instead. Then let me see your strength. Hearing this, Yamcha lowered his arms from his chest and slightly bent his knees. Centered around Yamcha, a visible white aura surged from his feet, flowing up his legs, torso, and chest, gathering into a swirling pillar of energy above his head. The arena floor continued to crack, with fissures extending from beneath him to the edges of the arena. The referee on the ground was directly knocked over by the pressure wave, landing on his backside. The oppressive force was palpable. Master Roshi tightened his grip on his umbrella. This aura. He sensed it. Yamcha's energy was rapidly climbing, surpassing even Master Roshi, breaching the threshold that Earthlings were thought incapable of reaching. Combat power 400. Tenshinhan's body stiffened for a moment. His third eye fully opened, reflecting the figure wrapped in white aura on the arena. Much stronger than himself. This was Tenshinhan's only judgment at that moment. Yamcha stood in the center of the aura, his martial arts uniform fluttering in the wind. Let me show you. He lowered his center of gravity, slowly bringing his hands to his waist, gathering a ball of blue light between his palms. This is the result of my 3 years of training. Came. Sun Wukong's pupils brightened. Without hesitation, he brought his hands to his waist, as well, blue light gathering in his palms. Haim. Both spoke simultaneously. Huh. 2 beams of blue light shot out from either end of the arena, colliding in the center. In the entire martial arts venue, the 2 Kamehameha waves crashed together at the center of the arena, the point of energy convergence resembling a small sun, casting a white-blue light that elongated everyone's shadows. The ground began to collapse. Stalemate. Yamcha gritted his teeth, pushing forward. Sun Wukong also clenched his teeth. The point of light remained unmoving. 400 versus 380. The output of the Kamehameha purely depended on energy volume and control. Yamcha had a 20-point numerical advantage, yet the convergence point did not shift noticeably. No wonder he's a battle genius. This thought flashed through Yamcha's mind. The 20-point numerical difference was neutralized by Sun Wukong's control over the Kamehameha. This guy's efficiency and energy output was absurdly high. After 3 years in the Heavenly Temple, what exactly did Mr. Popo teach him? Even disregarding his Saiyan bloodline, Sun Wukong was undoubtedly a genius. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. The clash of the Kamehameha remained locked in stalemate. Then boom. The convergence point exploded. The blue-white energy scattered in all directions, creating a 3-meter diameter circular pit in the center of the arena. The shockwave lifted the remaining stone slabs off the arena, the debris embedding into the venue walls. The dust had yet to settle. 2 figures burst forth from the smoke, soaring into the sky. Yamcha and Sun Wukong crossed paths, 15 meters high, fists and elbows colliding, the sound of explosive energy echoing down. The 2 fists clashed again, the shockwave tearing a hole in the cloud, sunlight spilling through the gap, illuminating the 2 orange figures. Everyone in the venue looked up. In the air, Sun Wukong's knee aimed at Yamcha's abdomen, but was blocked. Yamcha retaliated with his right elbow. Sun Wukong dodged by tilting his head, and the 2 traced intertwined arcs in the air, their speed increasing. Sun Wukong flipped over, creating distance and hovering in midair. His breathing was heavier than before. Yamcha hovered 10 meters away, his clothes torn in several places, his sturdy forearms raised in defense. Again, Sun Wukong clenched his fists. At the same time, deep within the competitor's passage beside the arena, the white cloak was lifted by the wind, revealing a corner. Piccolo lowered his arms from his chest, his expression shifting for the first time. This Earthling named Yamcha was not the trash he remembered. He was even worthy of a fight against him. The aerial battle lasted for a long time. No one in the arena could count exactly how long. The announcer's voice was completely hoarse, describing in a mere whisper the 2 intertwining orange afterimages above the ring. Their speed had surpassed the limit of ordinary human visual perception. Most of the audience could only see 2 streaks of light flashing across the sky, followed by 1 explosive shockwave after another, pressing down layer by layer and sending all the banners above the venue flying. 100 exchanges. 200. 300. Yamcha's right eye corner was split, blood trickling down his cheekbone, drawn into a thin line by the wind. The fabric of his left shoulder martial arts uniform was completely torn, revealing a fist-shaped bruise. Sun Wukong's condition was not much better. His left forehead was swollen, his lower lip was split, and 3 intersecting palm prints marked his chest. But neither of them stopped. Sun Wukong threw a punch. Yamcha sidestepped half an inch, then struck with his right palm at the outer side of Sun Wukong's elbow. Sun Wukong tucked in his abdomen and leaned back, the attack grazing his abs. Then he flipped backward, his heel cleaving down toward Yamcha's crown. Yamcha crossed his arms overhead, blocking the heel strike, the impact forcing him half a meter downward. They separated, then closed in again, and separated once more. This density of combat was no longer a contest of techniques. It was a full-scale clash of physical instinct, battle intuition, and energy reserves. Yamcha was well aware that his displayed stats were 20 points higher than Sun Wukong's. Yet in actual combat, that 20-point gap was almost imperceptible. Sun Wukong's control over his energy blasts was extremely efficient. With the same energy output, he could convert it into more actual damage. Moreover, his combat instincts were simply incredible. Every time Yamcha expanded his advantage to a point where a single blow could decide the match, Sun Wukong would always make a last-minute adjustment. Talent was truly something one couldn't reason with. 2 figures plummeted from midair, crashing back onto the arena. The ground exploded again. They stood on opposite sides, staring at each other across the rubble-strewn floor. The announcer's voice, hoarse to the point of being unrecognizable, shouted, Too spectacular. Ladies and gentlemen, in all my years commentating the World Martial Arts Tournament, I have never seen such a well-matched battle. These 2 are truly worthy disciples of the god of martial arts. This match could easily be the finals. Applause and cheers from the audience were almost unending. Yamcha spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, wiping the blood from his eye corner with the back of his hand. If this continued, the outcome was uncertain. Sun Wukong's stamina recovery was faster than his. At the same power level, the longer it dragged on, the worse it was for him. It seemed he'd have to use another method. Yamcha slowly raised his right hand, fingers spread, palm facing upward. Energy began to gather in his palm. It wasn't the Kamehameha. Instead, it compressed in one direction, all his energy forcibly squeezed into the space of his palm. The light shifted from blue-white to bright white, then compressed further into a massive golden-white sphere, about the size of a watermelon. This was a signature technique Yamcha had spent a year developing. It concentrated the energy within the body, compressing it to a single point. Spirit Ball. In the competitor's passage, Tien Shinhan suddenly leaned forward. What is that? Krillin blurted out. Tien didn't answer. His third eye focused on the orb of light in Yamcha's palm. The energy density of that thing far surpassed a Kamehameha wave of equivalent energy. Master Roshi was the same. Unbelievable. This kid developed a new technique himself. On the arena, Sun Wukong stared at the glowing orb, his excitement undiminished. What incredible energy. Yamcha, what technique is that? You'll find out soon enough. Yamcha swung his arm forward. The orb left his hand, trailing a white streak, and shot straight towards Sun Wukong at incredible speed, the sonic boom lagging behind. Sun Wukong sidestepped. The orb grazed his ribs, the heat scorching the fabric of his martial arts uniform. A miss. Yamcha's finger twitched, and the orb made a sharp U-turn behind Sun Wukong, attacking again from the rear. Without looking back, Sun Wukong slid horizontally, and the orb whizzed past him again. It can turn. Sun Wukong's expression finally changed. A controllable energy ball. The orb traced a third arc in the air, cutting towards Sun Wukong's lower body from an even more cunning angle. Sun Wukong jumped, the orb passing beneath his feet. Then it plunged straight into the arena floor. A bull's-eyed hole exploded in the ground, sending debris flying up and then down. The orb vanished underground. Someone in the audience sighed in disappointment. He missed. Sun Wukong landed, tilting his head to look at the hole. Too bad it didn't hit. Yamcha didn't reply. His hands snapped together, covering his face. Solar flare. A blinding white light exploded. The entire venue was consumed in pure white, its intensity even fiercer than Tien's earlier attempt. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted violently in the light. Yamcha, you know the solar flare too. He instinctively closed his eyes. But Sun Wukong was who he was. The moment his eyes shut, his ki sensing fully expanded. Yamcha's energy signature was precisely locked directly ahead, approaching at high speed. With eyes closed, Sun Wukong sidestepped a punch. Yamcha followed with an elbow strike. Sun Wukong tilted his head, the elbow breeze brushing past his ear. Their energies intertwined at close range. Sun Wukong relied entirely on ki sensing to judge attack trajectories, blocking, dodging, countering. His movements still fluid. Even with his eyes closed, Sun Wukong was not at a clear disadvantage. But without realizing it, his heels had stepped onto a crack at the edge of the arena. Sun Wukong also noticed his position was off and prepared to leap away to create distance. At that moment, a faint smile curled at the corner of Yamcha's mouth. The arena floor exploded directly beneath Sun Wukong. The spirit ball shot up from underground, striking Sun Wukong's chin. The force snapped Sun Wukong's head back, launching him into the air, his body arching backward. His eyes flew open from the impact, and he saw Yamcha already in front of him. Yamcha's right leg was raised to its highest point. One kick. It struck Sun Wukong in the chest. He landed back first on the ground outside the arena, creating a crater in the shape of his body. No one in the entire venue spoke. 1 second. 2 seconds. The referee rushed to the edge of the ring, looked down to confirm, and announced in a voice trembling to the point of breaking, Sun Wukong has been knocked out of the ring. He raised his right hand. Yamcha is the winner. Cheers and screams merged into a wave. Bulma jumped straight up, pulling Oolong's ear out of shape. Puar's face was a mess of tears. In the competitor's passage, Krillin's mouth hung open for a long time. Tien Shinhan closed his third eye, silent for a few seconds. Piccolo leaned against the wall, motionless. He stared at the figure standing amidst the rubble on the arena, covered in wounds. An Earthling. Merely an Earthling. Piccolo's fingers tightened, his nails digging into his palms. Outside the arena, Sun Wukong sat up from the pit, dusting off his clothes. He looked up at Yamcha on the platform and paused for a second. Then he grinned, laughing. I lost. He stood up, stretching lazily. What a shame, but Yamcha, you've changed so much. These past 3 years I've trained with all my might at the Temple of the Gods, yet you've managed to catch up. Yamcha stood at the edge of the platform, looking down at Sun Wukong. I only won because of the tournament rules. After the World Martial Arts Tournament ends, let's have another fight. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. It's a deal. The announcer finally found his voice, screaming with the last of his strength. The third match of the final 8, Yamcha wins. After the announcer shouted, wins, the entire venue erupted. Spectators in the back rows leaned forward, craning their necks to get a clear view of the figure standing amidst the rubble on the platform. Who is he? Yamcha, the one who always ends up in the top 8. That top 8 fighter fought Sun Wukong like this. You call that top 8? I got my money's worth today. The announcer pinched his own thigh to confirm he wasn't dreaming before bringing the microphone to his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, the match we just witnessed was the most intense battle of this tournament so far without exception. Yamcha single-handedly has ended Sun Wukong's path to advancement. I dare say even if this match were in the finals, it would not disappoint a single spectator. Master Roshi sat in the audience, his sunglasses reflecting a spectrum of colors. Bulma remained silent. She stood there gazing at the figure on the platform. Humph. She crossed her arms, turning her head away. That's more like it. Otherwise, how could it be worthy of all the effort I've put in these past days? Although Bulma was a lovesick girl, Yamcha's recent performance had been impressive, so she didn't entertain any fanciful thoughts about Goku, as in the original story. Pure floated beside her ear, tears streaming down her face. Young Master is amazing. Young Master is amazing. Stop crying, you cat. Your face is so drenched one might think there's a flood. Pure sniffled, crying even louder. Beneath the platform, Sun Wukong stood on the steps outside. A staff member handed him a towel which he took and wiped roughly over his face. His injuries weren't too severe, much lighter than when he faced King Piccolo in the original story, but his mind was still replaying that energy sphere that had erupted from beneath the ground. A brilliant tactic. Yamcha had deliberately buried that energy sphere under the platform's surface, holding it back until the moment Wukong retreated to the edge. Sun Wukong licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, then grinned. That move he truly hadn't predicted. As he was thinking, a voice came from behind him. Are you alright? Sun Wukong turned around. A girl with a ponytail stood at the edge of the steps, clutching a spare towel, her cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze darting away, refusing to meet his eyes. Yamcha stood at the edge of the platform, glancing down at them briefly before looking away. He recognized the girl. The one from the 5th preliminary ring who had kicked her opponent, flying using the turtle school's leg techniques. So this was the woman who would spend her life caring for Sun Wukong's family in the future, the daughter of Ox King Shishi. Sun Wukong tilted his head, looking at the girl, thinking for a few seconds. Hey, I remember you. You're the girl I promised to marry when I was a kid. The entire venue, including the announcer, fell into a collective stupor. Master Roshi lowered his umbrella, turning his face to glance over. Moi. Krillin held his forehead. Tien Shinhan closed his third eye, silently indicating he didn't know this person. Shishi's face turned from red to deep red, then to a near-smoldering crimson, like a teapot about to boil over. You remember. Sun Wukong looked innocent. Of course. Grandpa taught me that a man must always keep his word. Master Roshi lowered his head, stroking his chin, feeling a mix of warmth and speechlessness. This kid approaches romance the same way he fights, straightforward and direct. In the audience, Bulma's expression grew unsettled. She looked toward the steps where Sun Wukong stood innocently in front of the girl with the ponytail, a towel draped over his neck. Wait a minute. When did Wukong get engaged? She whirled toward Master Roshi. Old pervert, did you know about this? Master Roshi pushed up his sunglasses and coughed. It was probably around the time Wukong went to Flame Mountain with you all. Flame Mountain. Bulma blinked twice, rifling through her memories. How old was Wukong back then? Could he even understand what marrying meant? Bulma looked at the steps where Sun Wukong was beaming with a bright smile and twitched the corner of her mouth. In her memory, Sun Wukong had always been that innocent boy who couldn't tell boys from girls, whose understanding of the opposite sex was limited to patting their belly to determine gender. And yet this guy, without anyone knowing, had quietly made a marriage promise. Oh my god. Bulma covered her forehead. This kid really is grown up. Oolong muttered on the side. Isn't that Ox King's daughter? I remember she chased Wukong around several times, and Wukong even asked if she was a boy or a girl. Above the platform, Yamcha withdrew his gaze, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He of course knew the original story of Wukong and Chi-Chi, but what surprised him was that this timeline's Wukong had actively remembered the engagement. In the original story, Wukong had been chased by Shishi at the martial arts tournament, unable to recall what he had promised, and only agreed to fulfill the promise after Shishi cried and begged. But this Sun Wukong recognized Shishi at first sight and said, a man must always keep his word. Yamcha recalled an interesting notion. In Dragon Ball Heroes, the Time Patrol officer Trunks had once mentioned that every timeline's Sun Wukong must have experienced falling off a cliff as a child and injuring his brain. It was just that the degree of injury varied, leading to subtle differences in personality. Some timelines Sun Wukong leaned toward being a battle maniac with nothing but fighting on his mind. Some Sun Wukongs ultimately grew into true martial arts masters. It seemed that this timeline's Sun Wukong hadn't suffered as severe a brain injury. He was still innocent, still pure, but beneath that purity, he had a little more than his counterparts in other timelines. This was a good thing. Yamcha jumped down from the edge of the platform and walked towards Sun Wukong and Shishi. Shishi noticed him and took half a step back behind Wukong. Don't worry, I'm not a bad guy, Yamcha said with a smile, turning to Wukong. Congratulations, Wukong, on having such a beautiful wife. Sun Wukong blinked. Congratulations for what? You said yourself you wanted to marry her. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Sokka, isn't that only natural? Shishi's face flushed an even deeper shade of red. As Yamcha leaped down from the arena, Kuririn was the first to greet him. Yamcha, you're incredible. The bald youth's face was a mask of astonishment, his fists clenched before his chest, eyes darting with barely contained excitement. You actually defeated Goku. That's Goku. How did you train? Looking at Kuririn's expression, a flicker of complex emotion passed through Yamcha's heart. He understood the bond between Kuririn and Son Goku. They were fellow disciples from the Kame House days, enduring beatings together, delivering milk together, crawling through Master Rose's brutal training regimen together. That was a bond forged in childhood, something no latecomer could ever match. Train hard, study hard, play hard, eat well, rest well. You'll get your chance too. Yamcha patted Kuririn on the shoulder. Tenshinhan emerged from the passage, not rushing forward like Kuririn had, merely offering a nod. Yamcha returned the gesture. Tenshinhan's gaze lingered on Yamcha for 2 seconds, then shifted toward the opposite side of the arena. Piccolo's white cloak flickered and vanished into the depths of the passage. Tenshinhan stared in that direction for a long time. The announcer's voice rang out at the perfect moment, though his throat was already hoarse beyond measure. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a brief rest. The final match of the quarterfinals will begin in 10 minutes. Competing will be Kuririn versus the mysterious young lady. Kuririn turned to look at the steps where Son Goku stood side by side with Shishi. More precisely, Goku was standing while Shishi lingered half a step behind him, her hands ringing together, head bowed, but her peripheral vision kept drifting toward Goku's hand. Goku's hand hung naturally at his side. Shishi's fingers twitched, inching forward 2 centimeters, then retreating. Then 3 more centimeters forward. Then back again. Suddenly Goku turned his head. Chi-Chi, why are your hands moving constantly? Are you injured? Want me to take you to the infirmary? Shishi's face instantly turned the color of a ripe peach. I'm not injured at all. Goku tilted his head for a second, then did something no one anticipated. He reached out and directly took Shishi's hand. There no more shaking, right? Shishi froze entirely, a visible crimson flush spreading from her neck to the tips of her ears. She said nothing, but neither did she pull away. In the distant stands, Bulma's mouth twitched. What exactly did he learn at the Temple of Heaven? Oolong muttered beside her. Probably from the God of Earth himself. They say he knows everything. The God of Earth teaches flirting. Wouldn't put it past him. Bulma kicked Oolong. 10 minutes later. The final quarterfinal match. Kuririn stood on the western side of the arena, his bald head gleaming in the sunlight, clad in the same orange martial arts gi. From the eastern passage, Shishi emerged. I forfeit. Kuririn had already settled into his fighting stance. Huh. The audience erupted in a wave of murmurs. Shishi turned her back to the arena, facing the steps. I only joined the tournament to find Son Goku. Now that I have, there's no need to keep fighting. On the arena, Kuririn stood alone for 3 seconds. The wind blew, bringing an unusual stillness. Then he lowered his arms and shrugged. Well, I guess I won by default. Scattered laughter rippled through the crowd. The announcer cleared his throat. The mysterious young lady forfeits. Kuririn advances to the semifinals. As Kuririn stepped down from the arena, Yamcha was leaning against the passage wall waiting for him. How does it feel to win without a fight? Don't even mention it. Kuririn waved a hand. I was hoping to warm up with a real match, and I didn't even get to throw a punch. He scratched the back of his head. But honestly, I'm kind of grateful she forfeited. Oh, save some energy. Kuririn flashed a grin at Yamcha. I might have to fight you next. Can't afford to go in at a disadvantage. Yamcha looked at Kuririn's smiling face and chuckled. This was Kuririn. Even knowing his opponent was far stronger, he could still walk onto the arena with a smile. There was a saying. Never bet against Kuririn. Sunlight slanted through a gap in the clouds, splitting the entire tournament venue into halves of light and shadow. The announcer had swapped for a cup of hot tea, finally managing to soothe his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, all 4 quarterfinal matches are complete. Now allow me to announce the semifinal matchups. The entire venue fell silent. First match, Majunya versus Tenshinhan. Second match, Yamcha versus Kuririn. Piccolo's white cloak billowed in the wind. In a flash, he appeared on the arena, his landing on the stone floor utterly silent. Tenshinhan walked out from the passage. As he reached the edge of the arena, he removed his outer robe and tossed it to Kuririn waiting at the passage entrance. Without looking back, the moment Tenshinhan set foot on the arena, all 3 of his eyes snapped open. The announcer finally caught his breath and grabbed the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, the first semifinal match. His voice soared again. This competitor Tenshinhan is no ordinary fighter. He is the champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, a distinguished disciple of the Crane School, rival to the Turtle School. His final match against Son Goku 3 years ago is still hailed as a classic in the martial arts world. We hope he will continue his excellence in this tournament. Applause rippled through the stands. His opponent Majunya is a first-time participant, but his performance has been remarkably impressive. He secured victory in the quarterfinals with overwhelming power. The announcer chose his words with care. He made no mention of Taya Pai Pai being blasted into fragments. Kuririn, clutching Tenshinhan's robe, shouted toward the arena. Tenshinhan, give it your all. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a gunshot rang out from the stands. The surrounding spectators flinched, some dropping to the ground. Launch raised an assault rifle, her golden hair dazzling under the sun, firing dozens of rounds one-handed into the sky. Tenshinhan, beat that ugly freak into the ground. Yamcha, leaning by the passage entrance, raised an eyebrow. Launch had switched to her violent mode again. Kame Sennin glanced back at the commotion. Security guards were rushing toward Launch, but none dared to get close. The golden-haired Launch with her rifle was more intimidating than any fighter on the arena. These young people. Kame Sennin sighed. Not a single one of them knows how to be sensible. On the arena, Tenshinhan and Piccolo stood 12 meters apart. The referee raised his right hand, his voice still carrying the tremor from the previous match. First semifinal match, Tenshinhan versus Majunya. Begin. Tenshinhan moved. His body accelerated to top speed from the very first step, covering 12 meters. In a single stride, his right fist aimed straight for Piccolo's face. The sound of ki exploding erupted from the arena. Piccolo tilted his head, the force of the punch grazing his ear and lifting the edge of his cloak. Tenshinhan's knee was already driving upward, targeting Piccolo's ribs. Piccolo pressed his left hand down, bending his arm to block the knee strike. The moment they made contact, both were pushed back half a step by the recoil. Tenshinhan showed no pause. Elbow strikes, palm chops, side kicks. Dozens of techniques flowed in rapid succession, each blow carrying his full power. Piccolo blocked them all with one hand. From start to finish, he used only a single hand to defend, the other remaining hidden beneath his cloak. A sharp intake of breath could be heard from the stands. Tenshinhan's attack speed increased, his fists and feet growing faster, his energy output growing fiercer. 10 strikes, 100, 1,000. Each punch carried the sound of air splitting. But Piccolo's steps remained steady, unhurried. Hey Dasada, is that all the previous champion has? Piccolo's voice emerged from the shadow of his cloak. Tenshinhan did not reply. His attack rhythm changed abruptly, his right fist feinted, his body shifted sideways, appearing at Piccolo's flank. His left hand opened, fingers aimed at Piccolo's temple. Volleyball fist. The instant the palm strike was released, Piccolo's head tilted back 30 degrees, evading the lethal range. Tenshinhan pushed off the ground with his right foot, launching himself into the air to deliver an axe kick from above. Piccolo finally raised his other hand. Both palms crossed in a block. Tenshinhan's heel crashed against Piccolo's hands, and the explosive force sent a web of cracks spreading across the stone floor beneath them. The two separated. Tenshinhan landed back on the ground, his breathing slightly heavier. He had thrown nearly 1,000 punches, unleashing his full power without reservation. And yet the cloak of this Majunya had not even been lifted. Krillin swallowed hard. Amazing. If I were in Tien's place at full power, I would have lost long ago, but that Majunya. Yamcha remained silent, his eyes fixed on Piccolo in the ring. He knew Piccolo's strength all too well. Tenshinhan's combat power was now around 250, already at the pinnacle among Earth's martial artists, but Piccolo's power far exceeded that. On the ring, Tenshinhan withdrew his stance, all three eyes focusing on Piccolo. Truly strong as expected of one who defeated Teapaipai. But I won't hold back just because my opponent is powerful. Take this technique, multiform. Tenshinhan clenched his fists. His aura surged. His body began to split, shoulders, torso, limbs, from one person into two, then into four. Multiform. Tenshinhan stood at the four corners of the ring, encircling Piccolo at the center. Piccolo glanced around, the corner of his mouth twitching. Petty trick. The four Tenshinhan attacked simultaneously. From east, west, south, and north, fists and feet arrived at once. This was Tien's finishing move that had defeated Kami. Four solid bodies surrounded the target, leaving no blind spots. This was the new technique he had developed over 3 years of training. Piccolo stood still. Four fists closed in on his body. Then Piccolo burst his energy. A white shockwave erupted from the center of his body, expanding in a sphere. The four clones of Tenshinhan were blasted away by the force, crashing into the ring's four corners. The cloak shattered from the energy wave, revealing Piccolo's full form, purple martial arts uniform, green skin, antennae on his head. The four Tenshinhan collided outside the ring before merging back into one. Tenshinhan knelt on one knee, a trail of blood at the corner of his mouth. Piccolo looked down at him. You were just slightly better than the other, trash, nothing more. He raised his right hand, a purple orb of energy gathering in his palm. The audience fell silent instantly. Tenshinhan lifted his head, his three eyes fixed on the purple light. He pushed himself to his feet, blood trickling from his lips to his chin, dripping onto the cracked stone floor. Damn it. The gap is too wide, Tenshinhan said bitterly. But at the last moment, Piccolo withdrew his hand. The purple light dissipated. Piccolo turned his back to Tenshinhan and walked toward the edge of the ring. The referee took 2 seconds to react before raising his hand. Tenshinhan has fallen out of the ring. Majunya wins. Tenshinhan stood still, his fists clenched so tightly his joints cracked. He held himself upright, but he knew. From the very start, this match had never been on the same level. As Tenshinhan stepped down from the ring, Krillin handed him his jacket. Tien took it and clutched it in his hand, blood winding from the corner of his mouth to his jaw, dripping onto the stone steps beneath his feet. Tien. Krillin opened his mouth. Tien walked past him, his three eyes staring straight ahead, clearly never expecting this Majunya to be so powerful. In the stands, Master Roshi seemed to find something familiar about the green-skinned figure on the ring. That aura. In that instant when Piccolo burst his energy, the white shockwave from the center of his body carried something that Master Roshi would never forget. It was strikingly similar to the old demon king who had stood upon the ruins of the king's castle 3 years ago. Cold sweat broke out on Master Rose's back. He remembered that day. The moment he poured all his life force into the mafuba and sealed it into the rice cooker, old Piccolo's twisted face was right before him. That fear etched into his bones was now reawakened by the same aura. The name Majunya was a lie. He was undoubtedly the reincarnation of Piccolo Daimao, the offspring of that monster. Master Roshi put his sunglasses back on, his gaze sweeping toward the fighter's passage, then shifting to the other side of the ring. Yamcha leaned against the wall talking with Krillin. Goku sat on the steps, Shishi handing him a water bottle. Perhaps only those two could stop him. Master Roshi closed his eyes and let out a long breath. He was old. If he were to use the Mafuba again, whether his body could endure it was another matter. If luck was against him and he missed, it would be a meaningless death. Alas, this was now the battlefield of the young. He could only leave it to them. In the middle of the stands, row 17. For people sat in different seats. A middle-aged man in a gray jacket sat on the far left, hands in his pockets, his cap pulled low. 3 seats away, a tall, thin young man with round-rimmed glasses. Further right, a woman in a floral dress. The last sat by the aisle bald. There was no eye contact or conversation among the 4. But within their cerebral cortices, a brainwave frequency not belonging to humans was pulsing rapidly. The middle-aged man in the gray jacket fixed his gaze on the ring. Yo-Yo, who knew Earth's martial artist, had become this strong. That 3-eyed guy's skills are impressive, and the one who beat the spiky-haired kid. If all of us attacked together, we probably wouldn't be his match. The young man with round-rimmed glasses held a piece of popcorn. Good thing our Lord was wise, letting us possess human bodies in advance to infiltrate this tournament. Otherwise, when we go to collect the Dragon Balls and make our wish, running into these people would be trouble. The corner of the woman's mouth in the floral dress curled upward. That one named Yamcha collected the Dragon Balls once a year ago. The Dragon Radar is with that woman from Capsule Corporation. Our Lord should already have this information. The bald man by the aisle suddenly lowered his brainwave frequency by half a tone. Enough, stop the noise. The other 3 fell silent at once. When the finals come and they're exhausted, that's when we strike. Leave no one alive. The bald man's gaze shifted to the white cloak. As for that Piccolo, he's at least a demon. If he's willing to submit, spare his life. If not, kill him along with the rest. 3 brainwaves responded almost simultaneously. Our Lord is wise. Our Lord is wise. In the player tunnel, Yamcha straightened up from the wall and rolled his left shoulder. The fierce match with Goku had left it a bit sore. Krillin, hands clasped behind his head, leaned against the wall and gazed at the sky. Yamcha, it's our turn next. What, you're not scared, are you, Luffy? Ridiculous. Finally got a chance to show off my training results. I'm not giving up that easily. Huh. Hold on, why are you calling me Luffy? Yamcha let out a dry chuckle. That's a friend I knew in my youth. Your voice sounds just like his. It slipped out. Krillin tilted his head, studying him for a second, but didn't press further. Sokka, whether it's Luffy or whatever, once we're on the ring, let's give it our all. Krillin patted his bald head. Let's go. The two walked side by side toward the arena. Light and shadow alternated in the player tunnel. The orange martial arts uniforms were almost the same color under the sun. The announcer's voice instantly surged with excitement upon seeing this scene. Ladies and gentlemen, the second match of the semifinals. Another showdown between disciples of the Turtle School. Yamcha needs no introduction, having just defeated the championship favorite Son Goku. And Krillin is also an orthodox disciple of the Turtle School, trained alongside Goku by the martial arts god himself at Kame House. He made it to the top 8 in the last tournament, a force to be reckoned with. The audience erupted. Another Turtle School civil war. How many students does Master Roshi have? I'm betting on Yamcha. He beat Goku, so Krillin doesn't stand a chance. What do you know? Interschool sparring is the best. Master Roshi stood in the stands listening to the chatter and snorted through his nose. A nearby man leaned in. Old man, who do you think will win? Roshi adjusted his sunglasses. I'm just an old man, I wouldn't know about young folks' affairs. The man scoffed and turned back to the ring. Bulma rested her chin on her hands, not cheering loudly as before. She knew the vast gap in strength between Krillin and Yamcha. Poir muttered beside her, the young master won't go too hard. Right. Oolong snorted, that depends on if Krillin knows his place. On the ring, the two stood on opposite sides 10 meters apart. The stone floor still bore cracks from Piccolo's explosive energy in the previous match left unrepaired. Krillin cracked his neck with a few pops, then assumed the standard Turtle School starting stance. Left fist forward, right fist at the waist, center of gravity low. Yamcha watched Krillin's posture, a thought flashing through his mind. 3 years of hard training had solidified Krillin's fundamentals. But the gap in combat power was clear. Krillin at around 200 faced Yamcha, whose actual strength exceeded 5000. This match was without suspense. Yet Yamcha had no intention of half-heartedness. This was Krillin's stage, a showcase of 3 years of effort. Defeating him in one blow would be the true disrespect. Come on, Krillin, show me what you've learned. Krillin grinned. Then I won't hold back. The referee raised his hand. Begin. Krillin moved. His speed was several times greater than 3 years ago. The moment his foot struck the ground, he shot forward, keeping his profile low. Closing in. Krillin's right fist came in from below. Yamcha didn't dodge, but shifted his body slightly, letting the fist graze his belt. Krillin's knee followed, aiming for the abdomen. Yamcha pressed down with his left palm, blocking the knee strike. and used the momentum to push Krillin back a distance. Krillin didn't pause, closing in again, spinning his body for a right-legged sweep. Yamcha raised his arm to block. The shin collided with his forearm, producing a muffled air burst. The martial arts enthusiasts in the audience nodded. This bald fighter, named Krillin, had clean, sharp techniques. But those in the know could see it. Yamcha hadn't counterattacked at all, though every move was a block or dodge. He was taking the hits. Krillin felt it too. His fist striking Yamcha felt like hitting a breathing wall. Each blow was precisely neutralized. Krillin gritted his teeth and increased his output. Hundreds of consecutive strikes, punches, elbows, knees, mixed and delivered from the front, the side, and behind. Yamcha turned, tilted his head, stepped back, each time using the minimal motion to neutralize. Krillin, your fist work is much better than before. Still far from it. Take this. Krillin roared, leaping back a distance, drawing his hands to his sides. Blue light gathered in his palms. The Kamehameha. Krillin decided to stop playing around and test Yamcha's limits with his strongest attack. Me. The blue sphere swelled to the size of a volleyball, the air blast, sending the gravel at Krillin's feet flying. Master Roshi straightened up in the stance. Krillin's Kamehameha was more than a level stronger than 3 years ago. He was channeling all his energy. Me. A blue beam shot from his palms, over half a meter in diameter, blasting straight at Yamcha. Yamcha didn't dodge. He raised his right hand palm forward. The beam struck his palm. Most of the energy wave was forcefully deflected into the sky, while the residual blast overflowed from the sides, lifting 2 stone slabs from the ring's edge. Krillin's Kamehameha was stopped by a single hand. The entire arena fell silent for a moment. Yamcha's hand pushed forward slightly. The blue beam split down the middle, dividing into 2 halves that flew past Yamcha's body and dissipated into the sky. Krillin's arms remained in their pushing pose, frozen in place. The gap. He felt it. Not a slightly weaker gap, but a chasm of a completely different dimension that lay between them. Krillin lowered his arms and took a deep breath. That's insane, Yamcha. How did you even train? Yamcha withdrew his right hand and shook off the residual heat from his palm. Maybe I'm just gifted. That's it. Krillin paused for 2 seconds, then laughed. He shook his head, walked to the edge of the ring, and stepped off himself. Both feet landed on the ground outside the ring. The referee's mouth hung open. Krillin has voluntarily stepped out of the ring. Yamcha wins. Murmurs rose from the audience. Some were dissatisfied, thinking the match was too short, but many others noticed the expression on Krillin's face. There was no frustration or resentment. Krillin stood outside the ring, looking up at Yamcha on the platform. It stings, but it's your turn now. Go claim the championship. That Majunya in the finals. He's no ordinary guy. Be careful. Yamcha watched Krillin's back, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. In the original story, Krillin spent his whole life chasing others' shadows. Chasing Goku, chasing Tien Shinhan, chasing everyone stronger than him. He was never the strongest, but he never stopped. At least until the Frieza saga. That persistence mattered far more than combat power. Thanks, Krillin. At the same time, in the rest area behind the venue, Tien Shinhan sat alone on a bench, his 3 eyes closed. The revived Kaiatsu floated beside him, not daring to make a sound. The sound of footsteps slowly approached. Tien Shinhan opened his eyes. Before him stood the old man who had been playing the fool on the arena. Now the immortal straightened his back, his entire demeanor utterly transformed, as if he were a different person. Young man. Tien Shinhan looked at him, saying nothing. It's only a lost match. Why are you in such a state? The heavenly god sat down across from him, his tone calm. Senior, do you have any advice? Advice? Hardly. The heavenly god gazed towards the distant arena. It's just a pity. Your talent ranks among the top of this generation of martial artists, and the boxing style you created yourself is a highly inspired martial art. Tien Shinhan's body tensed slightly. His 3 eyes fixed on the old man before him, but he did not speak. The immortal sat at the other end of the bench, hands resting on his knees, his posture relaxed. Yet the powerful aura emanating from him was unmistakable to Tien Shinhan. This old man was hardly weaker than himself. After a few seconds of silence, Tien Shinhan spoke first. No, senior, it's not because I lost the match that I'm sitting here. Oh, I've been thinking about something. Tien Shinhan's 3rd eye narrowed slightly. That Majunya. He paused, choosing his words carefully. As a martial artist, senior, you must know of the great demon King Piccolo, who sought to rule the world 3 years ago. The heavenly god nodded upon hearing this. 3 years ago, I saw the true form of the great demon King Piccolo with my own eyes. That Majunya's aura has something similar. He looked up, meeting the old man's gaze directly. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Maybe besides our group, there are many formidable beings hidden in this world. For instance, just like you, senior. Kaiatsu, listening tensely beside him, had his small face taut with anxiety. He didn't interrupt, but silently drifted half a step behind Tien Shinhan. The heavenly god was silent for a long time. Then he smiled. Excellent. Not fearing a powerful enemy, not succumbing to despair from a single defeat, but instead examining the whole situation. This is the true measure of a martial artist. Tien Shinhan didn't respond, waiting for him to continue. Speaking of which, the last mortal I held in such high regard was probably several hundred years ago. The heavenly god's gaze grew distant. That boy Mateto. Time waits for no one. Tien Shinhan's shoulders stiffened. Mateto, a figure revered as a founding master in the martial arts world. The Turtle School and Crane School both traced their origins back to his teachings. But he existed centuries ago, a name that had long since passed into legend. And this old man before him. Tien Shinhan's pupils contracted for an instant. Senior, who exactly are you? The heavenly god didn't answer directly. He turned and walked towards the front of the venue. Come with me. Yamcha and the little bald one's match should be over by now. There are some things I intend to explain all at once. Tien Shinhan stood up and followed. Kaiatsu pressed close behind him. At the exit of the competitor's tunnel, Yamcha was leaning against a pillar waiting for the finals. He saw Tien Shinhan following the old man and raised an eyebrow slightly. Krillin was sitting on the steps wiping sweat. His peripheral vision caught them, and he stood up as well. Son Goku walked over from another waiting area. Shishi wanted to follow, but he patted her shoulder, signaling her to wait in the spectator stands. 5 people. Son Goku, Yamcha, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu. The strongest martial artists on Earth formed a semicircle around a seemingly unreliable old man in the open space behind the venue. Then the heavenly god scanned their faces and began to speak. Of course, he had no intention of hiding it from Piccolo in the distance, as his hearing was very sharp. Finally, his gaze moved from Tien Shinhan to Yamcha, and finally settled on Son Goku's face. That contestant, calling himself Majunya, is the offspring of the great demon King Piccolo. Those 6 words landed, and the air solidified for a beat. Krillin's hand froze midair. Kaiatsu let out an ah, and shrank entirely behind Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan closed his eyes. Just as I thought. Son Goku didn't show much surprise. He tilted his head slightly, as if confirming a judgment he had already made. I knew it, he muttered under his breath. Yamcha, leaning against the pillar, kept his expression unchanged. Of course he knew, but in this situation being too calm would seem inappropriate. Old man, how do you know all this so clearly? Don't you think it's about time you revealed your true identity? Yamcha looked at the old man. The heavenly god was silent for 2 seconds. Because I am the heavenly god. The weight of this statement was immense. Krillin and Kaiatsu both cried out. Tien Shinhan's third eye flew wide open. Having seen Mateto centuries ago using the term mortal to describe martial artists, everything clicked into place. Son Goku was the first to react. Lord Kami, long time no see. He waved with a smile. Everyone turned their heads in unison. You know him? Krillin's voice shot up an octave. Of course. I trained at the lookout for 3 years, Goku said matter-of-factly. Lord Kami lives up there. Krillin's expression could be summed up in 2 words. You could have mentioned that earlier. The heavenly god didn't dwell on these minor details. His tone turned serious. 3 years ago, Master Roshi sealed the old Demon King with the evil containment wave. But in the final moments before being sealed, the Demon King spat out an egg. The one who hatched from that egg is the Piccolo you saw in the arena. He inherited all of the Demon King's power and memories. In 3 years, he has grown to this level. He came to the tournament for one purpose. The heavenly god looked towards the arena. To take revenge on you and to rule the earth, re-establishing the order of the demon clan. Wind blew in from the sea, rustling the clothes of the 5 men. Krillin swallowed hard. So, just how strong is he? The heavenly god didn't answer directly. Tien Shinhan took over. Much stronger than me. In our fight, just now, he was just playing around from start to finish. He probably didn't even use half his real power. Krillin's face paled. Even Tien Shinhan said so. Yamcha straightened up from the pillar and rolled his left shoulder. Lord Kami, he spoke, asking the key question for everyone. Since you know Piccolo's identity, why don't you deal with him yourself? The heavenly god looked at him. Because the great demon King Piccolo and I were originally one and the same being. The weight of this statement was crushing. The heavenly god sighed. The great demon King Piccolo was the evil split from within me. If he dies, I will also cease to exist. His offspring inherited this connection. The bond between Piccolo and me has never been severed. So you can't kill him, Yamcha said. It's not that I can't, the heavenly god corrected. It's that it shouldn't be done by me. Besides, I am no longer a match for Piccolo. His gaze swept over everyone present, finally resting on Yamcha. Since the next final match is you against Piccolo, I need to confirm one thing. Can you win without killing him? Because if Piccolo isn't killed, the heavenly god won't be implicated, the Dragon Balls won't disappear, and everything will be resolved happily. After all, if one can live, who wants to die? But this condition was far more complex than simply winning. Yamcha was silent for only 2 seconds. Yes, I can. The heavenly god stared into his eyes and nodded. The Kami's words concluded, and the open space behind the venue fell silent for a few seconds. The sea breeze blew from the south, rustling the hems of a few people's clothes. Then the fate of this world is entrusted to you, Yamcha. The weight of Kami's words was immense. But after uttering them, he paused for a beat, then swept his gaze across everyone present. However, just in case. Kami's gaze fell upon Son Goku. If any unforeseen events occur, all of you shall engage together. Especially you, Son Goku. I have witnessed the fruits of your 3 years of training at the temple. If you and Yamcha join forces, no matter how powerful Piccolo Daimao is, he will surely be defeated. Unexpectedly, Son Goku did not immediately agree as usual. He was silent for a second, then shook his head. Lord Kami, I cannot do this. Krillin turned to look at him. Son Goku scratched the back of his head, his face devoid of hesitation. I think Yamcha must also yearn for a fair fight. As a martial artist stepping onto the ring, such a thing shouldn't. Actually, that's not entirely true. Yamcha interrupted him. Son Goku blinked. Yamcha straightened up from the pillar, hands on his hips, his expression so candid that Son Goku was momentarily taken aback. If necessary, I'd prefer we all gang up on him. Krillin nearly choked. Tien Shinhan's third eye shifted slightly toward him, and even Kami's expression subtly changed. Yamcha shrugged. The spirit of fair martial arts is certainly important, but gambling the lives of everyone in the world to be fair to a villain is not within my considerations. He paused for half a beat. It's just. His tone suddenly shifted. This time is an exception. The champion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament must be mine. Everyone present felt that this was no impulsive declaration. Son Goku was stunned for 2 seconds, then scratched his head awkwardly. Nanny. So Yamcha, you're different from what I imagined. Krillin muttered under his breath. I think Yamcha's way of thinking is pretty practical. Tien Shinhan said nothing, but the corner of his mouth twitched. Kami looked into Yamcha's eyes and finally nodded. Very well. Everything is in your hands. 15 minutes later, the venue's public address system restarted. The announcer, after downing his 4th cup of hot tea, finally pulled his voice back from the brink of failure. Ladies and gentlemen, the roar of the crowd exploded to its peak at that moment. The long-awaited final match of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. The venue staff had hastily repaired the floor. Though cracks still crisscrossed the surface, it was at least safe to stand on. In the spectator's stance, Bulma stood in the front row, arms crossed, leaning against the back of her seat. Puar hovered above her head, so nervous he reverted to his original form, his fur bristled. Oolong gnawed on his 3rd grilled sausage, mumbling, the finals, the finals. That Majunya guy blew Tao Pai Pai away before. If they start fighting. Bulma shot him a glance. Oolong swallowed the rest of his words. Master Rose's sunglasses reflected the ring's lights. On the ring, from the West Passage, Yamcha emerged. His orange martial arts gi bore the faded hue of age. The frayed sleeves revealed a blue lining, and 3 claw-like tears marred the fabric on his left shoulder, remnants of his trek through the dense forest. A thin layer of calluses covered the knuckles of his right hand, forged from thousands of punches. He walked to the center of the ring and stopped. From the East Passage, a white cloak drifted out of the shadows. Piccolo's feet stepped onto the stone floor without making a sound. As he reached the edge of the ring, a gust of sea wind swept through the passage, flinging the cloak wide open. Greenskin, a purple martial arts uniform, his antennae trembling slightly in the wind. A low gasp rippled through the audience. The announcer took a deep breath. In the final match, we have competitor Yamcha versus competitor Majunya. The two locked eyes across 12 meters. Piccolo casually shed his cloak. The white fabric was caught by the wind and drifted to the edge of the ring. The corner of his mouth curled up slowly. Humph, you rabble. Piccolo's gaze swept past Yamcha's shoulder toward the competitor passage, landing on Son Goku, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin behind him. Don't think this Demon King didn't hear what was just said. In the competitor passage, Krillin's face turned pale with fear. Piccolo's hearing could cover the entire back area of the venue. He had caught every word of their conversation with Kami. Even if you know what of it. Piccolo averted his gaze and focused back on Yamcha. I will kill you first, and then slay every martial artist here. The entire venue fell dead silent. Piccolo's declaration, slay every martial artist here, echoed through the hall for a full 2 seconds. A nervous laugh came from the audience. This guy is really getting into character. What Demon King? Is the tournament doing role-playing now? Probably trying to stir up hype. Kids these days. The announcer wiped his sweat and took the microphone to smooth things over. Competitor Majunya certainly exudes an intimidating aura. He seems determined to win this final. But such a bold pre-match declaration is also part of the tournament's charm. The referee forced a smile, but his calves were cramping. He hadn't forgotten how Tao Pai Pai was blown away. Only the few people in the competitor passage wore starkly different expressions. On the ring, Yamcha listened to Piccolo's declaration. He looked down at his own knuckles, then raised his head, the corner of his mouth twisting. Piccolo. He uttered the name directly. Piccolo's pupils contracted for an instant. The audience hadn't caught on, assuming it was a nickname between competitors. Perhaps years ago you could boast like that. But after our arduous training, our strength is no longer what it once was. It's time to wake up from your delusion of world domination. Piccolo's facial muscles twitched. His body began to tremble, not from fear, but from anger burning within every cell. Unforgivable. How dare you humiliate this Demon King so? Piccolo wasted no more words. He knew full well that the Earthling before him was no ordinary foe. He had watched the semi-final match against Son Goku from start to finish. This Yamcha's strength was not inferior to Son Goku's. Therefore, he would go all out from the very beginning. Piccolo abruptly spread his arms, unleashing all his aura without reservation. A white flame erupted from his feet, licking up his legs, wrapping around his torso, and converging above his head into a pillar of light piercing the sky. The newly repaired stone slabs on the ring floor cracked anew under the pressure debris floating in the air. The entire venue trembled. Some in the front rows of the audience stumbled and fell to the ground. Bulma's hair was blown backward by the blast of air. Poir was transformed into a blue furball midair. The announcer's microphone emitted a piercing screech. What is this overwhelming aura? Competitor Majunya's power is simply unbelievable. Master Rose's hands trembled slightly. Kuririn clenched his fists, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This guy's ki is far more terrifying than when he fought Tenshinhan. Tenshinhan remained silent. His third eye fixed intently on the arena, the white pillar of light reflected in his pupils. So, the power that had effortlessly crushed him in the semifinals was now being fully unleashed. The gap was even larger than he had imagined. On the arena, Piccolo's ki reached its peak. A white aura enveloped his entire body, his purple martial arts uniform billowing from the pressure, every muscle visibly bulging. Yamcha felt the suffocating pressure and performed a rapid mental calculation. 400. To be precise, around 404. 20 points higher than Son Goku. Yamcha offered a silent thumbs up in his mind. Impressive. As expected of old Piccolo's son possessing this level of battle power at only 3 years old. If Goku had experienced a life-or-death struggle with the original Piccolo in this timeline, triggering the Saiyans' near-death power boost, this gap might not exist. But in this parallel universe, Goku missed that crucial near-death power-up, leaving his foundation ultimately lacking. However, this level of battle power was nothing to him. After all, Yamcha's true battle power exceeded 5,000. But he had no intention of revealing it. At least not yet. Because within his perception, 4 faint, yet sinister presences lurked in the audience stands. The moment Piccolo erupted with ki, those 4 presences simultaneously flickered. His intuition told him they were not benign. Moreover, if his judgment was correct, those 4 fellows were probably. Yamcha stabilized his own ki at 400. Exactly matching Piccolo. White aura also surged from beneath his feet. To outsiders, the 2 forces appeared almost evenly matched. Excellent. Piccolo's lips curled back. You truly are worthy of the Demon King's serious attention. Save your breath. Yamcha assumed the turtle school stance. The referee gritted his teeth and raised his trembling right hand. Finals. Yamcha versus Ma Jr. Begin. Piccolo vanished. His speed was incredible, far exceeding the semifinal bout. His form materialized 3 meters from Yamcha, right fist wreathed in purple aura, aiming straight for his face. Yamcha tilted his head 2 inches. The punch's force grazed past his ear, the heat making his skin tingle. Piccolo's knee was already thrusting upward. But just as Piccolo's knee was about to strike Yamcha's abdomen, Yamcha had already shifted his weight to the left. The knee struck only air. Using the momentum of his dodge, Yamcha swung his right elbow in a reverse strike, aiming for Piccolo's green head. Piccolo raised a single palm to block. The elbow slammed against his palm, and a new ring of cracks exploded from the arena floor beneath them. No advantage gained. But Yamcha had no intention of stopping. New Wolf Fang Fist. His fists became wreathed in ki, transforming into a flurry of afterimages that covered 7 attack points across Piccolo's front. Each punch carried a sonic boom so intense that the referee involuntarily took half a step back. Piccolo gritted his teeth. He had seen this technique in the semifinals, but seeing it was one thing, experiencing it firsthand was another. He raised his arms, forcibly suppressing the barrage of fists, but several ki blasts still leaked through his defenses, searing his ribs with burning pain. Piccolo countered, his fist wreathed in purple aura, smashing into Yamcha's chest. Yamcha didn't dodge. He took the blow directly, staggering back 2 steps, his feet scraping 2 grooves into the stone floor. The cost was his right fist connecting with Piccolo's left cheekbone. The ki detonation was muffled between them. Piccolo's head snapped 2 inches to the right, a trickle of purplish red blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The entire venue held its breath for a beat. The announcer's voice shattered the silence, a trade of blows. Yamcha has chosen to endure Ma Jr.'s direct attack to land a counter. This is a rare tactic in all my years at the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Someone in the audience began clapping vigorously. Piccolo licked the blood from his lips, his face dark, bleeding at the hands of an Earthling. How dare you? What's the matter? Didn't expect that. Yamcha rubbed the spot on his chest where he had been hit. They both took a step forward simultaneously. The ensuing exchange was without words. Fists, elbows, knees, palms, a relentless barrage. 2 figures tore across the arena, each collision producing a tangible ki explosion. The remaining intact stone slabs on the arena grew fewer. The announcer shouted between breaths, "Magnificent, absolutely magnificent." Neither fighter shies from damage. This is a true warrior's duel. He paused for a second, using a phrase that drew laughter from the audience. As my grandma would say, these two have no fear of death. In the stands, Bulma gripped the armrest, her knuckles white, but she remained silent. Pure trembled into a blue furball, secretly covering his eyes with his paws, yet unable to resist peeking through the gaps. Young master. On the arena, Piccolo's hand shot out, seizing Yamcha's arms with the force of iron vices. Eye lasers. Purple beams shot from his eye sockets, streaking straight for Yamcha's face. Yamcha's head jerked to the right. The beam sliced past his left ear, singeing the tips of his short hair, the smell of burnt hair filling the air. You dodged quite nimbly. Piccolo narrowed his eyes. Thanks for the compliment, but for me a technique used once won't work a second time. Piccolo's pupils contracted. Yamcha reversed his grip, locking onto Piccolo's wrists, simultaneously pushing off the ground with both legs and driving his right foot into Piccolo's chest. Piccolo was sent flying. His speed was immense, his form trailing an arc. But as he flew, his right arm suddenly elongated, crossing 5 meters, his fingers clamping like a vice around Yamcha's ankle. Inertia combined with the pull sent Yamcha's body into a horizontal spin, the ground rapidly enlarging in his vision. He was less than 2 meters from the arena's edge. In that instant, Yamcha gathered ki in his left hand. The energy spun and compressed rapidly in his palm, shifting from blue-white into a circular blade of golden light, its edges creating a faint ring of air waves from the high-speed rotation. No wasted motion. The Destructo disc sliced down toward Piccolo's extended arm. Piccolo had no time to defend. His focus was entirely on pulling Yamcha out of bounds. He never anticipated this move. Almost instantly, Piccolo's right arm from the elbow down was severed, cleanly falling to the ground at the arena's edge. Piccolo stood frozen in place. Yamcha landed steadily back on the arena 30 centimeters from the boundary line. He patted his ankle, erasing the residual sensation of the grip, tilted his head, and let out a long breath. Close one. Almost lost it. Piccolo looked down at his truncated right arm. The cut was clean with no excessive bleeding. His ki instinctively sealed the wound. He was silent for a full 3 seconds. What technique is that? It was the first time Piccolo had shown genuine confusion in a fight. Yamcha tilted his head, a slight grin tugging at his lips. Destructo disc. I came up with it myself. In the competitor's tunnel. Kirin's expression was frozen in a peculiar state of shock. He was silent for about 2 seconds. Then he spoke, his tone quite calm, but oddly tinged with a sense of grievance. That move. Why does it feel so much like an idea I once had? Tien Shinhan turned his head to glance at him. You had a similar idea? Not really, just a thought that never took shape. Krillin touched his forehead, his expression complex. And then Yamcha used it first, and even gave it a good name. Destructo disc. Krillin rolled the 3 words over his tongue, his face like he was tasting something indescribable. Forget it, I didn't have much of a clue anyway. On the ring, Piccolo looked down. The severed arm lay 3 meters away in a pile of rubble, its fingers slightly curled like a dead lizard. The entire venue erupted in uproar. His arm is cut off. Majunya's arm has been severed. How can he keep fighting? The announcer's roar pierced the arena, and some in the audience covered their mouths. In the competitor's passageway, Son Goku's smile faded as he stared at Piccolo's severed arm on the ring. Krillin asked quietly, can't Piccolo regenerate? Goku didn't answer immediately, then said after a second, he can, but it consumes a lot of energy. Tien Shinhan's third eye narrowed slightly. He understood. If Piccolo chose to regenerate his right arm, he would actively expend a huge portion of his ki reserves, plunging him from an equal footing on the ring straight into a disadvantage. So Piccolo wouldn't do such a foolish thing. On the ring, Piccolo kept the stump of his right arm close to his side. Yamcha didn't give him much time. Hey Demon King, not regenerating your arm? Yamcha tilted his head. Piccolo sneered. Humph, is that any of your business? Fine, don't blame me for bullying a cripple then. Piccolo's face turned ashen. The moment Yamcha took his first step, his figure vanished. Piccolo reacted swiftly, crossing his left arm in front of his chest, but Yamcha's fist was already there. Bang! A direct punch. Piccolo caught it with his left palm, the bones in his wrist vibrating, his entire arm bent backward by 10 degrees from the force. Yamcha gave him no breathing room. The Turtle School's chain punches poured out. Right fist, left elbow, right knee, left palm. 4 attacks hammered Piccolo's defensive line in turn. Piccolo had only one hand. One hand blocked the first punch, he sidestepped the second elbow, but the knee had already slammed into his ribs. A dull thud. Piccolo's body arched slightly, a trace of purplish red blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yamcha didn't stop. An axe kick came down from above. Piccolo dodged by tilting his head, but his collar was torn off by the palm wind. Then a side kick swept across. Piccolo blocked with his single palm, but the force pushed him sliding 3 meters sideways, his boots carving 2 long streaks across the cracked stone floor. Gasps rose and fell from the audience. This is a complete one-sided beatdown. The announcer's voice was already insufficient. He wished he had 3 throats. Yamcha has completely seized the initiative. After losing one arm, Majunya's defense has shown clear vulnerabilities. Piccolo was pushed into a true predicament. His left arm grew increasingly strained, trying to block the combination of fists, elbows, palms, and knees like an unending storm, each blow precisely bypassing his defense and striking his openings. Enough! Piccolo bellowed, stomping the ground violently, launching himself vertically into the high sky. The sea breeze was torn by his speed, white air currents spiraling up from the ground. Yamcha flicked his toes and flew up right behind him. The two figures, one after the other, pierced the airflow layer above the venue. Piccolo hovered hundreds of meters in the air, turned back, and extended his left arm downward. Die! A purple energy sphere coalesced in his palm, arcs of electricity dancing on its surface. Evil containment wave. The moment the sphere left his hand, it split into 3 purple energy bullets, converging on Yamcha from different angles. Homing bullets. The 3 energy bullets seemed to have eyes. When Yamcha dodged left, they followed left. When he dove down, they dove after him. Tracking energy waves. Interesting. Yamcha raised his right palm, gathering his ki at the center. Slap. Slap. The 3 energy bullets were swatted away like tennis balls from a racket. One crashed into the wasteland outside the arena, one shot into the sky and exploded like fireworks. Piccolo's pupils contracted. His evil containment wave had been deflected with one hand. But Yamcha was already in front of him. Too fast. Before Piccolo could react, a fist was pressed against his abdomen. Huh. This punch had no tricks. Piccolo's body folded at an unnatural angle, saliva mixed with blood forced from his mouth. But Yamcha didn't stop. His figure vanished before Piccolo's eyes. The next instant, he appeared directly above Piccolo. Too slow. He raised his right hand, elbow pointing down. A heavy blow smashed onto Piccolo's crown. Piccolo's body plummeted from the high sky like a cannonball. Boom. At the center of the ring, all remaining stone slabs shattered in that instant. Dust billowed up, rubble flew out of the arena, some pieces even reaching the front rows of the audience. Yamcha descended slowly from the air, landing on the edge of the crater. The smoke had yet to clear. Inside the pit, Piccolo lay face down on the rubble, his purple martial arts uniform torn in several places, a clear palm print dent visible on his back. The entire venue was silent for a full 2 seconds, then the announcer's voice exploded, as if injected with adrenaline. Heavens! Majunya has been knocked down from the sky. With consecutive attacks from the air to the ground, the dominance Yamcha has displayed is simply breathtaking. Is this final match going to end like this? Some in the audience had already stood up. He won, right? This should be a win. Bulma finally released her grip on the armrest and stepped forward. Poir spun in the air 3 times. But Yamcha's footsteps halted at the edge of the crater, his brow furrowed. Piccolo in the pit, the corner of his mouth was moving. It was a smile. Heh, you fell for it. Yamcha's pupils shrank sharply. The 2 antennae on Piccolo's head suddenly shot up, their tips flashing with 2 blinding white arcs of electricity. Demon lightning. Point-blank range. 2 thick bolts of lightning burst from the antenna tips, striking Yamcha square in the chest before he could retreat. Damn! The electric current coursed through his entire body. Yamcha's frame convulsed violently in the arc's white light, engulfing him. The surface of his orange martial arts uniform instantly scorched into a patch of black char. The cheers from the audience abruptly stopped. Bulma's face changed color. Poir let out a scream. Young master. The feeling of electricity surging through the body was far from pleasant. Yamcha's muscles twitched uncontrollably in the high voltage arcs. The front of his orange uniform burned to a charred black. White light swallowed him whole, and from outside the ring, only a human-shaped silhouette wrapped in lightning was visible. Piccolo climbed out of the pit. His right arm was still missing, his purple uniform tattered, but the expression on his face had relaxed. Hee, how does it feel? Piccolo stood upright. The lightning of us Demon Clan isn't comparable to you Earthling's petty tricks. He raised his left hand, arcs of electricity still dancing on his fingertips, the purple residual light reflecting on his face. Bioelectricity released directly from the antennae, enough voltage to roast a dinosaur. Your internal organs should be. Piccolo's words stopped. Within the arcs of lightning, the human-shaped silhouette moved. Yamcha's right hand reached out from the white light, fingers spread, and then he stepped out of the lightning. A large section of his uniform's front was burned away, revealing solid chest muscles, the skin still bearing some red marks from the electric burns. But he stood steady as a rock. Not that great. Yamcha rolled his neck, twisted his shoulders a couple of times, his expression like he had just stepped out of a hot spring. Less satisfying than a massage. Piccolo's pupils abruptly contracted. Hey, Kakarot. In the spectator stands, Bulma's heart eased halfway, while Poir spun in the air, weeping tears of joy. On the ring, Yamcha lowered his head. Piccolo, to be honest, that last hit was a bit itchy. He raised his head and then erupted with energy. But this time it was only for an instant, like a faucet turned to full blast. A white pillar of energy burst from his body, its diameter exceeding the width of the ring. All the remaining rubble on the ground simultaneously levitated, then was hurled in all directions by the shockwave. The front row spectators were knocked backward in a wave. The referee was flung over 10 meters away, crashing onto the grass. The announcer's microphone exploded. Piccolo's body was directly hit by the wave of energy. His left arm instinctively shielded his face as his feet carved 2 deep trenches into the ground. Flee. But it was too late. Yamcha was already before him. A single punch. The simplest, most unadorned punch. His right fist pierced through Piccolo's abdominal defense, striking solidly into his stomach. Ugh. Piccolo's body folded at a right angle, a gush of purplish red blood spewing from his mouth. His eyeballs seemed ready to pop from their sockets from the impact. Then he was sent flying. He crashed onto the ring, bounced once, crashed again, bounced again, and crashed once more. 3 times. On the final landing, Piccolo lay face down in a pile of rubble, his body embedded into the ground, the surrounding stone slabs shattered in a radial pattern. The referee scrambled up from the ground, staggered back to the edge of the ring, and looked down to confirm. Piccolo lay in the crater motionless. 1, 2, 3. Someone in the stand stood up. 4. Bulma gripped the armrest. 8. Piccolo's finger twitched, but his body did not rise. 9. The breath of the audience stopped. 10. The referee raised his right hand, his voice cracking. Majunia competitor has not risen after 10 seconds. Yamcha is the winner. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament champion Yamcha. The arena erupted. Cheers, screams, and applause merged into a colossal wave of sound, nearly drowning the entire Papaya Island. Bulma jumped up, crying like a blue fountain. The grilled sausage in Oolong's hand fell to the ground. In the passageway, Krillin was frantically slapping Goku's shoulder. He won. He won, he won, he won. Goku also smiled, the purest smile of joy for a friend. Master Roshi took off his sunglasses and wiped the corner of his eye with the back of his hand. Yamcha stood on the rubble-strewn ring. The sea breeze blew through his scorched martial arts uniform. He closed his eyes and let out a long, slow breath. A system panel appeared in his mind. Main Quest 2 Champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament completed. Rewards distributed: Kaioken Improved Version Spirit, Tree Fruit 1, but before he could examine it closely, a sound came from the rubble beneath the ring. Piccolo's body trembled. His left hand pressed against the ground, nails digging into the cracks, pushing himself up inch by inch from the crater. A trail of blood dripped from his mouth, unsteady, but the light in his eyes had not been extinguished. I am the Great Demon Clan. Piccolo gritted his teeth, his knees shaking as he knelt half upright in the debris. I must not lose to a mere mortal. His energy began to surge. No, not surge. It was out of control. Piccolo's body started to expand. His muscles bulged visibly, his size doubling in 3 seconds, tripling in 5. Gigantification. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. A colossal green figure rose from the center of the ring, its shadow covering half the arena. Panicked screams erupted from the stands as people in the front rows desperately scrambled backward. Piccolo looked down at the tiny orange figure below, a ferocious grin spreading across his face. Now, can you still defeat me, Yamcha? Yamcha looked up at the face that blotted out the sky. He shook his head. No, Piccolo, you've got it wrong. Gigantification doesn't increase battle power, it's just a bluff. Moreover, the bigger you are, the more openings you have. Yamcha pushed off with his toes. His figure vanished. The next instant, he appeared directly before the abdomen of the third immaturable Piccolo. His energy erupted again, just for a flash. His right elbow shot forward. The tip of his elbow drove into Piccolo's abdomen. The colossal body froze for a full second under the blow. Then, Piccolo's gigantification began to disintegrate from the point of impact. His 30-meter frame deflated, rapidly shrinking to 10 meters 5'3", and finally returning to his original size. Piccolo knelt on the ground. Both knees struck the rubble, his left hand supporting him as his head hung low, purplish red blood continuously dripping from his mouth. He couldn't make a sound, his entire body trembling violently. Yamcha landed back on the ground, turning his back to Piccolo, hands on his hips. He tilted his head and cast a glance in Piccolo's direction. You'd need another 20,000 years to beat me. Piccolo's fingers dug into the rubble, the sound of cracking joints audible. Yamcha turned to face him. However, I can give you a chance. Go back and train properly. When you feel you're strong enough, come challenge me again. If you can beat me, you can still rule the world. Piccolo looked up, his eyes holding a savage gleam that could devour a person alive. Just as Piccolo knelt in the rubble, his fierce light undimmed, and Yamcha was about to speak, a piercing laugh came from the northwest corner of the stands. Hee hee. Who dares to look down on our great demon clan? Everyone turned to look. In the 17th row, 4 people stood up. A middle-aged man in a gray jacket, a tall, thin youth with round glasses, a woman in a floral dress, and a bald man at the edge of the aisle. For utterly ordinary faces so plain they'd be lost in a crowd. Goku was the first to react. His pupils contracted, his body instantly tensing. No, the energy signatures of these 4 were very strange. Everyone run. Goku shouted towards the stands. Before he could finish his yell, the 4 human bodies simultaneously burst apart. Skin split open from the chest's bones and flesh splitting to the sides like a cicada shedding its shell. For figures of varying sizes shot out from the human shells. The stands erupted into chaos. People in the front rows fled madly backward, some were trampled, others climbed over seats. Screams filled the air. For figures. One with gray skin, one blue, one yellow. They weren't particularly large in stature, but their faces bore non-human angles. And the last one, short with blue skin, pointed ears, and wearing a black robe. He hovered in midair, hands clasped behind his back, looking down upon the entire arena. I am Garlic Jr., your new master. The small figure smirked. My father was once a candidate for God, but that hypocrite stole everything from him. Now I will reclaim what is rightfully mine. His gaze swept across the ring, landing on the god standing in the competitor's passageway. Found you, God. The old god's body trembled for an instant, clearly not expecting this so-called Garlic Jr. to appear here. Though the god was still borrowing a mortal's body, such tricks could not deceive Garlic. Yamcha stood on the arena, his gaze not on Garlic Jr., but tracking the movement of the three underlings. The blue-skinned, white-haired man charged toward the front row of the audience. He rushed in Bulma's direction. Nicky's speed was not slow, at least by ordinary standards. With a flash, he wove through the chaotic crowd and headed straight for the first row. Master Roshi moved, his reaction swift. He tossed off his sunglasses and threw a punch at Nicky's chest. But Nicky sidestepped the blow and countered with an elbow strike to the back of Rose's neck. A dull thud. Master Rose's body pitched forward, knocking over several bystanders before sliding more than 10 meters. Master Roshi, Son Goku, and Krillin cried out in alarm. Nicky did not stop. His arm shot out, clamped onto Bulma's neck, and lifted her entirely off the ground. Bulma's feet dangled in the air, her throat constricted, her face flushed crimson. Let me go, Poir shrieked and charged forward. Nicky casually swung his hand, sending the blue cat flying along with launch, crashing into an iron pillar on the field before they slid to the ground. Garlic Jr. laughed in midair. Old God, if you don't obediently die, then this woman might die first. On the arena, Yamcha's expression vanished. Krillin turned to look at Yamcha's face on the platform, and every hair on his back stood on end. Since knowing Yamcha, he had never seen such an expression. Son Goku felt it too. The aura around Yamcha was shifting. Garlic Jr. Yamcha recognized these villains. They were the antagonists from the Dragon Ball movie Return My Gohan. Garlic Jr. Base combat power 250, transformed into muscle form at 500. The three underlings Ginger, Nicky, and Sancho had combat powers around 211, 215, and 205 respectively. Similarly, their muscle form combat powers were around 231, 235, and 225, a very low increase. In the movie timeline, these guys were supposed to appear only before Raditz's arrival, aiming to take revenge on the old god and rule the world, having nothing to do with the current tournament. But considering this was a parallel universe, the plotline had deviated. These people showed up early, hiding among the audience, waiting until all the martial artists were exhausted from fighting before making their move. Admittedly, their tactics showed some intelligence. Unfortunately, you touched the wrong person. The god took a step forward. The mortal body he possessed had already endured considerable strain, but unlike the original story, he wasn't hit by the evil containment wave. Garlic Jr. Whether you seek revenge on me or anything else, that is a matter between me and your father. He raised his hand, pointing at the spectators fleeing in all directions behind him. There are tens of thousands of ordinary people here with no grudge against you. Let them leave. Garlic Jr. hovered in midair, looking down at the god, and laughed. Ha ha ha, old man, you're dreaming. You really have lost your mind. He clasped his hands behind his back, his blue skin gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Taking revenge on you is just a side task. My main goal is to rule this beautiful world. To make these ant-like mortals kneel forever at the feet of the demon clan, living in despair. This is the great enterprise of the Garlic family. The god's expression did not change. Son Goku and everyone. The god did not turn around, but his voice reached everyone's ears. Hundreds of years ago, there were two candidates for God. One was me, the other was Garlic. But his ambition was seen through by the previous god. After losing the election, he harbored resentment, then led the demon clan in rebellion, ultimately sealed away by the previous god. And his son is the demonic madman before you. Tien Shinhan's third eye swept across the four demon clan members, his lips pressed tight. Krillin wiped the sweat from his forehead and swallowed hard. On the other side of the arena, Piccolo knelt on one knee in the rubble. After hearing the god's words, his body froze for a moment. He looked up at Garlic Jr. and his three underlings in midair. Demon clan. Like himself, they were of the demon clan. At any other time, he might have considered an alliance, but one statement from Garlic Jr. stung more than all the rest. He wanted the god's life. But if the god died, Piccolo would die too. This wasn't a matter of stance, it was a matter of life and death. Piccolo gritted his teeth, pushed himself up from the ground, and stood, purplured blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth. He, the descendant of Demon King Piccolo. From midair, Garlic Jr. glanced at the battered Piccolo, a mere 3-year-old brat beaten to this state by an Earthling. If your father knew in the underworld, he wouldn't rest easy. Piccolo didn't respond. Garlic Jr. couldn't be bothered with him and lifted his chin. Ginger Nicky Sancho, make your move. Bring the dragon radar and clean up these troublesome martial artists. Before he finished speaking, a blue figure streaked across from the side of the audience, stands at tremendous speed. Shishi moved. No one noticed when she left the steps. Amid the chaos of the entire audience screaming and fleeing, the ponytailed girl crouched low along the first row of seats, creeping toward Nikki's direction. Her footsteps were light, her breathing minimized. 3 meters from Nikki. 2 meters. Shishi's right fist was cocked, aiming for the elbow joint of the arm Nikki used to hold Bulma. A single hit could free Bulma. Nikki's eyes shifted. Another bug. His free left hand swept back, directly catching Shishi's wrist, twisting it, and lifting her entire body off the ground. Shishi struggled a few times, her fists pounding against Nikki's forearm, but he remained unmoved. Shishi. Son Goku's voice exploded from the direction of the competitor's passage. He leaped forward, landing on the rubble at the edge of the arena, his fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. Shishi. Bulma. Son Goku's teeth ground audibly, his aura surging sharply. Damn it. You bunch of villains. He'll destroy you. Tien Shinhan and Krillin had already blocked the evacuation route for the audience, assuming combat stances. Kaiatsu floated behind Tien, trembling, but not fleeing. In midair, Garlic Jr. looked down at the martial artists, laughing with delight. No rush, no rush. After I deal with you annoying flies, we can peacefully go collect the Dragon Balls and have the great Shinran grant my wish. On the arena, Yamcha heard this and laughed. Garlic Jr.'s smile froze. What are you laughing at? Yamcha raised his hand, pointing first at the god in the direction of the competitor's passage, then at Garlic Jr. You little runt. Don't you know that if the god dies, Shinran disappears too? Garlic Jr.'s hovering body paused for a beat. What? The god created the Dragon Balls. Their existence is tied to the god's life. If you kill the god, the Dragon Balls turn to stone. Shinran is gone, and not a single word of your wish will come true. Your intelligence work is terrible. Garlic Jr.'s expression changed. He whipped his head toward the god, who did not deny it, merely nodding in silent affirmation. Silence hung in the air for 2 seconds. King Garlic Jr.'s expression cycled through confusion, rage, and then a renewed composure. So what? He ground his teeth. At worst, I won't kill him. He'll spare his life until the Dragon Balls grant my wish. Right now, your woman is still in my hands. Make a single wrong move, and Bulma. Yamcha spoke. Bulma, her neck gripped by Nikki, her face flushed and vision blurry, heard his voice. Wait for me, Yamcha said, lowering his head to look at his own hands. They'll come for you right now. Yamcha closed his eyes. Since he had already won the World Martial Arts Tournament Championship, completed the mission, and received the system's reward. From this moment on, there was no reason left to hold back. Damn it, you ugly freaks, he snarled. Let me show you my true power. He was about to release all the ki within him. In that instant, Yamcha's immense aura burst forth like a torrent, breaking free from its chains. A white flame erupted from beneath his feet. All the remaining rubble on the arena floor levitated simultaneously, then shot outward in every direction at tremendous speed. A pillar of energy surged from the center of the arena toward the sky, its diameter expanding 10 meters, 20 meters, as a blinding white light enveloped the entire ring. A storm rose from the ground with Yamcha at its epicenter. 2,000, 4,000, 5,000, 5,170. The white flame completely engulfed Yamcha's body, forming a towering beam of light behind him that pierced the clouds above Papaya Island. From the sea, it looked like a colossal white sword thrust into the heavens. Piccolo stood less than 5 meters away. He could no longer keep his footing. The residual force of the aura blasted him away, sending him crashing into the outer wall of the arena. He bounced off, barely managing to stabilize himself. He clung to a crack in the wall with his remaining left hand. In the competitor's passageway, Tien Shinhan's 3 eyes were wide open, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The ground is shaking. It wasn't a metaphor. The earth of Papaya Island was truly trembling. Krillin's mouth hung open, unable to utter a single word. So, this is Yamcha's true power. Tien didn't respond. He too was speechless. Having known Yamcha for so many years, Tien had always believed he had a rough estimate of Yamcha's strength. But he had been completely wrong. Son Goku stood atop a pile of rubble, his orange martial arts (GI) flapping loudly in the shockwave. From childhood training with Master Roshi, fighting Tien, training for 3 years on Camus Lookout, and sparring countless times with Mr. Popo, Goku had never encountered such a fierce aura. Amazing. The pillar of white light reflected in Goku's pupils. His fists clenched and unclenched at his sides. Then came excitement. A pure instinctual Saiyan craving for a powerful opponent. But behind that excitement lurked a thought Goku himself hadn't fully processed. When had Yamcha become so unimaginably strong? High in the air, King Garlic Jr. stared at the white pillar of light. His smile vanished. Impossible. His small blue frame shuddered violently in the air current. He had to shield his face with both hands just to maintain his floating stance. The oppressive pressure of that aura was 10 times more terrifying than his own full power. Just a mere human. I must be dreaming. Dreaming. Within the white light, Yamcha raised his head. His eyes piercing through the glowing veil of his aura locked onto Bulma in Nikki's grasp. Then he vanished. Nikki was still laughing. He held Bulma by the neck and Shishi by the wrist, feeling utterly triumphant. With 2 hostages in hand, what could those martial artists possibly do? Don't come any closer, or ill. His words stopped on the 4th syllable. Because a face had suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Yamcha stood right before him. When had he arrived? How had he arrived? Nikki's mind couldn't process it. The distance was over 10 meters, he hadn't even felt the air move. Yamcha's right hand rose. A knife hand strike. Nikki's head was severed from his neck. The cut was impossibly clean and blue blood only began to spray half a second after the separation. The headless body remained in its choking pose for nearly a second before the residual signals in its finger muscles faded. Bulma's body began to fall. Yamcha swung his left arm out, catching her waist securely. At the same time, his right hand grabbed the back of Shishi's collar, pulling her behind him. Appearance decapitation rescue. It took less than a second. Nikki's head rolled twice on the ground, the smile still frozen on his face. Bulma coughed violently. A ring of purplured marks encircled her neck. She looked up, her vision blurry, and the first thing she saw was Yamcha's jawline. Cough. Cough. It's okay now. Yamcha set Bulma down on the ground, supporting her shoulders as he leaned her against an overturned seat. Shishi rubbed her wrist and stepped back, her face pale. Pure flew over from beside an iron pillar and grabbed Bulma's arm. Young master. Miss Bulma. Yamcha straightened up and turned to face King Garlic Jr. In the sky. Nikki's headless body toppled behind him with a dull thud. High in the air, King Garlic Jr.'s expression shifted from confusion to fear. Nikki was dead. In a single blow. He hadn't even had time to react, like crushing an ant. And Nikki. His voice trembled for the first time. The nearby Ginger and Sancho were also stunned, their faces turning pale. You insignificant insects. How dare you? King Garlic Jr.'s fear rapidly transformed into frenzy. But before he could finish his shout, an orange figure had already soared past his head. Son Goku. You hurt the people most precious to me. His eyes were utterly different from usual, filled with a pure, bone-deep fury. He had seen Shishi and Bulma with their throats seized, but he hadn't been able to stop it in time. Saiyan blood surged through his veins. For that reason alone, I will never forgive you. Son Goku's right fist was already upon him. King Garlic Jr. crossed his arms to block, and the punch connected with his forearms, eliciting a sickening crack from his bones. 250 against 380. This disparity in battle power was translated into the most direct language upon physical collision. King Garlic Jr.'s body was sent flying backward, tumbling 3 times in the air before he barely managed to stabilize. His arms were numb. Son Goku was already upon him. Left punch, right punch, knee strike, elbow smash. No flashy techniques, just the most basic attacks, but each one carried an unreasonable amount of force. King Garlic Jr. could only parry desperately. Each of Goku's punches grew stronger, as if he were using his fists to express some uncontrollable emotion. Damn it. Damn. King Garlic Jr. shrieked. He tried to create distance to fire a ki blast, but Goku gave him no space. He pressed the attack, alternating fists and elbows, unleashing over 20 strikes in a single breath, each one landing on a vital point. A knee drove into his stomach. An elbow smashed into the back of his head. A side kick swept across his ribs, and the crisp sound of breaking bones echoed down from the sky. Goku is terrifying when he's angry. Krillin swallowed hard on the ground below. He understood Sun Wukong's nature all too well. Usually grinning and even delighting in battle, but when truly provoked, he became an entirely different being. Hey Krillin, stop staring. Tien Shinhan's voice came from beside him. Krillin turned to see Jianggu and Sancho charging down, one rushing toward Tien Shinhan and the other toward himself. You two monsters. Want a taste too? Tien Shinhan stepped forward. Jianggu led the charge, clashing head-on with Tien Shinhan. Their fists collided and the shockwave erupted, kicking up a ring of dust. Jianggu stumbled back half a step. Tien Shinhan stood unmoved. With such paltry strength, you dare speak arrogantly, Tien Shinhan remarked coolly. Jianggu's expression twisted. He glanced back at Garlic Jr., who was being brutally pummeled by Sun Wukong midair, and made a decision. Transform. Jianggu's muscles began to swell, veins bulging beneath his skin, his physique expanding within 2 seconds. Sancho transformed in unison. Muscle form elevated their battle power from just over 200 to around 230. Jianggu charged at Tien Shinhan again, his speed and power noticeably enhanced. Tien Shinhan's third eye scanned the opponent's bulging muscle lines. All show no substance. Jianggu's right fist swept across with wind pressure. Tien Shinhan sidestepped and struck him on the back with a reverse palm. Jianggu stumbled forward. Before he could steady himself, Tien Shinhan's knee drove into his abdomen. Ugh. No matter how big your muscles, if you can't land a hit, you're useless. Tien Shinhan kicked, Jiang flying his body smashing through 3 walls. On the other side, Krillin wasn't having it so easy. Sanshio's transformed battle power exceeded Krillin's by over 20 points, and the Demon Clan's close combat style was ferocious. Sanshio's fists hammered down like drumbeats. Krillin dodged left and right, but his speed disadvantage grew evident. A punch struck Krillin's forearm, numbing his entire arm. Then a sweeping kick caught him off guard, striking his side and sending him flying 5 or 6 meters. Krillin landed, bracing on one knee, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, this guy hits hard. Sanshio pressed forward, fists wreathed in purple aura. Krillin gritted his teeth, lowering his body. An instant before Sanshio's fist descended, he slid to the side and swept a leg. Sanshio leaped over it, but Krillin had already drawn his palms to his waist. Kamehameha. Point-blank release. The blue beam struck Sanshio square in the chest, blasting him back over 10 meters and smashing him into the arena wall. Sanshio slid down the wall, smoke rising from his chest, but he stood. Krillin gasped for breath. One Kamehameha, and the enemy still stood while his own energy had drained considerably. You little runt. Sanshio wiped his mouth and charged again. Krillin didn't retreat. He raised his fist and met the charge. Midair. Sun Wukong's final punch smashed into Garlic Jr.'s face. The small blue figure plummeted from the sky. Boom. The ground cratered. Garlic Jr. lay face down in the pit, his face covered in purple blood, arms too weak to lift his black robe, shredded to ribbons. He tremblingly crawled from the crater, spitting out broken teeth. Nearby, Jiang was pinned to the ground by Tien Shinhan's single hand, unable to move. Krillin fought hard, but Sanshio was locked in a stalemate after the Kamehameha blast. The great Demon Clan warriors had become so pitifully vulnerable. The 3 subordinates he brought, dead or wounded, couldn't even defeat Earth's martial artists who were not at their peak. It was a disgrace to the Demon Clan. Garlic Jr.'s eyes shifted from madness to despair, then from despair emerged a terrifying, desperate light. Tien Shinhan punched Jiang in the face. Jiang's body hung in the air for a few seconds, then crashed vertically into the ground. The stone slabs shattered, mud splattered, and he was embedded in the earth, only his legs sticking out, still twitching. Tien Shinhan withdrew his fist, his 3 eyes scanning coldly. The transformed Jiang's energy was merely at this level still inferior to his own. The reason he had taken a few extra moves was simply because his stamina hadn't fully recovered from the injury inflicted by Piccolo in the semifinals. Jiang struggled out of the crater. You? Mere mortal. His lips trembled, his gaze wildly swept to Garlic Jr., who was being pummeled midair by Sun Wukong, then to Nikki's headless corpse on the ground. Fear. Jiang roared, his muscles swelling to their limit, veins knotting like a cornered beast as he lunged at Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan didn't counter. He raised his hands, palms together in a diamond-shaped, thumbs and index fingers forming a triangular frame, aiming at the charging Jiang. Energy gathered in his palms. Compressing all his ki into a single point, he fired it from the center of the triangular frame. The Crane School's ultimate technique. Kikaho. Huh. A golden beam burst from his palms, less than half a meter in diameter, but immensely dense. The air it passed through ionized instantly, emitting a piercing hum. Jiang had no time to dodge. The beam pierced straight through his chest, blasting through the ground behind him for over 10 meters. Golden light surged, and the heat scorched all grass within 30 meters. When the light faded, a 10-meter-wide, bottomless pit scarred the ground. Jiang was reduced to nothing. Tien Shinhan lowered his hands and let out a long breath. The power of the Kikaho at equal strength far surpassed the Kamehameha. Its advantage lay in extreme compression and penetration, but the cost was equally steep. Now his arms trembled slightly, his energy depleted by nearly half. This technique needs faster refinement, Tien Shinhan muttered. Given his current physical condition, executing the Kikaho still placed immense strain. In combat, if the first shot missed, following up with a second would be difficult. But that was a concern for later. Tien Shinhan's gaze shifted to the other side. Krillin's situation wasn't good. Sanshio's speed and power both surpassed Krillin's. Though Krillin managed to hold the line with footwork and the Kamehameha, his stamina was draining fast. Sanshio's horizontal kick struck Krillin's blocking arm, sending him stumbling back. Sanshio gave him no respite, lunging forward, his right hand forming a claw wreathed in purple aura aimed at Krillin's chest. Krillin's pupils reflected the claw, less than 20 centimeters from his heart. Too late. A blue beam shot in from the side. The beam precisely grazed half an inch before Sanshio's face, forcing him to retract his claw and retreat several steps. Krillin turned to look. Master Roshi stood about 7 or 8 meters away. His black suit was already discarded, thrown onto the spectator seats. Now bare-chested, his small, frail frame suddenly bulked up, muscles swelling, as if inflated, arms thickening, chest and abdominal muscles clearly defined. Master Roshi at full power. A battle power of about 180. Insignificant on today's battlefield, but the spirit of self-sacrifice. Master Roshi flashed beside Krillin. He placed a hand on Krillin's shoulder, steadying his tottering disciple. Well done, my student. Those 3 words made Krillin's eyes instantly redden. Master Roshi. Master Roshi patted his shoulder. Son Wukong, Yamcha, Krillin. You 3 are all my proud disciples of the Turtle School. No matter what happens, no matter how formidable the enemy you face, Master Roshi will always be proud of you. He released Krillin's shoulder and turned to face Sensho, who was poised to strike a dozen meters away. The Turtle School stands with you. Klin wiped the corner of his eye with the back of his hand, took a deep breath, and straightened his body. Both of them moved at the same time. Master Roshi drew his hands to his waist, and Klin stood half a step behind him on the right, assuming the same posture and the same rhythm of breath. The key of the master and disciple began to resonate. A blue light simultaneously flared between both pairs of hands, their radiance, converging frequencies, overlapping energy output, surging through the resonance. Sensho sensed the danger, but chose to brace himself. His transformed body had already expanded to its limit, arms crossed before his chest, his entire form enveloped in a violet aura. This massive energy wave, he could withstand it. Huh, me. 2 voices overlapped, one old, one young, one deep, one bright. Huh, me. Huh. 2 azure beams shot forth simultaneously, merging into one in mid-flight. The beam's diameter swelled to over a meter, its brilliance so intense that everyone nearby instinctively turned their faces away. Sensho's complexion changed in the blue radiance. No, this energy was not a simple sum, it far exceeded the combined output of the 2 individuals alone. The Kamehameha, amplified by the master-disciple resonance, had multiplied in power several times over. Sensho wanted to flee, but the beam's speed far surpassed his reflexes. The azure torrent engulfed him entirely. His violet aura shattered in less than half a second within the blue light, and his body was stripped away layer by layer in the beam. The light dissipated. Where Sensho had stood, only a patch of scorched earth remained. Clean. Master Rose's body reverted to its lean, aged form. His knees buckled, and he fell directly to the ground, gasping for air. Klin could no longer hold on either. His legs gave way, and he sat down beside Master Roshi, lacking even the strength to speak. The 2 knelt on the charred earth, shoulders touching, neither able to rise. This is the mightiest Kamehameha. Yamcha stood a dozen meters away. He gazed at Master Rose's back, silent for a few seconds. In the original story, the Turtle Hermit was a somewhat lecherous old man, but at this moment standing here was a martial arts master who had earned even Beerus' respect at the Tournament of Power. He was not the strongest. He never had been. But the flame of the Turtle School was passed down by him alone. Son Goku, Klin, Yamcha, 3 disciples stood on today's battlefield, and every punch and kick they threw was built upon the foundation laid by this old man. Yamcha flashed over to them in an instant. He crouched down, took 2 senzu beans from a small pouch at his waist, and brought them to Master Rose's and Klin's lips. Eat these. They have miraculous power and can restore your stamina. Master Roshi tilted his head, looking at the green bean. Is this a senzu bean? Where did you get it? Kurin gave them to me. Yamcha offered no further explanation. Master Roshi opened his mouth, bit down, chewed twice, and swallowed with a gulp. Energy surged back. His depleted body felt as if warm water had been infused into it. The ache in his limbs faded within seconds. Master Roshi stood up, flexed his wrist, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Good stuff. Klin also ate the senzu bean. His once weak legs steadied again. He clenched his fist, eyes wide. This senzu bean is truly miraculous. I'm completely recovered. Yamcha rose to his feet. By now the 3 demon underlings on the ground had all been dealt with. Midair. Son Goku hovered in place, his fists still steaming. Garlic Jr. knelt in a crater of rubble dozens of meters away, drenched in blood, his black robe reduced to a few tatters clinging to his body. His 3 underlings were annihilated. From the depths of his despair, a dangerous glint emerged in Garlic Jr.'s eyes. He rose with a bitter laugh, thrusting both hands toward the sky. In that case, I'll destroy you all with my ultimate technique. Dead zone. Open for me. Above his head, the sky seemed to tear open like a wound. A pitch-black vortex was slowly expanding. The sky was splitting. This was no metaphor, it was really splitting. The dark vortex unfurled from the fissure like the mouth of a living creature, slowly opening wide. Violet arcs of electricity danced along the vortex's edges, and the air over the entire Papaya Island grew thin. The spectators who had nearly finished evacuating were once again thrown into panic. The sky is breaking. Run, run. A few bold onlookers who had just been watching the martial artist display their prowess from a distance had only just regained their composure. Now with a glance upward, the sky was torn, and any sense of safety vanished instantly. Beside the rubble of the arena, Garlic Jr. stood in the center of the pit with a bitter laugh, hands raised to heaven, his aura beginning to swell violently. Bulging veins emerged across his blue skin, his muscles seeming to be pushed apart from within by something. The cracking sound of bones echoed through the arena. His height shot up from under 1.5 meters to 1.8, then 2, then 2.5 meters. His muscles swelled to an exaggerated degree, and the remaining shreds of his black robe could no longer cling to him, shattering and scattering. The transformation was complete. The Garlic Jr. before them was no longer the short, comical blue-skinned figure from moments ago. His physique was nearly 3 meters tall, shrouded in a black-violet aura, his facial features twisted and distorted, his eyes a blazing crimson. Ha 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 ha. Garlic Jr. looked down at his bulging fists, his voice becoming deep and coarse. Once the dead zone opens, it can never be closed. Whether it's the gods or you mortals, you'll all be sucked in and vanish forever in the endless darkness. Son Goku was the first to charge forward. He had just thoroughly beaten Garlic Jr., and his momentum was undiminished. His right fist, wrapped in a white aura, drove straight toward Garlic Jr.'s face. The fist connected, but the effect was entirely different. Garlic Jr.'s head didn't budge. His right hand slowly rose and seized Goku's wrist. "Bet you had fun beating me up, didn't you?" Thud. Garlic Jr.'s left fist slammed into Goku's abdomen. Goku's body doubled over, spitting out a mouthful of saliva, and he was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing through 2 walls, sending bricks and dust exploding everywhere. "Goku!" Klin shouted. Goku struggled to crawl out of the rubble, kneeling on the broken bricks, clutching his abdomen with his left hand, panting heavily. "Nani, Masaka, this guy's power has increased so much." He looked up at Garlic Jr.'s swollen form, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but no fear in his eyes. "Though he's still far weaker than Yamcha, he's already surpassed me." Goku pushed himself to his feet with his knees, wiped the blood from his mouth, and clenched his fists. The black vortex above was expanding. The pull began to spread. Debris, broken stone slabs, and overturned seats on the ground began to float slowly, drifting toward the vortex. The announcer had long since fled after being pushed out of the arena by the shockwave. The microphone and equipment on the commentary stand were also being sucked upward. Klin's feet slipped, and he quickly crouched low, grabbing a crack in the ground. "This thing is getting stronger. At this rate, even people will be sucked in." Master Roshi clung to an iron pillar, squinting at the vortex above. "What kind of evil technique is this? Even space is being torn apart." Tien Shinhan planted his feet firmly into the ground, as steady as a rock. His third eye was fixed on the vortex, a deep furrow carved between his brows. Kama's face was a shade of green never seen before. The Dead Zone is a spatial rift connecting to the demon realm. Once it fully opens, everything within tens of kilometers will be devoured. Yamcha stood atop a pile of rubble, his short hair standing erect in the rising airflow. He looked up at the black fissure, then glanced down at the maniacally laughing Charles II. "Well, it's about time to end this." Yamcha's breath surged once more. His right hand extended, palm facing upward. A golden light coalesced in his palm, expanding from the size of a fist. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. A colossal energy sphere. The golden orb hovered above Yamcha's palm, its diameter surpassing 5 meters, the aura on its surface spinning at high speed, causing the surrounding rubble and dust to be repelled by the rotating energy field. Charles II sensed this terrifying aura. His laughter abruptly ceased. "No, it's impossible." He turned to flee, or rather to fly, but the gravitational pull of the death zone was also tugging at him. This was the most fatal flaw of this technique. The summoner themselves could not be completely immune. In that instant, a purple beam shot silently from the ruins in the corner of the venue. The magic flash. The beam struck Charles II squarely in the back. Explosion. The purple energy detonated on Charles II's back, causing his body to lurch forward as he spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. "What?" Charles II turned his head in disbelief. In the shadows of the ruins, Bick knelt on the rubble, his remaining left hand still poised in a firing position, with purple remnants of smoke curling from his fingertips. Clearly, he had gathered all his strength. "You? Traitor!" Charles II's crimson eyes widened. "As fellow demons, how could you?" Bick spat out the blood foam from his mouth. "Don't try to bond with me over being demons. The gods are dead, I'll go down with them. Do you think I'm helping them? I just don't want to die." Charles II was still staggering. The wound on his back had yet to heal. Another voice exploded from the side. "Kamehameha." A blue beam shot out violently from Sun Wukong's palm. Charles II crossed his arms defensively across his chest as the blue beam collided with his arms. His feet carved deep grooves into the ground, and his entire body was pushed back several meters. The gravitational pull of the death zone tugged at him from above, while the Kamehameha pushed him from the front, 2 forces acting simultaneously on his body. Charles II's arms trembled violently, his fingers losing sensation. He managed to block it, but only for 2 seconds. Because the golden colossal sphere had arrived. Yamcha thrust his right hand forward. The 5-meter diameter energy sphere, carrying a devastating pressure, tore through all sound in the air. The golden light engulfed all of Charles II's vision. No, this was the last sound he uttered. The golden sphere rolled over his body. Charles II's muscular form, the black-purple aura, and his crimson eyes all disintegrated layer by layer within the golden light wave. The energy sphere passed over the spot where Charles II had vanished, continuing to rise, charging into the very center of the black vortex above. Boom. The world whitened for an instant. The golden light burst forth within the vortex, the black fissure rapidly contracting, as if being sewn together, completely closing within 3 seconds. The blue sky reappeared. The sunlight shone upon the devastated martial arts venue. The entire scene fell into silence, lasting a full 5 seconds. Then is it over? It was unclear who shouted first. Immediately after, the entire Papaya Island seemed to have switched on. Cheering, crying, and laughter mixed together, overwhelming the senses. Yamcha retracted his right hand, exhaling a deep breath. Krillin slumped on the ground, lying on his back. It's good to be alive. Thank you, Bick. Bick ignored him, bracing himself on the ground to stand swaying as he walked towards the exit of the venue, stopping briefly after taking a couple of steps. He did not look back. Next time we meet, I will kill you all. With that, his green figure vanished into the distance. Yamcha watched that silhouette, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. This is indeed Bick's style. He turned and walked towards Bulma. The god stood at the entrance of the contestant passage, watching Bick leave, then turned his head to gaze at the distant skyline, his brow slightly furrowing. Although the death zone had dissipated, the method to create such a level of spatial fissure should not exist on Earth. Where did Charles II learn this? A gust of wind blew from the sea. Yamcha stepped down from the arena ruins. The sunset approached over the sea, casting a warm hue over the debris. Bulma leaned against the overturned chair, Puar clinging to her arm, her small face buried in her sleeve. The purpler bruises around her neck remained, her hair a mess and half of her makeup smudged from crying. Yamcha stopped in front of her, less than half a meter apart. Bulma lifted her head, her lips trembling, wanting to say something. Such as, why did it take you so long to come? Or you scared me, you jerk, but not a single word escaped her lips. Yamcha reached out his thumb, gently brushing over the bruise on her neck, pausing slightly when his fingertip grazed the wound. Does it hurt? Bulma's tears started falling the moment those 2 words were spoken. She threw herself into Yamcha's chest, gripping the charred front of his martial arts uniform, her forehead pressed against his collarbone, her entire body trembling. Yamcha embraced her, completely enveloping her in his arms, resting his chin atop her head. Puar cried beside them, tears streaming down with snot bubbles forming, yet understanding did not intrude, hovering in midair, covering its face, with its small paws peeking through the gaps. On the other side, Sun Wukong sat atop a pile of broken bricks. Shishi had already crouched in front of him. Wukong, you have blood on your face. And here. Your elbow is bruised too. Shishi tugged at his sleeve, inspecting him back and forth. How many places did you get hurt? Hey, it's just some scratches. Hee. Sun Wukong chuckled, pressing his hand down to stop Shishi from flipping his clothes. But Chi-Chi, your wrist must have been twisted by that guy, right? Let me see. He grasped Shishi's right wrist, where a ring of purple bruises still lingered on her skin. Sun Wukong's smile faded for a moment. I'm sorry, Shishi. Shishi looked up at him. I should have been faster. Sun Wukong lowered his gaze at her wrist. You got hurt. It's my fault for not protecting you well. Shishi's eyes reddened. She did not cry out loud, but buried her face in Sun Wukong's chest, murmuring, you idiot. Sun Wukong's hand rested on her head, gently patting it twice. Not far away in the ruins, Krillin stood beside a pillar, one hand resting on it, the other on his hip, a grass stem he picked from the rubble held in his mouth. His gaze shifted from Yamcha and Bulma to Wukong and Chi-Chi, then back again. One side embraced, the other side embraced. Krillin adjusted the angle of the grass stem in his mouth. Sigh. Tianjin Han stood beside Krillin, arms crossed, eyes closed. Dumpling floated above his shoulder, tilting its little head, looking at the distant backs of the 2 pairs, then glanced down at Tianjin Han, then at Krillin. Master Roshi walked between these 2, the 3 of them, standing in a row in the shadow of the passageway. They were silent for 3 seconds. Master Roshi spoke first. Have you all noticed? Krillin turned his head. Everyone with hair has a girlfriend. Krillin's mouth twitched slightly, and Tianjin Han's third eye flickered imperceptibly. Dumpling raised its little hand to touch its smooth bald head, not daring to respond. In this awkward atmosphere, Bulma, her gaze swept the ruins, finally settling on Tianjin Han. Tianjin Han, are you okay? Bulma rushed in front of him, panting heavily. I thought you. Tianjin Han opened his eyes, looking at the breathless girl before him. I'm fine. Bulma stared at the several wounds on his chest that were still oozing blood, her brows furrowing as she reached out to press against his injuries. Tianjin Han's face turned quite red. You? Let go of my hand, it's nothing. Nothing. You're bleeding. Bulma glared at him. You only know how to act tough. Tianjin Han's third eye drifted to the side, colliding with Krillin's gaze. Krillin wore an expression that was hard to articulate. All right then. Krillin spat out the grass stem, dusted off his hands. Another member is gone from the bald-headed gang. He turned and walked toward the exit, his steps somewhat heavy, glancing back at Master Roshi after taking a couple of steps. Master Wutian, do you think I can find a girlfriend in this lifetime? Master Roshi pondered for a moment, considering your height. Don't say it. A gust of sea wind blew. The sunset stretched the shadow of the bald head long. A gust of sea wind blew. The sunset stretched the shadow of the bald head long. On the eastern side of the venue ruins, the body of the immortal elder began to change. The celestial being exited the possessed state, revealing his true form. With green skin and a white robe, lines of age marked his forehead. Beside him, the borrowed mortal body of Mr. Shin lay softly on the ground, breathing steadily, merely in a deep slumber. The crowd reacted little to this scene. The previous identities had already been exposed, and after witnessing the 3-meter-tall Carrick II and the 30-meter giantized Bick, today the presence of a green-skinned elder before them barely raised their psychological threshold. The celestial being approached Yamcha. As he reached the two, Bulma stepped back half a step from Yamcha's embrace, using the back of her hand to wipe her eyes, standing to his right. The celestial being looked at Yamcha. Yamcha, today you not only defeated the Demon King Bick, but also eliminated Carrick II and his remnants, thus dispelling the threat of the demons to the entire earth. You have saved the lives of all the innocent people present. The celestial being nodded slightly to Yamcha. This achievement is worthy of remembrance even in the history of the celestial realm. Moreover, your strength is undoubtedly the strongest martial artist on this planet. The words "world's number one" held a different weight when spoken by the celestial being. Sun Wukong nodded quite at ease, while Krillin and Tien Shinhan closed their eyes, appearing relieved, yet somewhat unconvinced. Yamcha stood his ground without any pretense. Celestial being, this is what we martial artists ought to do. However, if it weren't for Sun Wukong holding back Carrick and the timely assistance from Tien Shin and Krillin and Master Wu Tian, I believe today would not have gone so smoothly. Of course, the strength I possess today is also thanks to Bulma's help. Bulma huffed, turning her face away, though her ears turned red. The celestial being gazed at him. This young man was composed, his strength unparalleled, yet humble. Could he be labeled as a villain? Absolutely not, but to say his heart was as pure as Wukong's, it wasn't entirely accurate. He had worldly attachments, weighed human emotions, possessed a sense of proportion, and also had a heart for killing. Such a person could be the best guardian. But he could not become a celestial being. The celestial being did not voice the invitation from the original text, he merely nodded. Well, with a young man like you, I can rest assured. Please guard this world well. Yamcha returned a nod. The sea breeze blew in from the south, sweeping the dust from the ruins into the sky as the sunset illuminated the rubble strewn across the ground. The audience outside the venue began to return in droves. After all the rift in the sky had closed, the monsters had vanished, and the group of young martial artists still stood in place. Curiosity often lasts longer than the shelf life of fear. Several bold spectators had already raised their cameras to take pictures from a distance, with flashes going off sporadically. Over there. It's the one in the orange outfit. He's the one who closed that big hole in the sky. A familiar figure stumbled out from the side entrance of the venue. The commentator. This gentleman had rushed into the equipment room and hidden under a table when Carrick II erupted in anger. At this moment, he clutched a spare megaphone with his hair standing on end and his tie askew. Professional integrity proved invaluable in critical moments. He hurried to Yamcha, taking 3 steps at a time, and first bowed at a 90-degree angle. Yamcha. No, Mr. Yamcha. He straightened up, raised the megaphone to his mouth, and his voice echoed throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, I extend the highest respect to all martial artists present. It was they who stepped forward in a critical moment to protect the lives of tens of thousands of spectators. The applause shifted from sporadic to synchronized, ultimately turning into thunderous applause. The commentator took a deep breath, raising his voice. At the same time, I officially announced the champion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Yamcha. The cheers were overwhelming. The crowd surged from all directions, some clapping, some whistling, and a few children waved from atop their parents' shoulders. The commentator held the megaphone out to Yamcha. Mr. Yamcha, do you have anything you'd like to say to everyone? Yamcha looked at the megaphone. He took it, weighed it in his hand. Bulma tugged at his sleeve beside him and whispered, "What are you going to do?" Yamcha did not answer her. He stepped onto the ruins of the stage, specifically onto the only relatively intact slab among the rubble, and stood firm. The sunset shone from behind him, casting a long shadow on the rubble. Yamcha raised the megaphone. Everyone, I am Yamcha, a disciple of the Turtle School. You all witnessed what just happened. Silence fell over the crowd. Those flying green-skinned monsters, the martial artist capable of firing ki blasts the black hole in the sky, and the arena shattered with a single punch. These are not tricks, not stage effects, nor magic shows. Yamcha scanned the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over every face. Chi is a real force, and martial artists are real warriors. And those strange demon races also exist in this world. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Today it was Carrick II's threat, what about tomorrow? Yamcha's question made everyone's spine tense. The next enemy may be stronger than today, perhaps an army, and even more likely a monster from a distant universe. Yamcha continued. Therefore, as the champion of this world martial arts tournament, I have decided to do something. I want to form an alliance. To unite all willing martial artists around the world and establish a defense organization specifically to confront threats to Earth. The arena fell silent. The sound of the waves could be heard. I call it the Z Alliance. Z stands for the final line of defense. No matter who the enemy is, no matter where the threat comes from, as long as there is one person standing in the Z Alliance, the Earth will not fall. Silence lasted for 3 seconds. Then someone began to clap. 1 person, 2 people, 10 people, 100 people. Applause surged like a tide from the crowd. Yamcha did not stop. Of course, this alliance is not just for martial artists. He raised the megaphone towards the audience. All those who love martial arts regardless of age, gender, or identity, as long as you are willing to learn and become stronger, you can join. Because protecting this planet should not be the responsibility of just a few individuals. As this statement landed, several young people had already stood up, their eyes filled with anticipation, clearly moved. Bulma stood below the arena, gazing up at the silhouette of the man atop the pile of rubble. She suddenly recalled the first time she had met Yamcha. When had that bandit boy who used to blush and stammer at the sight of a woman in the desert transformed into this? Not only that, but Bulma had never expected her boyfriend to harbor such grand ambitions. Truly remarkable. Master Roshi remained silent as well, but the curve of his lips betrayed everything. This kid, Master Roshi, had been a martial artist for centuries and had taught disciples his entire life. He had taught Son Goku, Kuririn, and Yamcha the fundamentals of the Turtle School, but there was one thing he had never specifically taught them. Vision. That was something that could not be taught. Son Goku was a natural-born fighting genius. Give him an opponent, and he would battle until the end of time. Kuririn, though limited in ability, never backed down in critical moments either. But what Yamcha had just proclaimed amidst the ruins transcended the very definition of a martial artist. On the other side, after hearing Yamcha's words, Son Goku blinked. What does Z Alliance mean? Shishi explained beside him. It means organizing everyone to protect Earth together, Goku. Oh, that sounds interesting. Son Goku clapped his hands. Does that mean we can spar and compete often? Shishi facebombed. She realized that her future husband's thought process was somewhat different from a normal person's. Tenshinhan remained silent for a long time, his eyes fixed on Yamcha on the arena. Count me in. Chaozu floated in the air and asked softly, Tien, are you joining? Yeah. On the arena, the applause from the crowd continued. Yamcha returned the megaphone to the announcer and stepped down from the rubble pile. The announcer's voice picked up, his voice already hoarse, but brimming with emotion. Ladies and gentlemen, you have witnessed history. The champion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Yamcha, has announced the formation of the Z Alliance amidst these ruins. This will be a monumental moment in the history of human martial arts. Yamcha walked over to Bulma. Bulma lifted her chin using a tone that pretended to be indifferent, but was actually full of concern. Z Alliance, the name is pretty lame. But where's the headquarters? What about funding, equipment, communication systems? You can't just shout slogans, and that's it. Yamcha looked down at her. Bulma stood with her hands on her hips, her blue short hair blown into a mess by the sea breeze, her makeup smudged from crying. Those problems. Yamcha reached out and brushed the stray hair from her forehead. Of course, they'll be handled by the smartest woman on Earth. I'll figure something out too. Bulma glared at him. So you're just responsible for shouting slogans and you dump all the dirty work on me? Not dumping everything. Yamcha smiled. It's full authorization. You are the Z Alliance's technology director, finance director, and logistics director. Well, you've got it all figured out for me, haven't you? Bulma snorted. Yamcha said no more and promptly walked over to Son Goku and the others. Goku, Tenshinhan, Kuririn, Chaozu. Are you guys interested in gravity training? Kuririn was the first to react. Gravity? You mean training by increasing the gravity multiplier in an enclosed space? Yamcha explained simply. I trained in a gravity chamber Bulma built for about half a year, and the results far exceeded normal training. Tenshinhan became interested. What's the specific method? You train under 10 times gravity. When you return to normal gravity, your speed and power can at least multiply several times over. The three of them fell silent simultaneously. If they trained under 10 times gravity for half a year with their current foundation, their battle power could easily surpass 1,000 or even higher. Bulma has the blueprints for the gravity chamber. He'll have her build one for each of you later. Yamcha patted Son Goku on the shoulder. Of course he'll have Bulma make them all capsule versions. Son Goku's eyes lit up. Sounds incredible. It's a bit like my gravity suit. But this reminds me of the hyperbolic time chamber at the lookout. Shishi tugged at Son Goku's sleeve from the side. Goku, shouldn't we get going? Alright. Son Goku scratched his head. I almost forgot. I promised Shishi I'd take her back after the tournament. He put 2 fingers in his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. A few seconds later, a golden cloud flew from the distant horizon, trailing a slender tail, and stopped steadily at Goku's feet. The flying Nimbus. Son Goku jumped on and turned to reach his hand out to Shishi. Chi-Chi, let's go. Shishi blushed as she took his hand and was pulled onto the Nimbus. Once seated, she wrapped her arms around Goku's waist and buried her face in his back. Well, everyone'll be off now. But you all have to come to Mount Paozu for my wedding. Son Goku waved at them, grinning widely. Yamcha, let's have another match next time. Anytime. The golden cloud carried the two into the sky, flying faster and faster, turning into a speck of light within seconds and disappearing into the western sunset glow. Bulma watched the cloud fade into the distance and murmured softly, flying nimbus and stuff. It's way too romantic. Master Roshi looked at the vanishing dot in the sky, the corner of his mouth twitching. Ought to be young. A rustling sound came from the bushes on the east side of the venue. Everyone turned around alertly. A round figure emerged from the grass. Yajirobe. He looked around, confirming there were no cracks in the sky and no monsters on the ground, then swaggered out. Hey, is it over? Kirin's mouth twitched. You were hiding until now. What do you mean hiding? Yajirobe retorted righteously. This is called strategic concealment, preserving our effective strength, understand? No one responded to him. Yajirobe didn't mind. He pulled out half a rice ball from his pocket, took a bite, and gave Yamcha a thumbs up, speaking with a mouthful. But Yamcha had already picked Bulma up. Hey, you again. Bulma's protest was swallowed by the wind. A white aura surged from beneath Yamcha's feet, and he shot into the sky, holding Bulma, flying towards West City. Puar quickly dove into Yamcha's embrace, his small wings flapping furiously. Wait for me, master. Wind rushed into Bulma's collar, forcing her to tighten her hold around Yamcha's neck. Behind them, the outline of Papaya Island grew smaller and smaller. Tenshinhan glanced at the direction Yamcha had disappeared, then looked at his own fist. Gravity training method. His fist clenched tightly. A gravity chamber, huh? Hirurin looked up at the sky. I didn't expect Goku and Yamcha to have gotten so far ahead. Master Roshi walked over. A gap is never a reason to give up. You need even more arduous training. Yes, Master Roshi. A month later. Age 755, June 8th. On Baozi Mountain. Before the old homestead of Sun Wukong, a grand open-air banquet platform had been erected, red ribbons stretching far into the distance and fresh flowers lining the path. The Ox King took personal charge of the cooking, slaughtering 3 oxen, steaming 800 steamed buns, and roasting an entire wild boar. Of course, there were also many pre-prepared main dishes for the feast. The wedding of Sun Wukong and Shishi. The number of guests was not large, but their significance was considerable. Master Roshi wore a brand new black suit, his bald head slicked with hair wax, while Krillin had changed into a clean shirt. Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu sat in a corner. Before Tien was a cup of tea, while Kaiatsu gnawed on a chicken leg. Launch sat next to Tien, leaving half a seat's distance between them. Neither spoke, but neither moved away. Oolong and Pure were fighting over the last plate of braised pork. Yamcha and Bulma sat at the main table. Even the fortune teller Baba had arrived. Bulma wore a light purple dress today, with newly purchased diamond earrings in her ears. Before her lay an exquisite gift box containing a set of platinum jewelry. Shishi, this is from Yamcha and me. See if you like it. Shishi opened the box and her eyes immediately lit up. So beautiful. Thank you, Sister Bulma. Sun Wukong leaned over to take a look. That shiny thing is so pretty, is it for me? Shishi elbowed him, signaling Wukong not to speak foolishly. The Ox King, carrying a bowl of wine, walked over to Yamcha. The giant, over 2 meters tall, had red-rimmed eyes, his voice booming so loudly that the entire mountain seemed to tremble. He tipped his head back and down the bowl of wine, tears streaming down his face along with the liquor. My Shishi has finally married someone. Yamcha raised his bowl and clinked it against his. During the feast, cups clinked, and the atmosphere grew intensely lively. Sun Wukong single-handedly devoured 300 of the 800 steamed buns. The Ox King took 200, Krillin and Oolong snatched 100, and the rest went to the normal people. After 3 rounds of wine, Master Roshi picked up a piece of braised pork and glanced sideways at Yamcha and Bulma. Then he spoke. Speaking of which, Yamcha, Wukong is already married. When will it be for you and Bulma? Yamcha set down his wine bowl. He thought for a few seconds. No rush for now. I plan to give Bulma the most magnificent wedding in the entire universe. At the table, Krillin couldn't hold back. Puff, cough, cough, cough. Krillin pounded his chest, coughing until his face was bright red. The entire universe. Oolong put down his chopsticks, a look of suspicion on his face. Yamcha, how many bowls have you had? Even Sun Wukong, uncomfortable in his suit, tilted his head. The whole universe. I don't really understand what that means. The Ox King slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. What ambition. As expected of the world martial arts champion, your words have real spirit. Everyone present assumed this was just drunken bravado. Before the banquet dispersed, Yamcha took a silver-white capsule from a small pouch at his waist and tossed it to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong caught it, turning it over in his hands twice. What's this? A gravity chamber, the 10 times gravity version. Yamcha leaned back in his chair. Press the button on top, find an open space, and throw it out. The operating instructions are posted on the inside of the hatch. It's powered by natural light, wind, heat, and the like, but this technology isn't quite mature yet. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Great. I've been wanting to try it ever since you mentioned it before. Shishi leaned over from the side, eyeing the capsule warily. Mister Yamcha, is that thing dangerous? Don't worry. Yamcha smiled at Shishi. The safety mechanism has triple redundancy. Once the body shows any danger signals, the system will automatically revert to normal gravity. Bulma designed it herself, oh, nothing can go wrong. Shishi's expression softened a little, but she still gave the capsule a couple more glances. Sun Wukong tucked the capsule into his chest pocket and patted it. Thanks, Yamcha. After I train with this for a while, I'll come find you for a fight. Yamcha raised his wine bowl, always ready. The two bowls clinked together, splashing a few drops of wine onto the table. As the night deepened, the guests gradually departed. As Yamcha carried Bulma and flew into the night sky, he looked back at the lights of Baozi Mountain. Sun Wukong stood at the door of the old house, Shishi holding his arm. The child yet to be born was already resting quietly in Shishi's womb. Son Gohan, the pinnacle of individual combat power in the entire Dragon Ball world. I hope this timeline's Gohan can live a more relaxed life than his original counterpart. Yamcha withdrew his gaze and accelerated towards West City. 2 weeks after the wedding, West City Capsule Corporation headquarters. Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and Kaiatsu stayed in West City for 5 days. During these 5 days, they signed their names on the Charter of the Z Alliance drafted by Bulma. Each of them received a communication earpiece the size of a fingernail to be worn behind the ear. It provided global signal coverage with the emergency channel online 24 hours a day. Finally, each took a gravity chamber capsule. Time passed, and another 2 months went by. Age 755, August. Capsule Corporation Basement Level 3. The metal hatch of the gravity chamber was sealed shut. The indicator light, flashing red, signaling 10 times gravity, was in operation. Inside the chamber, Yamcha was bare-chested, sweat tracing the lines of his muscles and pooling into a small puddle on the shock-absorbing floor. 10 times gravity. Half a year ago, the first time he stepped into this chamber, he could barely stand under 5 times gravity. But now, Yamcha took a deep breath, planted his feet shoulder-width apart, drew his left fist back to his waist, and extended his right fist half an inch forward. Opening stance, the new Wolf Fong Cyclone Fist. The first punch was thrown. Under 10 times gravity, the fist wind was compressed into a visible white line of air, the sonic boom of the air being pierced, echoing back and forth within the sealed chamber. The second punch followed immediately, then the third, fourth, and fifth. The fist shadows began to overlap. By the 10th punch, all the fist shadows had blurred into a continuous sheet of white light looking from the front like a wall built of fists. The entire set of techniques was completed, the final punch drawn back before his abdomen. The wave of ki radiated outwards from around his body, and the blue indicator lights on the 8 gravity generator nodes on the chamber walls flickered twice simultaneously. Yamcha exhaled a long breath. The new Wolf Fong Cyclone Fist under 10 times gravity was full of momentum, each punch carrying genuine destructive power. This set of techniques was his continuous improvement from the original new Wolf Fong Fist. The attack nodes had been expanded from 5 to 9, and the punching frequency had nearly doubled. Most critically, each punch was now imbued with ki. At the World Tournament, even Sun Wukong had suffered quite a bit from this set of techniques. But it was still not enough. Yamcha closed his eyes and focused his will. A transparent panel materialized. Strongest Earthling System host Yamcha Battle Power 5396 Race Earthling Bound Skills New Wolf Fong Cyclone Fist Spirit Ball Kamehameha Turtle School Fist Techniques Destructo Disc. Main Quest 1 Yamcha will absolutely not become a meme. Main Quest 2 Cosmic Emperor Yamcha. A combat power of 5396. From 168 a year ago to 5,396, now an increase of over 30 times. On the current Earth, this number was likely a height unreachable for anyone but him. Yet facing Vegeta's 1800, he was still outmatched by more than 3 times. However, what truly troubled Yamcha was not the gap in power. It was the newly appeared main mission. Main Mission 2 Cosmic Emperor Yamcha. The original Main Mission 2 winning the World Martial Arts Tournament had already been completed. Then this daunting new mission emerged. Cosmic Emperor. Yamcha stared at those 4 words for a full 10 seconds. System details on Mission 2. The panel flickered, unfolding a new line of text. Main Mission 2 Cosmic Emperor. Yamcha mission requirement: in the vast cosmos, there exists an evil emperor named Frieza who tyrannically rules over half the galaxy. And you, though merely a Yamcha, are destined to be the man who shatters it all. Mission objective: when fortune turns from misfortune and the underdog rises during the upcoming battle on planet Namek, you shall utter those words: Frieza, I am the one you have always feared. The Super Earthling. And defeat the final form of Cosmic Emperor Frieza at 100 power with the most arrogant demeanor. Rewards 1. Combat power of 50 million 2. Time-space transporter. Super Earthling. Yamcha stared at the excruciatingly embarrassing line on the panel, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. This strongest Earthling system really overestimates me. Who was Frieza? He was the most terrifying mutant among the Frost Demon race. A cosmic overlord with a natural combat power of 120 million. A monster who after merely 4 months of training could rival Super Saiyan Blue. For him, an Earthling to rebel against such a monster and defeat him with the most arrogant demeanor was practically a death wish. A power gap of over 10,000 times lay before him, not something to be erased by a surge of adrenaline or a few shouted slogans. However, Yamcha dismissed the system panel, plopped down on the shock-absorbing floor, and casually grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat from his face. If a man has no dreams, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? In truth, the system's mission aligned perfectly with the ambition lurking deep within Yamcha's heart. Since he had already been transported into this Dragon Ball world, since he had already shattered his original tragic fate, why not aim higher? How could he not become a cosmic emperor? Besides, Yamcha's mind conjured the image of a girl with short blue hair, always worrying about him. I still owe Bulma the most magnificent wedding in the entire universe. At this thought, Yamcha's fists clenched involuntarily. To hold a wedding in space, without the power to sweep away all opposition, how could he book the venue? How could he intimidate those space pirates and alien monsters? He needed to plan carefully. Yamcha leaned against the metal cabin wall, recalling the World Martial Arts Tournament over a month ago, and gained new insights into this timeline. He had come to realize that this parallel Dragon Ball universe he was in was a calamity-ridden level. If he were still the original Yamcha who only knew the Wolf-Fang Fist and was perpetually at the bottom of the power rankings, then the development trajectory of this world would have completely collapsed. Perhaps this world would have already been ruled by Demon King Piccolo. Even if by some miracle Goku had performed exceptionally at the tournament and exhausted himself to defeat the second-generation Piccolo. So what? Garlic Jr., hidden among the spectators and his demon minions, would have delivered the most fatal blow. In the original timeline, Garlic Jr. wasn't supposed to appear for several more years, but in this world he had entered the fray early, even knowing how to bide his time and strike by surprise. Imagine if he hadn't intervened back then, what could a depleted Goku, a wounded Piccolo, and the inadequate Tien Shinhan and Krillin have done against Garlic Jr., who had opened the dead zone. They probably wouldn't have even lived to see the Saiyans' arrival. A few years later, Earth would have been finished. I'll forget it. Yamcha stood up, stretching his aching shoulders, his bones popping and cracking. Dwelling on this was useless. In this Dragon Ball world where planets were casually destroyed, the only true path was to continuously elevate absolute power. Now, while a combat power of 5,396 was unmatched on Earth, it was still insignificant in the vast cosmos. The 10 times gravity chamber Bulma had built was beginning to yield diminishing returns for his current level. Martial arts training couldn't rely solely on honing the physical body. It required breakthroughs in realm and a broadening of horizons. He needed to reach higher gods and gain a wider cosmic perspective. It's time to go to King Kai's planet. Yamcha looked up at the gravity chambers, sealing his gaze seemingly piercing through the thick Zalloy to the distant depths of the starry sky. North Kai, the supreme deity governing the North Galaxy, lived on his planet, which not only had a natural 10 times gravity environment, but was also the perfect springboard on the path to becoming Cosmic Emperor. With this thought, Yamcha walked to the control panel and pressed the button to stop the gravity. The red indicator turned green, and the crushing pressure of 10 times gravity receded like a tide. He pushed open the heavy metal hatch and strode out. The next step was to visit the lookout and pay respects to the Guardian. Outside the gravity chamber, Yamcha called up the system's rewards. Kaioken improved version fruit of the Tree of Might X1. The system's rewards are indeed good things. The Kaioken, a divine technique from Dragon Ball's early days, could multiply combat power, but it placed immense strain on the body. However, the system provided an improved version, suggesting some side effects had been removed, or it was better suited for an Earthling's constitution. But he wasn't in a hurry to extract it. Since he had decided to go to King Kai's planet, he could study this ultimate technique after meeting North Kai. Perhaps he could even use it to squeeze some other benefits out of Kai. As for the fruit of the Tree of Might. In the movie The Tree of Might, the Saiyan tells 8-1, and his combat power skyrocketed from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Clearly, this item's enhancement mechanism was tied to the user's base combat power. Eating it now would be a waste. Multiplying a combat power of 5,396 tenfold would only yield just over 50,000. If he waited until his base power reached 100 or 200,000, then eating it would mean a leap of at least 1,000,000. Good steel must be used on the blade's edge. That old Frisia was still waiting for him to come and beat him up. Yamcha turned and walked towards the living quarters. Bulma was sitting on the sofa, tapping on a keyboard with a steaming cup of coffee beside her. Hearing the footsteps, she asked without looking up, "Did you plan to stay in there until the new year?" Yamcha walked behind the sofa, placed his hands on the backrest, and glanced down at the dense streams of data on the screen. He walked around the sofa, sat beside Bulma, and reached out to ruffle her short blue hair. "You've worked hard." A faint blush crept across Bulma's cheeks, but her words remained sharp. "Spare me the flattery. Spit it out. What do you want?" "That expression on your face means you're planning a long trip." "You know me too well, Bulma." Yamcha leaned back into the sofa cushion, his gaze drifting toward the sky outside the window. As they say, there's always a sky above the sky and a man beyond the man. This time I intend to go to a higher realm to train for a while. Bulma stopped typing, turning to look at him. Where? The lookout. Bulma fell silent for 2 seconds, then simply pulled a capsule case from her pocket and tossed it into Yamcha's arms. Yamcha gripped the capsule case, a grin curling at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, you'll be back soon. Stepping out of Capsule Corporation headquarters, Yamcha planted his feet apart and let his energy sink. Boom. A white aura erupted from his body, instantly dispersing the clouds above West City. The shockwave swept up fallen leaves from the ground, and the air around him rumbled with a low roar. Bang! 2 cracked footprints were left on the ground as Yamcha shot into the sky like a white meteor. Destination: the northwest. Corinne Tower. At the peak of the towering white pillar, Corinne was dozing against the railing, a half-eaten fish cracker still in his hand. Suddenly his white whiskers shot upright, his round body snapped to attention, and his cat-like eyes flew wide open. This energy is... He grabbed his staff, hurried to the tower's edge, and peered downward. A pillar of white energy was rocketing vertically up the tower at an unbelievable speed. Sonic booms layered upon one another, causing the entire Corinne Tower to tremble faintly. Seconds later, the energy pillar halted abruptly just outside the tower. The gale force wind pushed Corinne back 2 steps, and the fish cracker fell to the ground. The aura dissipated. Yamcha hovered in midair, arms crossed, and waved at the old cat behind the railing. Yo, Corinne, long time no see. Corinne picked up his staff and swallowed hard. You brat. How did your energy become so terrifying? It had only been a little over 2 years since Yamcha last trained at Corinne Tower. Back then, though strong, his energy had still been within Corinne's understanding. But now it felt like a live volcano on the verge of eruption, suffocating and overwhelming. Maybe I'm an ancient millennium martial arts prodigy, Yamcha said with a grin. Corinne rolled his eyes, his whiskers twitching. You've mutated, that's what. Even Son Goku's energy isn't this exaggerated. Corinne shook his head. But you didn't come here today for senzu beans, did you? I'll grab some senzu beans next time. Today I'm heading up there. Yamcha pointed above. To see the Guardian? Corinne nodded. Go on. The Guardian knows you'd come eventually. See you. Yamcha erupted with energy again, a white meteor piercing the clouds toward the lookout. Corinne stroked his chin whiskers, watching the vanishing light. A human? Reaching such heights? That boy is an absolute monster. Through the thick sea of clouds, the red hemispherical building came into view. Strange plants surrounded the area, and white tiles paved the entire plaza. This was the highest point on Earth, where the air was so thin that an ordinary person could barely breathe. But for Yamcha, who possessed absolute environmental adaptability, it felt no different from the ground. Thud. His feet landed steadily, and his aura vanished instantly. The Guardian stood in the center of the plaza, leaning on a wooden staff. Beside him stood Mr. Popo, clad in white, his skin pitch black. Yamcha. The Guardian's voice rang out. Guardian. Yamcha stepped forward, bowing his head slightly in greeting, then turned to Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo, a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Popo blinked his round eyes and clasped his hands together. Hello, Mr. Yamcha. The Guardian turned and gestured for Yamcha to follow him to the edge of the temple. You did well with Garlic Jr. The Guardian gazed at the sea of clouds below. If not for you, Earth might have become a demon realm teeming with evil. It was my duty. Yamcha walked up beside the Guardian, skipping pleasantries and getting straight to the point. Guardian, I've come today to ask for your help. My training has hit a plateau. Yamcha stared at the distant sky. The resources and training available on Earth can no longer help me break through. I need guidance from a higher plane. The Guardian turned to look at the young man. As a deity, he could clearly perceive the reserves of energy within Yamcha's body. A power of this magnitude, even across the entire North Galaxy, would rank him as a formidable warrior. There is indeed no one left on Earth who can teach you, the Guardian sighed. Including myself. So I ask for your assistance, Guardian. Yamcha met the Guardian's eyes directly. Please send me to King Kai's planet. The moment those words were spoken, the air fell utterly silent. Mr. Popo's eyes flew wide open, and the watering can in his hand tilted, spilling water onto the tiles. The Guardian's hand gripping his staff tightened abruptly. His wrinkled green face was a mask of pure shock. You? How do you know of Lord Kai? King Kai, the supreme deity governing the entire North Galaxy. Even the Guardian himself had only heard that name from his predecessor when he assumed the role of Earth's god. He was a superior being in the divine hierarchy. Ordinary mortals, nay even lower gods, had no right to know of him. Yamcha's expression remained calm. The universe is vast, Guardian. Instead of answering directly, he offered a grander reason. The death zone opened by Garlic Jr. last time allowed me to glimpse fragments of the future. Enemies far more terrifying than demons lurking in the distant stars. I have a feeling that in a few years Earth will face a calamity of annihilation. I cannot withstand it, as I am now. The Guardian fell silent. He looked into Yamcha's eyes. There was no trace of deceit in them. only an intense craving for power and a deep-seated dread of the unknown crisis. As Earth's god, the Guardian himself had a vague premonition, a malevolent force stirring in the depths of the cosmos. King Kai's planet. The Guardian took a deep breath, steadying the turmoil within. I can contact King Yama to arrange passage through the afterlife. Thank you, Guardian. But the Guardian said, his tone shifting as he struck the ground heavily with his staff. There is only one way to reach King Kai's planet. You must traverse the Serpent Road alive. It is a path stretching 1,000,000 kilometers. One misstep and you will fall into hell, facing eternal damnation. Yamcha's lips curled into a faint smirk. Just 1,000,000 kilometers. When do we leave? The Guardian's face turned green. He was already green-skinned, but now his complexion became even more vivid. This young man spoke so lightly of 1,000,000 kilometers. Ah, the youth of today, so impatient. The Guardian grumbled inwardly. Among all the past Guardians, only a handful had qualified to descend to the afterlife, let alone bring a living person along. On Earth, the only ones capable of crossing the boundary between life and death were himself and the fortune-teller Baba. But bringing a living person into the underworld was an absolute taboo. If things went wrong, he could be stripped of his position as Guardian. His grip on the staff tightened. He looked at Yamcha's resolute gaze. This young man had just saved Earth and even foreseen future crises. Yamcha's power had already surpassed all previous Earth martial artists, and his determination to protect the planet could not be ignored. For the sake of Earth's survival, what harm was there in bending the rules once? Grab my arm, the Guardian said, extending his withered left hand. Yamcha stepped forward and took hold. Space twisted instantly. Light returned. Yamcha opened his eyes to a dusky yellow sky, a sea of white clouds beneath his feet, and the endless Yellow Springs Road stretching ahead, with countless souls forming a long, orderly queue. These souls, each with a white halo above their heads, drifted aimlessly forward. The underworld. Yamcha looked around. The air thrummed with a strange energy, and the rules here were utterly different from Earth's. An ordinary person would struggle even to take a step here. But Yamcha merely adjusted his breathing and fully adapted to the environment. Ahead of the queue, two underworld officials, one with horns and red skin, the other blue, held a registry and shouted to maintain order. The red demon turned his gaze, sweeping past the Guardian before landing on Yamcha. His eyes lingered on Yamcha's feet for 2 seconds, then slowly traveled upward to his head. No halo. A physical body breathing a heartbeat. The red demon's mind went blank. The blue demon followed his gaze, and the registry slipped from his hands, landing on the clouds. A living person, the blue demon shrieked. The cry exploded across the Yellow Springs Road. Countless souls turned their hollow eyes fixed on Yamcha, murmurs spreading through the queue. The Guardian ignored them, pulling Yamcha straight through the long line of spirits. The grand hall loomed before them, solemn and imposing, its massive vermilion gates wide open. They cut the queue without a second thought and strode into the hall. At its center stood a colossal desk. Behind the desk sat an enormous, burly figure with purplured skin, a bushy beard, and a hat adorned with 2 horns. King Yama. He was mechanically stamping documents with a giant seal. Thump, thump. Suddenly his hand stopped. Guardian, how dare you bring a living person into my realm of the dead? Do you take the laws of the underworld for mere decoration? Cold sweat beaded on the Guardian's forehead. He stepped forward, quickly forcing a flattering smile. Great King Yama, please calm your anger. This Yamcha is no ordinary mortal. Not long ago, he stepped forward and defeated the great demon King Piccolo, saving all of Earth. Not only that, but he also crushed the ambition of the demon Garlic Jr. to rule the world, protecting countless lives. King Yama snorted coldly. His massive hand reached for an extremely thick book of life and death. His thick fingers swept rapidly across the pages, stirring up a gale that whipped at Yamcha's clothes. Yamcha stood still, hands at his sides, meeting King Yama's gaze without flinching. Yamcha. King Yama's eyes stopped at a certain line in the book, and he looked down at this human anew. The book of life and death recorded this human's achievements. No wonder. King Yama stroked his thick beard. Not long ago, a soul named Garlic Jr. came to my hall, arrogant beyond belief, claiming he would rule the underworld. I smacked him straight into hell. So you're the one who sent him down. King Yama's gaze toward Yamcha shifted. To defeat a demon while still mortal, such a feat was exceedingly rare in the records of the underworld. The underworld valued order, but it also respected true power and heroism. King Yama knew well how strong Garlic Jr. was. Any human who could kill him was no ordinary being. Very well. King Yama leaned back in his enormous chair. In recognition of your great contribution to Earth, I shall make an exception this once. But remember, this is not to be repeated. The Guardian let out a long breath, thanking him profusely. With permission granted, the blue demon led the pair out of the hall toward the start of the Serpent Road. At the edge of the Yellow Springs Cloud, see a massive dragon head statue opened its enormous maw. A yellow scale-covered road extended from the dragon's mouth, winding and twisting into the endless yellow mist, its end nowhere in sight. The Serpent Road. The Guardian stopped and turned to Yamcha. They'll see you off here. He leaned on his staff. Lord King Kai's dwelling lies at the end of this road. When your training is complete, I will come to fetch you. Thank you, Guardian. Yamcha nodded. The Guardian turned his form, dissolving into a phantom, vanishing from the underworld. Yamcha walked to the starting point of the Serpent Road. He glanced down. Beneath the rolling yellow clouds, faint, spine-chilling wails could be heard. That was hell. To fall was to be lost forever. In 1,000,000 kilometers. An ordinary person, even without food or drink, could not cover that distance in years. But Yamcha flexed his wrists, took a deep breath, spread his feet slightly, and lowered his center of gravity. Boom. A pure white aura erupted from his body, unleashing his inner energy, without reserve. A violent shockwave radiated outward, tearing a vast vacuum in the surrounding yellow clouds. The guiding blue demon was knocked to the ground by the pressure, tumbling a dozen times before regaining his balance, staring in disbelief. 1,000,000 kilometers. Yamcha's lips curled. Just a warm-up. Bang. A sonic boom exploded from the ground. Yamcha shot forward, a streak of white light racing along the winding Serpent Road and soaring into the sky. His speed was immense, leaving only a straight white line on the retina. The gale churned the underworld's clouds, which took a long time to settle. The blue demon sat on the ground, watching the white light vanish into the horizon, swallowing hard. That guy. Is he really from Earth? The blue demon sat on the ground, watching the white light vanish into the horizon, swallowing hard. That guy. Is he really from Earth? The blue demon sat on the ground, watching the white light vanish into the horizon, swallowing hard. That guy. Is he really from Earth? The blue demon sat on the ground, watching the white light vanish into the horizon, swallowing hard. That guy. Is he really from Earth? Above the Serpentine Road, Yamcha's figure accelerated ceaselessly, his aura pushing aside all surrounding resistance. The yellow sea of clouds receded wildly beneath him. The 1,000,000-kilometer Serpentine Road was a journey of endless despair for ordinary souls, but for Yamcha, now, it was merely a slightly longer runway. White aura enveloped his body, sonic boom, clouds exploding in rings behind him. Yamcha compressed his energy to the extreme, minimizing external loss as he flew at full speed. The airflow cut through the hazy yellow atmosphere of the afterlife, drawing a straight white line above the Serpentine Road. He passed several solitary buildings along the way. Outside one lavishly constructed palace, a few serpent demons dressed as maids had just poked their heads out when they were knocked to the ground by a gale, not even catching a glimpse of Yamcha's afterimage. Yamcha neither slowed nor stopped. Mere feminine charms were nothing. They would only hinder the speed of his fists. He was in a hurry. 3 hours later, the winding Serpentine Road finally reached its end. Ahead was no longer an endless sea of clouds, but a tiny sphere suspended in the void of the Yellow Springs. King Kai's planet. Yamcha retracted his aura, his body arcing into a parabola as he landed steadily on that small world. The moment his feet touched the grass, a heavy pulling force surged from the ground. 10 times gravity. Yamcha didn't even bend his knees. Having trained in Bulma's gravity chamber for over half a year had long accustomed him to such gravity. This natural tenfold gravity felt even gentler than the machine-generated version. He looked around. The layout was Spartan to the extreme. Green grass, a few trees, a hemispherical little house, and a miniature road encircling the entire planet. The roar of an engine came from the other end of the road. A red vintage convertible was approaching leisurely. In the driver's seat sat a small, plump old man with sunglasses, 2 antennae, and blue skin. North Kai. He was steering with one hand, humming an unfamiliar tune, clearly in a good mood. Without hiding his presence, Yamcha flashed across most of the planet in an instant, appearing directly in front of the red convertible. Greetings, Lord Kai. The screech of brakes echoed across King Kai's planet. Kai stomped hard on the brake pedal, leaving 2 long black marks on the road and emitting acrid white smoke. The car's front was less than 10 centimeters from Yamcha's knees. You startled me. Kai pushed up his sunglasses, standing from the car. Don't you make any noise when you walk? Oh, it's a person. No sooner had Kai spoken than 2 figures dashed out from behind the little house. A brown-furred gorilla and an upright insect wearing white gloves. Bubbles and Gregory. The ape and the insect hid behind Kai's car, peeking curiously at the uninvited guest. Kai stared at Yamcha, his 2 antennae suddenly twitching. He took off his sunglasses, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. A living person. Kai's jaw nearly dropped onto the steering wheel, his finger trembling as he pointed at Yamcha. You. A living human, how did you get to my King Kai's planet? Yamcha remained calm, cupping his hands in greeting. Lord Kai, my name is Yamcha from Earth. King Yama specially approved my passage through the Serpentine Road to seek your tutelage. Kai put his sunglasses back on, jumped out of the car, and circled Yamcha twice. That stubborn King Yama actually agreed to let a living person walk the Serpentine Road. Kai stroked his chin. Wait, Yamcha. That name sounds familiar. A faint light glowed from his antennae, connecting to the information network of the afterlife. After a moment, Kai's expression lit up with understanding. I see. He nodded. A few months ago, a demon named Garlic Jr. Went to cause trouble at King Yama's place and got slapped straight into hell. So it was you who saved Earth and eliminated the demon. No wonder King Yama gave you the green light. Yamcha smiled. Just lucky. Kai clasped his hands behind his back, striking a masterly pose. Just as he was about to offer some guidance, he suddenly realized something. Hey, that's not right. Kai pointed at the grass beneath Yamcha's feet. The gravity on my planet is 10 times that of Earth. Even powerful martial artists would struggle with it. How are you acting like it's nothing? Kai leaned in for a closer look. Yamcha wasn't even breathing hard, let alone sweating. 10 times gravity. Yamcha rolled his shoulders. Before coming here, I happened to train in a similar environment for a while. I've gotten used to this gravity. Kai didn't believe it. An Earthling getting used to 10 times gravity. He put his hands on his hips. Young man, bragging isn't a good habit. Release your energy and let me see. Yamcha didn't decline. He needed an opportunity to showcase his strength. Since Lord Kai wishes to see, allow me to demonstrate. Yamcha spread his feet, slightly sinking his center of gravity. Boom. White aura surged skyward. The once peaceful King Kai's planet was instantly swept by a fierce gale. The grass was torn from the roots, and Kai's red convertible slid backward for over 10 meters from the shockwave. Bubbles and Gregory clung desperately to a large tree, buffeted wildly in the wind. A battle power of 5,396 unleashed without reservation. Kai's antennae trembled violently, and his sunglasses were blown askew to the tip of his nose. Such incredible energy. Kai's voice cracked in the storm. The intensity of this power far exceeded his understanding of Earthlings. Yamcha retracted his aura, and the energy vanished instantly. King Kai's planet returned to calm with only the swirling fragments of grass testifying to what had just occurred. Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and pushed his sunglasses back into place. He stared at Yamcha in silence for a full 10 seconds. Kai's own battle power was 3,500. This number was considered above average in the North Galaxy, but facing this Earthling, he felt a sense of helplessness, as if he could not match him. To be honest, Kai sighed, your strength already surpasses mine. Yamcha thought to himself, of course, I know you only have a battle power of 3,500. But he showed no sign of pride on his face. Instead, he stepped forward with a deeply respectful demeanor. Lord Kai is too modest. The magnitude of energy is merely one measure of destructive power, Yamcha said sincerely. In terms of martial arts realm and comprehension of cosmic laws, I am not even 1/10th of your equal. Kai was clearly taken aback by Yamcha's words. Yamcha continued, before I came, Lord Kami spoke of you many times. Lord North Kai is the supreme deity governing the North Galaxy with unparalleled mastery in martial arts. What's more, you are witty, humorous, and approachable, the wisest god in the entire universe. A perfectly timed flattery. The corners of King Kai's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. He coughed twice, trying to mask his inner delight, but his hands clasped behind his back were already rubbing together. Is that so? That's what they say out there. King Kai lifted his chin, his laughter growing louder. Ah, that Kami, always blurting out the truth. He's really put me in a spot. Ha ha ha. Sensing the moment was ripe, Yamcha flipped his palm and produced a small compact capsule case. Lord Kai, a small token for our first meeting. Please accept it. Yamcha pressed the capsule button and tossed it onto the ground. With a bang, a puff of white smoke dissipated. On the grass appeared a massive bookshelf filled with various hardcover books. Beside it stood several large coolers. What's this? King Kai leaned in. I specially collected these for you, Yamcha said. A complete collection of Earth's corniest jokes, 10,000 volumes, not a single repeat. Yamcha casually pulled out a book. Let me read you one. Bread and a steamed bun get into a fight. Who wins? King Kai perked up his ears. Who wins? The steamed bun. Because the steamed bun has filling. King Kai was stunned for 2 seconds. Then, ha. He clutched his stomach, rolling on the grass with laughter. The steamed bun has filling. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. This joke is too funny. Yamcha casually opened the cooler beside him. Inside were the finest bananas, apples, and various fruits from Earth. He tossed a bunch of bananas to Bubbles, who was hiding behind a tree, and handed a jar of special honey to Gregory. The monkey and the cricket, catching the scent, immediately abandoned their fear of the stranger and rushed over to feast. King Kai, finally managing to stop laughing, picked himself up from the ground. Looking at the bookshelf of jokes and his pets enjoying their meal, his gaze towards Yamcha had completely changed. Young man. King Kai patted Yamcha's arm. You have a good heart. The ways of the world were universal, no matter the universe. King Kai peeled a banana and took a bite. But Yamcha, he asked while eating, your strength is already absolutely unmatched on Earth. Even in the entire North Galaxy, there aren't many who can beat you. What do you really want to learn by coming all the way here? Yamcha's smile faded, his gaze turning profound. Lord Kai, I've heard of your ultimate techniques, the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Yamcha didn't beat around the bush. But I didn't come here just to learn moves. I recently founded an Earth defense organization, the Z Alliance, to counter all known and unknown threats. Because I know that the universe hides terrors far beyond my imagination, like Frisia. The banana fell from King Kai's hand onto the grass. The antennae on his head snapped rigid, and his face turned deathly pale. You? How do you know that name? Frisia. That name was an absolute taboo in the North Galaxy, even in the entire 7th universe. Life on ordinary planets had no right to know it. Most races that did know that name had been completely erased by that cosmic emperor. Yamcha remained calm, not backing down. The reason lies in a disaster that struck Earth a few months ago. A demon named Garlic Jr. forcibly opened a spatial rift connecting to the demon realm, the Dead Zone. King Kai nodded. In that instant the rift opened. Yamcha continued, the disturbance in space allowed me to see things not of the present. Yamcha fabricated his reason with a straight face. Fragments. Of the future. King Kai gasped. I saw a green planet destroyed by a gigantic energy sphere. Yamcha locked eyes with King Kai, slowing his speech. I saw countless strange-looking alien warriors pillaging and burning across the cosmos. Most importantly, I saw that being sitting on a floating throne with a tail calling himself the Emperor of the Universe. Frisia. Yamcha uttered the 3 words. King Kai fell silent. He paced back and forth on the grass, his hands behind his back, his footsteps rustling the ground. Seeing the future. King Kai stopped and looked up at the deep starry sky. Such a thing is incredible, but a temporal disturbance caused by a spatial rift could indeed project future information into a person's mind. King Kai turned and appraised Yamcha anew. Frisia is the nightmare of the entire universe. He was born with terrifying battle power, is cruel by nature, and rules over half the galaxy. If you saw him in a future fragment, it means Earth will eventually come into his sights. Yamcha nodded. With your current strength you are indeed invincible on Earth, but against Frisia, or even his elite soldiers, you wouldn't last a single move. That's why I'm here, Yamcha said, crossing his arms. I need greater power to protect Earth. All right. King Kai placed his hands on his hips, resuming his lofty demeanor. As the greatest deity in the entire universe, I naturally cannot stand idly by. After all, Earth's safety falls within my jurisdiction as the North Kai. You want to learn my ultimate techniques, right? Yes. King Kai walked up to Yamcha and held out 2 fingers. I have created 2 martial arts techniques in my lifetime that I am most proud of. The Kaioken. This is a physical art that multiplies one's battle power, speed, and defense exponentially for a short time. He raised a 2nd finger. The Spirit Bomb. It gathers the minuscule life energy of all living beings on a planet, or even the universe, condensing it into an energy sphere of ultimate destructive power, especially effective against evil. A flicker of recognition passed through Yamcha's eyes. These 2 techniques, especially the Spirit Bomb, were the core divine skills that ran through the entire Dragon Ball saga. Lord Kai, you are truly unfathomable, Yamcha said. Don't celebrate too soon. King Kai lowered his hand and gave a cold laugh. Although these 2 techniques are immensely powerful, to this day no one in the entire universe has been able to master them. King Kai added, including myself. Yamcha raised an eyebrow. Of course he already knew King Kai couldn't use them well himself, but hearing it directly still made him think this deity was a bit unreliable. No matter how difficult, I will give it my all, Yamcha said with firm resolve. Spirited. King Kai nodded and stepped back a dozen meters. Since you insist, I'll first demonstrate the Kaioken for you. Watch closely. The principle of this move is the absolute control of ki and the extreme exploitation of the Bodhi's limits. King Kai spread his legs slightly and lowered his center of gravity. The airflow on planet Kai suddenly stagnated. The essence of the Kaioken is not simply releasing ki, but circulating it at high pressure within the body. With every heartbeat, you must forcibly press the ki into the deepest parts of your cells, driving them into a frantic cycle on the brink of destruction and rebirth. Huh. The Kai let out a low growl. Boom. A crimson aura erupted from the surface of the Kaiso beast body. This was no ordinary white aura. The scarlet light carried an overwhelmingly violent pressure, instantly carbonizing the surrounding grass. Yamcha narrowed his eyes. He could sense that the Kai's battle power had surged from 3500 to 7000 in an instant. Double the Kaioken. Speed, strength, perception, all doubled across the board. Such an amplification was an unreasonable cheat. Yet it lasted only 3 seconds of true manhood. Huff. Puff. The crimson aura dissipated abruptly. The Kai's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground with a thud, gasping for air. Dense beads of sweat oozed from his blue skin, and the antennae on his head drooped weakly. See that? The Kai wiped his sweat and waved his hand. This is the price of the Kaioken. The strain is immense. Yamcha stepped forward, looking at the Kai sprawled on the ground. Doubling your ki means your body must bear twice the pressure. If your physical strength is insufficient, the Kai said, catching his breath and rising to his feet. Forcibly using the Kaioken will have only one consequence: your muscles will tear and your bones will shatter. Yamcha nodded. He knew this well. In the original story, when Goku fought Vegeta, he forcibly used the fourfold Kaioken, and afterward, even moving a finger caused excruciating pain. But the physical burden isn't the hardest part of the Kaioken. The Kai put his sunglasses back on, his expression turning grave. What's the hardest part? Yamcha asked. The heart. The Kai pointed to his chest. The Kaioken demands that in the instant of eruption, the user must achieve absolute, unwavering focus. The Kai's voice echoed across the empty grass, controlling that wild ki as it circulates within your body. The slightest misstep will lead to self-destruction. Your mind must be free of all distractions, no fear, no greed, no selfish desires. The Kai looked into Yamcha's eyes. Only two types of people can perfectly master the Kaioken. Either a complete idiot with a completely empty head who thinks of nothing at all, or someone with a pure, untainted heart free of all impurities. The Kai sighed. Alas, mortals are bound by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Even I, a god, occasionally crave a tasty snack or a corny joke. With too many distractions, the Kaioken is useless in combat. That's why for so many years this technique has remained mere theory. Yamcha was stunned, rooted to the spot. A pure heart. An empty head. In his mind flashed the image of Son Goku clad in his orange martial arts gi, his mind filled only with fighting and eating, oblivious even to the difference between men and women. No wonder. It dawned on Yamcha. No wonder in the long saga of the original story so many had visited King Kai's planet. Tien, Shinhan, Krillin, Piccolo, Kairatsu, and even Yamcha himself later on. They had all trained there, yet not a single one had ever learned the Kaioken. It wasn't that King Kai was being secretive and refusing to teach. It was that the entry requirement for this technique was simply not designed for normal people. Piccolo was obsessed with surpassing Goku. Tien Shinhan was fixated on the pinnacle of martial arts. Krillin's mind was always busy with worries. As for himself, Yamcha cursed inwardly. He knew exactly what kind of person he was. Before his transmigration, he was an ordinary man. After arriving in this world, though he had changed his fate, his selfish desires and distractions had not diminished one bit. He wanted to be the emperor of the universe, to pursue the highest peak of martial arts, and to give Bulma the most magnificent wedding in the entire cosmos. Achieve unwavering focus. Possess a pure heart. That was more absurd than asking him to challenge Frieza single-handedly right now. So Yamcha. The Kai watched Yamcha's shifting expression. Your talent is undeniable, but your mind is weighed down by too many thoughts. You're not a bad person, but I can sense that you carry a lot within you: ambition, attachments, calculations. Even if you barely manage to learn the flow of ki for the Kaioken, you would never be able to use it in real combat. Forcing it would lead to your body exploding. The Kai patted Yamcha on the shoulder. Give up on the Kaioken. I can teach you the spirit bomb. That technique also requires a pure heart, but as long as you don't harbor evil thoughts, there's still a chance you can master it. Yamcha lowered his head, saying nothing. The Kai's conclusion was objective. By the logic of normal martial arts, he would never be able to use the Kaioken in his lifetime. But he was a transmigrator with a cheat system. Yamcha closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness inward. A transparent system panel materialized in the darkness, glowing with a faint blue light. Kaioken Enhanced Version. Item description: a system-exclusive version that removes the pure heart mental requirement and slightly optimizes the strain on the body. As long as physical strength meets the standard, the corresponding multiplier can be activated. Note the physical burden still exists, and this technique is for the host's personal use only. Others cannot learn it. Yamcha stared at this description, and the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. No mental restrictions. As long as his body could endure it, he could amplify his power infinitely. And this body of his, the strongest Earthling physique granted by Shenron's wish, possessing absolute environmental adaptability and cellular superload tolerance, was the perfect vessel tailor-made for this enhanced Kaioken. Yamcha opened his eyes. He looked at the Kai, the gloom on his face clearing away completely. Lord Kai, you mentioned the key flow path for the Kaioken earlier. You still remember it, right? Yamcha asked. The Kai was taken aback. I do remember it, but didn't I just tell you that you can't practice it? Whether I can or not, we won't know until I try. Yamcha stepped back half a pace and clenched his fists, his joints cracking. Please teach me the key flow path. They'll take care of the rest myself. The Kai looked at this stubborn Earthling and shook his head helplessly. A young man who won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. The Kai sighed. Fine, since you insist on suffering, I'll pass on the incantation to you. But don't blame me if something goes wrong. Yamcha smiled. He was not only going to practice it, but right here, he would use the technique created by the Kai to completely overturn this god's understanding of martial arts. 1 month later. King Kai's planet. On the green grass, the Kai, wearing his sunglasses, lounged comfortably on a red beach chair. In his hand, he held a thick book titled The Complete Compendium of Earth's Corny Jokes, with a glass of lemonade on the small round table beside him. Why are penguins only white on their bellies? The Kai read the question aloud, paused for 2 seconds, and then answered himself. Because their arms are too short to wash their backs. Ha ha ha. That kills me. What brilliant ideas do Earthlings have rattling around in their heads? The king of the universe laughed so hard, he rolled on his chair, his two antennae shaking wildly. Babura sat on a nearby branch munching on a banana while Gregory flew around the trunk, occasionally chirping. Not far from this place, Yamcha stood on the grass with his upper body bare and legs slightly apart. His chest heaved violently, sweat cascading down his well-defined muscles. For a month, a full 30 days, he had been attempting the luck technique taught by the King of the Universe. Again, Yamcha took a deep breath and abruptly opened his eyes. Boom. A white aura erupted explosively from his body. The grass was swept up by an invisible wave of energy, and the surrounding air emitted a low, rumbling hum with the air under tenfold gravity, swirling like a tangible substance. Chi high-pressure circulation compress into the limbs. Yamcha followed the king's instructions, forcibly altering the flow of chi within his body. He tightened all his muscles, his heart pounding like a war drum as the chi surged within him, rampaging wildly. King of the Universe fist. Yamcha let out a furious roar. The white aura enveloping him instantly turned blood red. A fierce pressure descended that was several times more violent than before. Power. The doubled strength swelled within his muscles, and Yamcha felt as if he could punch through the very planet. He stepped forward, preparing to throw a punch, but the violent red chi within him suddenly went out of control. Ugh! Yamcha groaned, the red aura abruptly shattering into specks of light that dissipated. He stumbled forward a few steps, his knees buckling as he fell onto the grass, gasping for breath. A metallic sweet taste rose in his throat. He had failed. Give it up, Yamcha. The King of the Universe set down the joke book in his hands and strolled over, his hands clasped behind his back. I told you long ago, the King of the Universe fist requires absolute focus. The king pushed up the sunglasses on his nose. Forcing this technique to operate will only cause your body to collapse. The fact that you survived this month without exploding is a testament to how resilient your body is. The king shook his head. You won't be able to learn this move. Yamcha knelt on the ground, calming his chaotic breath. He did not refute the king's words. For the king was absolutely correct. The original King of the Universe fist was fundamentally an inhumane skill. That kind of wildly violent energy circulating within the body, it's just a fleeting thought. Even something as simple as I must control this chi could lead to a complete breakdown. Indeed, it still won't work. Yamcha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. The original King of the Universe fist could only be used by someone like Sun Wukong, who was born with a quirky mind and an innocent heart. Yamcha was an ordinary person. He could not do it. Seeing Yamcha's silence, the King of the Universe assumed he had finally recognized reality and nodded approvingly. Don't be discouraged, your strength is already considerable. Next, I will teach you the spirit bomb. Wait. Yamcha interrupted the king's words, pushing himself up from his knees. Next, please watch closely as Yamcha achieve success. You still want to try? The King of the Universe frowned at Yamcha, who had resumed his stance. Young man, stubbornness isn't a virtue. If you try again, you might not be able to handle it. Yamcha ignored the king. He clenched his fists tightly, slightly parted his legs, closed his eyes, and felt the new chi route of the system. Opening his eyes, he shouted, King of the Universe fist. Boom. A thick red energy column shot into the sky. This time it was the purest, most violent red aura. The energy wave transformed into a tangible shockwave sweeping outward from Yamcha's center. The King of the Universe was caught off guard, blown back several steps, and fell onto the grass. Nani? Naga Barakawa. The King of the Universe, ignoring the grass stuck to his bottom, stared at the figure wrapped in red light ahead. The violent red aura erupted steadily from Yamcha's surface. Standing at the center of the crimson glow, Yamcha clenched his fists. He felt better than ever before. He raised his head, looking towards the open ground. Bang! The ground exploded into a deep pit and Yamcha's figure disappeared in an instant. The next second, he appeared in midair. His right fist swung out. The air produced a sonic boom, followed by his left fist, right leg, and elbow strike. Bang! 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 Yamcha unleashed a flurry of punches in midair at a speed that was astonishing. The air was completely pierced by the rapid fist winds, and a series of white sound explosions erupted in midair, relentless and continuous. Each punch had enough power to raise a mountain to the ground. The King of the Universe sat on the ground, his mouth agape, as if it could fit an apple. Snap! His sunglasses slipped from his nose and fell onto the grass. How is this possible? The king's voice trembled. He was all too familiar with the King of the Universe fist he had created. It absolutely required a pure and flawless mind to wield, yet this Earthling had succeeded. Moreover, judging by his fluid movements, the chi flowed perfectly, even smoother than his theoretical deductions. Could it be? He truly is a unseen-a-million martial arts genius. The king swallowed hard. Beneath that seemingly complex exterior lies a pure heart of a child. The king was plunged into deep self-doubt. In midair, Yamcha halted his flurry of attacks, hovering in place. His battle power had doubled. His current normal battle power was 5,411, and under the double King of the Universe fist, his battle power directly surpassed 10,000. But this was not enough. The improved King of the Universe fist limit was only determined by the Bodhi's endurance. Yamcha took a deep breath, feeling the load on his cells. The supercell load trait granted by the Divine Dragon played a significant role at this moment. Twice was not the limit. Again, Yamucha's eye sharpened. Threefold King of the Universe fist. Boom. Planet King of the Universe trembled violently. The originally Tumter-high red aura surged, instantly expanding to 3 meters tall. The red light dyed half of the King of the Universe's sky blood red. The violent air pressure descended from above. On this pressure, the natural tenfold gravity of Planet King of the Universe seemed to lose its effect. The grass was uprooted in large areas and cracks appeared in the walls of the hemispherical small house. Baburus and Gregory were scared, huddled together, trembling. The King of the Universe clutched the grass roots beside him, barely resisting being blown away by the wave of energy. Three times. The King's voice had completely changed tone. At this moment, he could clearly sense the amount of chi within Yamcha. 16,000. According to the calculations of those extraterrestrials, that was almost 16,000 in battle power. The King of the Universe's own battle power was only 3,005. Faced with this moment's Yamcha, he felt as if he were a rabbit standing before a Tyrannosaurus Rex. That overwhelming sense of absolute dominance stifled even him, the supreme deity of the North Galaxy. Monster. How could such a monster emerge from Earth? King Kai muttered to himself. Midair Yamcha closed his eyes, meticulously experiencing the transformation brought by the triple Kaioken. 16233. That was his current peak battle power. He could sense his muscles protesting, his blood vessels pulsating wildly on the verge of extreme dilation. With the triple Kaioken, his body could still maintain perfect control without any significant adverse effects. If he forcibly pushed it to the quadruple level, his battle power would reach over 21,600, enough to suppress Vegeta's normal state of 18,000. But given Yamcha's current physical strength, forcing the quadruple level would likely cause muscle tears. That's enough. Yamcha focused his mind. The crimson aura receded like a tidal wave. The violent wind ceased abruptly, and King Kai's planet regained its tranquility, leaving only a mess of torn grass and a few bare tree trunks. Yamcha descended slowly from midair, landing on the ground. His breathing was steady and even. He walked over to King Kai, bent down to pick up the sunglasses from the ground, and handed them over. King Kai took the sunglasses in a daze and put them on. Yamcha looked at the deity of the North Galaxy, a faint smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Lord King Kai, I did it. King Kai sat on the ground looking up at this Earthling, unable to speak for a long time. What a show-off. Too much of a show-off. But King Kai couldn't argue because the man had truly mastered it. Not just mastered it, but skipped the double level and unleashed the terrifying power of the triple. You? King Kai stood up, coughed twice, trying to salvage some of his divine dignity. Ahem, your talent boy does have a fraction of this Lord King Kai style from back in the day. Yamcha didn't call out King Kai's stubbornness. He looked up at the murky yellow clouds of the other world above King Kai's planet. Now that the path of the Kaioken was set and he had a trump card to deal with the Saiyans, he still had to face the absurd task from the system of becoming the Emperor of the Universe and confronting a monster like Frieza with power levels in the hundreds of millions. This level of power couldn't even scratch Frieza's fingernail. Yamcha withdrew his gaze and looked at King Kai. Lord King Kai, since I've already mastered the Kaioken, then teach me the Spirit Bomb. 2 months later, on King Kai's planet. Beneath the dusky sky, Yamcha stood with his legs slightly apart, his right arm raised high, his palm holding a blue-white sphere of light about 20 centimeters in diameter. Pure energy rippled across the sphere's surface, the surrounding air pushed back by its gentle aura. The Spirit Bomb. Yamcha clenched his fist. The blue-white sphere instantly disintegrated, scattering into countless specks of light that returned to the grass and trees of King Kai's planet. Yamcha lowered his arm and let out a long breath. Not far away on a beach chair, King Kai sipped lemonade, watching this scene through his sunglasses, his two antennae gently swaying. Not bad. King Kai took a sip of lemonade. In just 2 months to control the Spirit Bomb to this degree, your comprehension is indeed rare. Compared to the utterly inhuman, harsh conditions of the Kaioken, the threshold for the Spirit Bomb seemed relatively more accessible. It didn't require an absolutely pure heart, as long as the user harbored no extreme evil intent and knew how to communicate with all things and borrow nature's energy. They could barely perform it. Although Yamcha had many thoughts in his mind, he was essentially a decent person with no world-destroying antisocial tendencies, so learning this technique went quite smoothly. Yamcha walked over to the grass beside King Kai and sat down, casually grabbing an apple from the round table and taking a bite. Over these 2 months, he had completely warmed up to King Kai. Every day besides training, he would tell King Kai jokes from Earth and occasionally act as a chef, grilling a few sea fish brought from Earth. Even deities need to eat, and more importantly, to dispel loneliness. Yamcha knew very well that King Kai was the information hub of the entire North Galaxy, and getting on good terms with him was more valuable than learning a few martial arts techniques. Lord King Kai. Yamcha swallowed the apple in his mouth, casually glancing around this pitifully small planet. I've always had a question. As the supreme deity of the entire North Galaxy, isn't your office space a bit too cramped? King Kai's planet was indeed too small. With a diameter of barely 100 meters, running a full lap took less than a minute. King Kai was still leisurely drinking his water, but upon hearing this his movements stiffened abruptly. He put down his cup and coughed dryly, his expression turning somewhat unnatural. This is because concentration is the essence. King Kai straightened his back. The planet may be small, but it has all the daily necessities. Yamcha bit into his apple, said nothing, and just looked at him quietly. King Kai grew uncomfortable under his gaze and waved his hand irritably. All right, I'll tell you, it's no big deal. King Kai lowered his voice, even his antennae drooping. Actually, King Kai's planet used to be huge, very huge, and the gravity environment was much more complete than it is now. Then how did it become like this? Yamcha asked, knowing the answer. King Kai swallowed, lowering his voice even further, as if afraid of being overheard. Because of one person, no, a true deity. The god of destruction, Lord Beerus. Beerus. Yes, he is the supreme deity governing destruction and annihilation across the entire 7th universe. King Kai sighed. A long time ago, Lord Beerus came to visit me. I accidentally made him angry, and with a single casual strike, he blasted King Kai's planet into what it is now. King Kai patted his chest with lingering fear. Leaving behind a core fragment was already him showing mercy, just as I thought. Yamcha quickly sorted through the information in his mind. Beerus' existence meant this Dragon Ball universe was undoubtedly connected to the world of Dragon Ball Super. Gods of destruction, angels, the Omni King, and that ultimate martial arts realm which even deities struggled to master, Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct. Yamcha silently recited the word. It was a supreme state where every part of the body automatically executed reflexive attacks and defenses without needing the brain to think. But Yamcha was well aware of his limits. Mastering even the basics of Ultra Instinct was astronomically difficult. A domain even the gods of destruction couldn't fully perfect. Currently, he hadn't even broken through a battle power of 100 million. Pondering those ethereal divine realms was nothing but overreaching. One must eat bite by bite and walk step by step. For now, the core task was still to build up his base battle power to deal with the impending Saiyan invasion and the one who called himself the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. Lord King Kai, rest assured. Yamcha accurately tossed the apple core into the distant trash bin. When I'm strong enough in the future, I'll build you a King Kai's planet 10 times bigger than the original. King Kai rolled his eyes, but a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. At least you have the heart. Yamcha stood up, brushing the grass clippings off his pants. These 3 months had been immensely fruitful. He had not only mastered the improved Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, but also elevated his base combat power to 6,000 under the subtle influence of 10 times gravity. Lord Kai, thank you for your guidance during this time, Yamcha said with a solemn bow. King Kai seemed to understand Yamcha's intentions. He clasped his hands behind his back, resuming the aloof demeanor of a deity. I've already contacted the Guardian of Earth. When you return, remember not to misuse the Kaioken. King Kai cautioned. Furthermore, the evil forces in the universe are far beyond your imagination. If you truly encounter an enemy you cannot defeat, remember to use the Spirit Bomb. I understand. Yamcha placed a capsule on the table. Inside is gourmet food from various regions of Earth. Although the taste has diminished somewhat as pre-made meals, they are still rare delicacies. King Kai's eyes lit up instantly, but he forced himself to nod calmly. The next second, Yamcha's body erupted with energy, a white aura shooting into the sky. Farewell, Lord Kai. With a flash of light, Yamcha's figure vanished from King Kai's planet. Not long after, on Earth in the plaza of the lookout, Yamcha landed steadily. The Guardian, leaning on his staff, stood with Mr. Popo. Yamcha opened his eyes, feeling Earth's light gravity. Guardian, I appreciate your trouble. The Guardian studied Yamcha, a trace of surprise appearing on his green face. In just 3 months, this young man's aura had become much more restrained. It seems you have learned remarkable things from Lord Kai. The Guardian nodded approvingly. Just a small accomplishment. Yamcha did not linger. I've been away for 3 months. There should be many matters on Earth awaiting my attention. I'll take my leave. After bidding farewell to the Guardian, Yamcha walked to the edge of the lookout and leaped. Boom. A white aura exploded in midair, and he transformed into a shooting star heading straight for West City. Shortly after West City, Yamcha hovered in the air, overlooking the city below. On the eastern outskirts of West City, where there was once a wasteland, an extremely vast complex had now risen from the ground. Its footprint rivaled that of a small town. At its center was a futuristic hemispherical main building, its exterior walls crafted from silver-gray alloy, reflecting a metallic luster in the sunlight. Atop the main building, a giant Blue Z logo was particularly striking. The Earth Alliance headquarters. Yamcha raised an eyebrow. This scale far exceeded his expectations. This was the chemical reaction of Bulma's financial power combined with capital injections from other earthly tycoons. Months ago, his speech at the World Martial Arts Tournament was not only witnessed by tens of thousands of people on site, but was also recorded in full by television stations. The terror brought by Garlic Jr. had fully ignited humanity's sense of crisis, and powerful martial artists like Yamcha became the lifeline in everyone's eyes. Led by Capsule Corporation, wealthy individuals and politicians from around the globe generously contributed. Those with money donated funds, those with strength offered their power. In just 3 months, the Z Alliance's base had begun to take shape. Yamcha suppressed his aura and descended slowly onto the vast plaza before the base. The plaza was buzzing with activity. Hundreds of young people, all wearing various training uniforms, were engaged in basic physical conditioning. The moment Yamcha descended from the sky, the entire plaza fell silent. Everyone's gaze focused on the man in the orange martial arts uniform. It's Mr. Yamcha, the champion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. He's back. A wave of frenzied cheers erupted from the crowd. Several martial artists who were instructing also stopped, looking at him with awe and respect. Yamcha ignored the surrounding commotion and walked straight towards the main entrance. The automatic doors slid open. The interior hall was filled with a futuristic technological feel, with holographic projections displaying real-time surveillance feeds from around the world at the center. "You're back." A voice came from the second-floor circular corridor. Bulma, dressed in a sharp white business suit and high heels, hurried down the stairs. Her blue hair was cut even more neatly, and she held a thick stack of documents. 3 months. A full 3 months. Bulma walked up to Yamcha and shoved the documents into his arms. "Do you have any idea how I've been these past 3 months? Buying land, building the base, recruiting personnel, arranging logistics, and perfecting that portable gravity chamber you mentioned." Bulma rattled off her complaints. "I haven't even had time for my beauty treatments." Yamcha looked at the faint dark circles under Bulma's eyes, his heart softening. He held the stack of documents with one hand and wrapped the other around Bulma's waist, pulling her into his embrace. "You've worked hard, my dear wife," Yamcha said, lowering his head to kiss her forehead. "Without you, the Z Alliance would be nothing but empty words." Bulma's cheeks flushed, and all the complaints she had prepared vanished instantly. She struggled a little, but couldn't break free, so she could only mutter softly, "Don't try to sweet-talk me. I'm not falling for that." Staff members passing by quickly turned their heads, pretending to look at the ceiling or the floor, anywhere but at them. Yamcha released her and flipped through the documents in his hand. "What about Krillin and Tien Shinhan?" Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu took a gravity chamber capsule and went back to the mountains to train for now. Bulma returned to her work mode. Krillin is still at the base. As for Goku, his wife Shishi is pregnant, so he's with her on Mount Pozu. "Good." Yamcha nodded. Everything was progressing according to plan. With the assistance of the gravity chamber, the strength of Tien Shinhan and the others would undoubtedly far surpass their counterparts at the same point in the original story. Earth's defensive capabilities were increasing at a visible rate. "You don't need to worry about the budget. With Capsule Corporation backing us, plus the investments from those conglomerates, the Z Alliance's funding chain won't have any issues." Bulma opened her tablet, pulling up several personnel lists. These past 3 months, the registration letters from martial artists all over the world nearly crashed the servers. Yamcha leaned against the railing, looking down at the vast outdoor training ground. "You didn't relax the recruitment standards, did you?" Yamcha asked. "Of course not," Bulma snorted. "Background checks, psychological evaluations, we even used lie detectors. Those with criminal records, those just looking for a free ride, or those with ill intentions. I weeded them all out. Those who remain either have an extreme pursuit of martial arts, genuinely want to protect Earth, or at the very least, are here to learn real skills drawn by your world's strongest reputation." Yamcha nodded. On the training ground, hundreds of trainees in matching white uniforms were arranged in square formations, sweating profusely. Yamcha's gaze swept across the crowd, his eyes pausing on a few leaders. Quite a few familiar faces. On the east side of the square, a gaunt, dark-skinned monk with a turban was correcting a student's stance. Nam, the martial artist who had entered the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament to earn money for water for his drought-stricken homeland. On the west side of the square, a burly, dark-faced man with an afro was demonstrating a fist technique, his arms leaving faint afterimages as he swung them. King Chappa, the former master of the 8-hand fist. "Why are they here?" Yamcha asked, somewhat surprised. Bulma explained, "Nam's village has water now, but their living conditions are still poor. So I used large-scale equipment from Capsule Corporation to give his place a complete overhaul. After that, Nam was so grateful to you and the Z fighters that he volunteered to come here as a coach. As for King Chappa, he was too proud at first, but I offered him a salary he couldn't refuse. Plus, after he saw the footage of you defeating Garlic Jr., he brought all his disciples and came straight over." Yamcha smiled. Binding these experienced martial artists with money and gratitude was the best possible outcome. They might not be relevant in later battles, but for teaching fundamentals to ordinary people, they were more than sufficient. "They'll go down and take a look." Yamcha flipped over the railing and leaped down. All movement on the training ground instantly ceased. This man who had suddenly appeared, His orange martial arts GI, his lean powerful physique, and the overwhelming pressure he exuded even when restrained, commanded immediate attention. Mr. Yamcha. Nam pressed his palms together, strode forward quickly, and bowed deeply. His eyes were filled with respect not only for a superior martial artist, but also gratitude toward his benefactor. King Chappa also stopped his movements and walked over with large strides. Though his expression still held the pride of a veteran martial artist, he lowered his head as well. Mr. Yamcha. Yamcha looked at the two men and nodded. Thank you both for your hard work. The Z-Fighters still need your dedication. It is our duty, Nam replied sincerely. If not for the League's help, my homeland would not enjoy such a prosperous life. Even if I were to give my life here, I would have no regrets. King Chappa grinned. These brats have terrible foundations, but with me here, I'll whip them into shape within 6 months, no doubt about it. Yamcha walked past the two men and ascended the platform at the center of the square. Everyone, I don't care what you used to be. Yamcha's gaze slowly swept across the entire assembly. Rich kid street thugs or down-and-out martial artists. Since you passed the selection stand on this training ground and wear the uniform of the Z-Fighters from today onward, you have only one identity. Defenders of Earth. Yamcha's voice echoed across the square. The League provides the best resources, the most scientific training equipment, and even martial arts techniques beyond your imagination. But the Z-Fighters have only one rule. Never use the power you gain here to bully the weak or commit evil. If you do, boom. Yamcha's ki exploded outward in an instant. He unleashed his full power for just a moment, a battle power of over 6,000 in his base form. A white aura erupted skyward and a violent pressure wave radiated from the platform, sweeping across the entire square. The trainees in the front rows were struck by this invisible wall. Their legs gave way and many collapsed to the ground. Even masters like Nam and King Chappa were forced back several steps, cold sweat beating on their foreheads as they barely held their ground. A suffocating sensation enveloped everyone. Whoever does evil, Yamcha will personally destroy them. I will chase them to the ends of the universe and show no mercy. The entire square fell into dead silence. No one dared to meet Yamcha's eyes. Even the sound of swallowing saliva seemed jarring. Good. It seems everyone understands. Yamcha's stern expression softened, returning to its usual calm. He looked toward the other side of the square. There, a short, bald man in the same orange GI was watching him with an excited grin. Kuririn. Yamcha called out. Kuririn bounded over with a few light leaps and landed gracefully on the platform. Yamcha, you're back. That ki just now, you've gotten even stronger. You've made great progress too. Yamcha patted Kuririn on the shoulder, then turned to face the crowd below. Physical training is just the foundation. Yamcha pointed at Kuririn. The mysteries of ki are the key to becoming a true master. I believe Kuririn has already explained the relevant theories to you. Kuririn stepped forward, his playful demeanor vanishing as his expression turned serious. That's right. Ki is the latent potential within a living being. Learning to sense and control ki is how you transcend the physical limits of humanity. In the coming training sessions, I will gradually teach the basic methods of ki manipulation to those who meet the standards. A fervent light reignited in the eyes of the trainees below. The power Yamcha had just demonstrated was like a divine miracle to them. Now they were being told that with enough effort, they could touch the edge of such power. This temptation was enough to drive any martial artist wild with desire. Continue training. Yamcha gave the order. Yes, sir. A unified roar shot into the sky. Yamcha walked down from the platform with Kuririn at his side. Yamcha, the gravity room capsules you left us are terrifyingly effective. Kuririn lowered his voice. I've been training under 3 times gravity for the past 3 months. My strength now is beyond anything I could have imagined. What about Tenshinhan and the others? Yamcha asked. They're even crazier. They went deep into the mountains and cranked the gravity room up to 5 times. Chaozu couldn't handle it, but Tenshinhan powered through. Kuririn shook his head. A faint smile curled at the corner of Yamcha's mouth. With the gravity rooms and a scientific training system, by the time the Saiyans arrived, Raditz would not be facing a few weak martial artists with battle powers barely over 300. Yamcha lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the blue sky of West City and into the depths of the cosmos. Time was running out. There were only about 4 years left until age 761. Raditz, Nappa, Vegeta, and even more distant threats like Frieza and Cooler. Yamcha clenched his fist. Come on, let me see where this future I've changed will lead. Age 761 March. In these past few years, the surface of Earth had been peaceful, but the world of martial arts had been swept up in an unprecedented frenzy. The establishment of the Z-Fighters had completely transformed the survival landscape for Earth's martial artists. The mass-produced portable gravity rooms from Capsule Corporation had become standard equipment for all core members. West City Wilderness Area. Boom. A green figure crashed through 3 stone mountains and embedded itself deep into the rock face of a 4th, sending rubble cascading down. Piccolo pushed himself off the cliff wall, violently coughing up a mouthful of purple blood. His white cape had long since been shredded into tatters. He gasped for breath, glaring fiercely at the man hovering in midair before him. Damn it. I've trained under 10 times gravity for 2 years. Piccolo gritted his teeth, his fingers digging into the rock. Yamuya hovered midair, his orange martial arts uniform immaculate. He looked down at Piccolo from his vantage point. Mata Piccolo. Your chi has indeed grown considerably, but you are still far from being a match for me, Yamuya. Over these 4 years, Piccolo had challenged him time and again. As the son of a demon, his inherent pride would not allow him to remain beneath another, yet every time, he was beaten half to death by Yamuya. The gap in combat power between them had not only failed to narrow but had widened with each passing day. Enough chatter. Piccolo broke free from the rock face, let out a cold snort, turned, and flew into the distance. Next time I will surely kill you. Yamuya watched Piccolo's retreating figure and shook his head with a wry smile. Piccolo's current combat power was approaching 35000, over 80 times stronger than his counterpart in the original timeline, yet he was still far from a worthy opponent for the man Yamuya had become. Besides, Piccolo's son Goku had also become a regular at Z Alliance headquarters. Though Mount Paozu was peaceful, Goku was a pure martial arts fanatic. Every 10 days or half-month, he would ride his flying Nimbus to West City to spar with Yamuya. Their training sessions often demolished the Z Alliance's premier training grounds, ending only when Goku exhausted his stamina, lying on his back amidst the rubble, shouting with exhilaration. Krillin, Tenshinhan, and Kaiatsu had practically moved into the Z Alliance's gravity training zone. Tenshinhan had even begun attempting to train under 12 times Earth's gravity, pushing his limits every single day. Earth's overall defensive strength was swelling at an inconceivable rate. Age 761, October 12th. On the outskirts of North City, a vast private farm. The sun was glaring. A bespectacled man with a bushy beard sat on a tractor, a cheap cigarette dangling from his lips, as he listlessly surveyed the wheat field before him. This damn weather, it's so hot. The farmer exhaled a smoke ring, wiping his sweat with a towel around his neck. Suddenly the sky dimmed sharply. The farmer looked up. A fireball trailing a long tail of flame pierced the atmosphere and roared past overhead. Boom. The fireball crashed into the wasteland less than 2 kilometers from the farm. The ground trembled violently, and a visible shockwave swept across the surface, kicking up a storm of dust. The tractor jolted twice, and the cigarette, but fell from the farmer's hand onto his crotch. Ouch! He frantically patted out the ember, his eyes wide. A meteorite. If that had hit my wheat field, this year's entire harvest would be ruined. The farmer was a hot-tempered man. He snatched the double-barreled shotgun hanging from the tractor's side, jumped into his beat-up pickup truck, floored the gas pedal, and sped towards the crash site. He drove like a man possessed. The pickup truck raced across the wasteland, churning up a trail of yellow sand. Minutes later, the farmer slammed on the brakes. A massive crater lay before him. At the bottom was not a meteorite, but a spherical silver-white capsule about 2 meters in diameter. The capsule's surface was covered in burn marks, its indicator lights blinking a faint red. PSSSH. With the sound of escaping gas, the hatch of the spherical capsule slowly swung outward. A foot clad in a black combat boot stepped out of the hatch. Then a tall man with long hair flowing to his waist emerged. He wore a black and brown half-body battlesuit with exaggerated shoulder guards and a furry brown tail wrapped around his waist. Raditz. He floated in midair, took a deep breath of Earth's air, and immediately frowned. As I thought the humans on this planet are still alive. What the hell has that waste cockroach been doing? After all these years, he hasn't even cleaned out the trash on this low-level planet. Raditz raised his hand and tapped the green single-lens scouter on his left eye. Beep beep. Several sets of data flickered on the scouter's screen, quickly locking onto the nearby pickup truck. Raditz slowly turned his head, his gaze falling upon the farmer, who was aiming his double-barreled shotgun. A cruel smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he glided horizontally through the air, instantly appearing 10 meters in front of the farmer. The farmer was startled by this sudden burst of speed. He gripped his shotgun tighter, the barrel aimed squarely at Raditz, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Omiwa. What kind of monster are you? The farmer bellowed. Raditz ignored his question. He tapped his scouter, looked at the number displayed, and the disdain on his face deepened. A battle power of only 5, huh? Raditz sneered. A complete piece of trash. The farmer couldn't understand battle power, but he understood the word trash. In recent years, thanks to the rise of the Z Alliance, the confidence of ordinary people on Earth had grown. Besides, as a law-abiding taxpayer, he paid his dues every month to the Z Alliance's security fund. I'm warning you. Don't come any closer. The farmer's temper flared as he forcefully pulled the bolt. Or he'll shoot. And I'm calling the Z Alliance, you freak. With that, the farmer freed one hand, pulled a special phone from his pocket. It was an emergency terminal issued globally by the Z Alliance. He pressed the red alarm button firmly with his thumb. Hello, Z Alliance. A freak with a tail has crashed into my farm. Please send someone immediately, the farmer yelled into the phone. Raditz watched the farmer's actions, tilting his head. What's this Z Alliance? Never heard of it. He crossed his arms, his gaze like that of someone watching a struggling insect. How can such a weak race exist in this universe? Kakarot is a complete disgrace to the Saiyans. Nah. Raditz threw his head back and laughed. Seeing that the man meant trouble and completely dismissed the Z Alliance, the farmer hesitated no longer and pulled the trigger. Bang! Gunpowder exploded, and a lead pellet shot from the barrel speeding straight for Raditz's face. Raditz's laughter hadn't ceased as he casually raised his right hand. Snap! The lead pellet, powerful enough to pierce a wild boar's skull, was caught effortlessly between Raditz's index and middle fingers. The farmer's eyes went wide, and the phone slipped from his hand, clattering onto the truck bed. Here, have it back. Raditz flicked his finger. Whoosh! The pellet flew back 10 times faster than it had left the barrel, piercing clean through the farmer's forehead. The farmer's body stiffened for a moment before he toppled straight backward, landing on the pickup seat dead on the spot. Raditz lowered his hand, not sparing another glance at the corpse. He tapped his scouter, preparing to search for Kakarot's location. Beep, 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 beep. The scouter suddenly emitted a series of urgent alarms. Raditz furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the screen. From a location 4,000 kilometers away, a powerful combat power value had suddenly surged. A combat power of 1,200. Raditz's expression shifted. How could a life form with a power level exceeding 500 exist on this low-class planet? Could it be Kakarot? Without lingering, Raditz transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards that direction. Inside the pickup truck, the fallen phone remained connected. West City, a bustling commercial street. Sunlight streamed through the glass display windows, casting a glow upon the array of luxurious goods. Yamcha sat on a leather sofa holding a glass of iced juice. Clad in a casual gray jacket, he watched the fitting room ahead. The door opened and Bulma emerged in a winered off-shoulder evening gown, twirling on the spot. Well, how does this look? Bulma asked. Perfect, my Bulma is the most beautiful in the entire universe. Yamcha gave a thumbs up. A smile tugged at Bulma's lips. She was clearly pleased. Just then Yamcha's gaze shifted past Bulma, focusing on a distant northwestern direction. An unfamiliar aura had entered his perception. Calculating the time, it was October of age 760. Yamcha set down his juice. Kakarot's elder brother, the Scion Raditz, the renowned master of the power level of 5 assessment, had finally arrived. What's wrong? Bulma noticed the change in Yamcha's expression. An enemy is coming, Yamcha said, rising to his feet. An enemy from beyond Earth. Bulma's face turned serious. Those extraterrestrial threats you've always spoken of. Yes, Yamcha replied, straightening his jacket. 10 minutes later, at the Z Alliance headquarters, Yamcha pushed open the door. Krillin and Tien Shinhan were already waiting inside, with Kaiatsu floating beside Tien. Yamcha, why the urgent summons? Krillin's expression was grave. He too had sensed the unusual key. An alien invasion. Yamcha got straight to the point. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Krillin drew a sharp breath, and Tien Shinhan's fists clenched tightly. They looked at Yamcha, a new layer of deep reverence in their eyes. For years, for 4 years, Yamcha had built the base, set up the gravity chamber, and pushed everyone to break their limits. At times they had wondered Earth was already at peace, and Piccolo had been thoroughly subdued by Yamcha. Was there still a need to train so relentlessly? Now the answer had arrived. If not for Yamcha's foresight, facing this sudden alien life form, Earth would undoubtedly have been plunged into immense panic. What's the situation? Tien Shinhan asked. Just one landed in the northwestern wilderness. Yamcha brought up a holographic projection, the screen displaying the coordinates of Raditz's landing. Yamcha assessed the condition of the two. Krillin's true combat power was approximately 16000. Tien Shinhan was around 18000. Under years of training and 10 times Earth's gravity, their strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. However, they usually suppressed their ki to around 1000. Kaiatsu, you stay and guard the base. Yamcha gave the order. Kaiatsu nodded obediently. Yamcha turned and walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Krillin and Tien Shinhan followed. Boom. 3 bursts of white aura erupted simultaneously, tearing through the clouds as they shot straight towards the northwestern wilderness. The northwestern wilderness. Gusts of wind whipped up sand and gravel from the ground. Piccolo stood atop a massive weathered rock. He wore his iconic purple martial arts gi, a heavy white cape, and a white turban. 10 minutes earlier, he had been meditating in this wilderness. Suddenly, a strange ki had intruded upon his territory. Piccolo did not move, he simply stood still, waiting for the reckless intruder. A sonic boom echoed from the sky. Raditz hovered in midair, his long hair whipping wildly in the wind, the brown tail at his waist curling slightly. He looked down, surveying Piccolo below, green skin, pointed ears, strange attire. There are species like this on Earth. Raditz sneered. He raised a finger and pressed the green scouter over his left eye. Beep beep. Red numbers flickered rapidly across the lens before settling. 1200. A cruel, mocking smile curled at the corner of Raditz's mouth. He descended slowly, his feet landing on the rock less than 5 meters from Piccolo. Piccolo crossed his arms observing this oddly dressed man. He could sense the powerful aura within his opponent. But to him now it was utterly unimpressive. To better temper himself, Piccolo usually suppressed his ki to around 1200, but his true combat power had long since reached the 3500 mark. Who are you? Piccolo spoke. How dare you come to my territory and act so recklessly? Raditz looked at Piccolo as if he were an idiot. Who am I? A low-class life form like you isn't worthy of knowing. Raditz placed his hands on his hips, his posture incredibly arrogant. He extended a finger pointing at Piccolo. On a low-class planet like Earth you might be considered strong. Unfortunately you've met me. Before me you're not even a slightly larger insect. A vein throbbed on Piccolo's forehead. He was the great demon King Piccolo. On Earth aside from that freak named Yamcha who would dare speak to him in such a tone. Even Son Goku might not. Piccolo uncrossed his arms, his gaze turning extremely dangerous. Earth? So you're an alien. But do you know who you're talking to? Raditz looked utterly indifferent. No. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point instantly. The wind in the wilderness seemed to cease its flow. Piccolo gave a cold laugh. The northwestern wilderness where gales howled. Piccolo stood on the weathered rock, his eyes locked on Raditz in midair. He slowly pulled off his white turban, tossing it aside. The heavy fabric landed on the rock with a dull thud. You have successfully angered me. Before the words faded, Piccolo's figure vanished into thin air. Bang! A sonic boom exploded in the air. Piccolo suddenly materialized before Raditz, his right arm muscles bulging as he drove a heavy punch straight at Raditz's face. Raditz snorted coldly, raising his left arm. Slap! A dull impact sounded as Raditz easily blocked Piccolo's fist, his body not even swaying. Good speed, but your strength is too weak. A mocking grin curled on Raditz's lips. Piccolo's eyes darkened. Without a word, he kicked his left leg towards Raditz's ribs. The battle erupted instantly. The sky was filled with only two blurred afterimages, one green and one black, wildly interweaving above the wilderness. The roar of colliding fists and feet was unending, shockwaves rippling outward layer by layer, shattering the weathered rocks below. In just over 10 seconds they had clashed hundreds of times. At this moment Piccolo was suppressing his combat power to around 1200. Against Raditz's base power of 1500 he was indeed at a disadvantage in both speed and strength. Raditz was growing more relaxed with each exchange, completely toying with his prey. Too slow. Too weak. Raditz seized an opening as Piccolo retracted his attack, his figure abruptly rising to evade the Namekian's energy wave. With a swift aerial somersault, he drove his right fist downward with brutal force. With a thunderous impact, the fist connected squarely with Piccolo's face. The Namekian was sent crashing into the dry riverbed below, carving out a massive crater as dust erupted into the air. Raditz hovered midair, arms crossed, gazing down at the billowing smoke. Well, he sneered. I told you before, you're no match for me. A battle power of 100 might make you a king on a primitive planet like this, but to me, Raditz the Saiyan, you're just a slightly tougher punching bag. The smoke remained still. Raditz shook his head and reached for his scouter to locate Kakarot. Suddenly, a low chuckle rose from the crater. Heh! The laughter swelled, escalating into unrestrained wild cackling. A gust of wind swept away the dust as Piccolo slowly rose to his feet. He spat out a mouthful of blood, wiping the purple stain from his lips. What's so funny? Raditz frowned. If you think you're strong. Piccolo twisted his neck, joints cracking with sharp pops, his gaze turning fiercely arrogant. I thought an alien like you might bring some surprises, but is this all you've got? Raditz's face darkened. Still running your mouth when death is upon you. Very well then. Piccolo's arms dropped abruptly, fists clenched tight. Since you're so eager to see this Demon King, will show you what real power looks like. A thunderous roar shook the earth. A wild, overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Piccolo's body, a white aura blazing straight into the heavens. The surrounding dry riverbed cracked inch by inch under the invisible pressure. Massive boulders levitated into the air, only to be crushed into fine dust within the aura's field. The green scouter on Raditz's left eye suddenly emitted a series of piercing beeps. Red numbers danced frantically across the lens. 2000, 3000. Raditz's expression shifted. He slapped the edge of the scouter. What's going on? The numbers still rising. 5000, 7000. The scouter's alarm blared red light, flashing so rapidly it merged into a continuous glow, the entire lens growing warm. Finally, the leaping digits came to a halt. 10050. Raditz froze midair, staring at the number, his pupils contracting and expanding in disbelief. 10,000. And 50. Raditz's voice trembled, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He clutched his head, nails nearly digging into his scalp, screaming hysterically. How could a lowly backwater planet have a battle power of 10,000? This is 10,000. Even Nappa's battle power is far lower than this. Raditz tore off the scouter, slammed it a few times, and put it back on. The number remained 10050. Below Piccolo's aura was almost tangible, its terrifying pressure, making even breathing an immense struggle. A malfunction. The scouter must be broken. Raditz gritted his teeth, desperately brainwashing himself. Yes, it must have been damaged during the landing. Piccolo stood on the ground, his aura fully unleashed. He let out a cold laugh. This isn't even my full power. If you don't believe me, feel free to confirm it yourself. Raditz's mental defenses were on the verge of collapse. He absolutely refused to believe a greenskin native could surpass an elite Saiyan. Die. You trash. Without hesitation, Raditz struck first. He raised both hands above his head, gathering a blue energy sphere in his palms. Pouring all his energy into the sphere, he hurled it viciously at Piccolo, instantly engulfing the Namekian's position. A massive explosion thundered across the wasteland. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky as the violent shockwave flattened the ground. Raditz panted heavily, staring at the rolling smoke below. Ha ha ha. Raditz laughed wildly, trying to mask his fear. I knew it. What 10,000 battle power. Under my full force attack, there's nothing left but ashes. The smoke gradually dissipated with the wind. Raditz's laughter abruptly ceased. At the center of the crater, Piccolo remained standing with arms crossed, as steady as a mountain. His heavy white cloak bore a few torn holes with scorched edges, but Piccolo himself was completely unscathed. Piccolo casually brushed the dust off his shoulder and looked up at Raditz. A paltry trick. His tone was flat, his gaze dripping with mockery. All it does is stir up some dust, utterly useless. 3 piercing sounds cut through the sky. Yamcha, Tenshinhan, and Krillin descended as streaks of light, landing steadily on a cliff at the edge of the wilderness. Below in the dry riverbed, the smoke had just cleared. On the cliff face, Yamcha's eyelid twitched sharply at the words. Good grief, the tables have turned. In the original story, Raditz used that exact same line to counter Piccolo's light of death, crushing the Namekian's pride under his heel. But now Piccolo had outright stolen Raditz's signature taunt. Midair, Raditz's face shifted from pale to livid. His proudest full-power attack hadn't even scratched the greenskin native. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Raditz ground his teeth, large beads of cold sweat dripping down. Piccolo's peripheral vision caught sight of Yamcha and the other 2 on the cliff. He wasn't surprised. Over these 4 years, he had trained relentlessly in the gravity chamber provided by Yamcha, only to be repeatedly overpowered and humiliated by him. The great demon King Piccolo had been nursing a simmering fury that was now at its breaking point. Today, an oblivious alien had finally stumbled into his path. This punching bag was his for the taking. Piccolo let out a cold laugh. This time it's my turn to strike. The moment the words left his lips, his figure vanished from the spot. Pure speed, overwhelming all perception. Raditz's pupils shrank violently. The scouter didn't even have time to sound an alarm. Nanny, was all he managed to utter. A fist had already torn through the air, carrying devastating force, and slammed deep into Raditz's abdomen. With a heavy thud, Raditz's body instantly curled into a shrimp-like shape. His eyes bulged outward, nearly popping from their sockets like gushing springs. A mixture of stomach acid and blood spewed from his mouth in a violent torrent. Ugh! Raditz couldn't even manage a proper scream. His battlesuit cracked inch by inch under the pressure of the punch. Piccolo withdrew his fist and drove a kick into Raditz's chest. With a thunderous crash, Raditz plummeted straight down from midair, his knees smashing into the rock and carving 2 deep craters. He curled up, clutching his stomach, convulsing in agony, utterly unable to rise. A one-hit kill. On the cliff, Klin swallowed hard. Kiririn. Piccolo really went for it. Klin rubbed his chin. Tenshinhan crossed his arms, his expression stern as he gazed below. That long-tailed alien doesn't seem to have a very strong aura, Tenshinhan analyzed. With Piccolo Daimau's current strength, it's already a mercy that punch didn't pierce him through. Yamcha nodded, but said nothing. Raditz was too weak. So weak that any one of Tenshinhan or Klin could easily thrash him with one hand. Just then a yellow cloud drifted across the sky. Nimbus. Klin turned. Son Goku leaped down from the cloud, landing steadily beside Yamcha. He wore his iconic orange martial arts gi, the power pole strapped to his back, and was scratching the back of his head as he walked. Sorry I'm late. Son Goku greeted everyone with an apologetic smile. No problem, but Goku, why are you only showing up now? Yamcha asked. Don't even mention it. Son Goku sighed. Shishi insisted on making a few new clothes for Gohan, which delayed me when I was leaving. Then that kid Gohan cried and refused to wear them, causing a huge fuss. I see Gohan is 4 this year, right? Yamcha asked casually. Yeah, that kid is too timid. Shishi won't let him train, makes him study all day, says he's going to be a great scholar. Son Goku shrugged helplessly. Yamcha's lips curled slightly. A scholar. That was the future single strongest warrior, a genius hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling. But for now he was just a crybaby hiding behind his mother. Son Goku turned his head, his gaze falling on the deep pit below. Huh, who's Piccolo fighting? Son Goku blinked. That guy's ki is strange, not like an earth martial artist. In the deep pit below, Raditz struggled to lift his head. The searing pain in his abdomen nearly made him faint, his vision blurring. But he still bit his blood-stained teeth, raised a trembling hand, and pressed the scouter on his left eye. Beep, beep, beep. On the cliff, the power levels of 4 life forms jumped onto the display. 1,200. 1,300. 1,000. 1,000. Raditz was stunned. He looked at Yamcha and the others on the cliff, then at Piccolo standing before him. After a brief blank in his mind, Raditz finally understood. Suppressing battle power. Raditz gritted his teeth, his voice faltering. You savages can actually control your battle power at will. No wonder. No wonder the scouter had no reaction earlier. No wonder had only seen a worthless power level of 5 when he landed. It seemed they only revealed their true strength when they actually fought. Raditz felt a wave of despair. The greenskin monster before him had a power level of 10,000. What about the 4 standing up there? If they could all multiply their power 7 or 8 times. Raditz dared not think further. This was a low-class planet. What the hell was Chakra Fruit doing? Had he been killed long ago? Raditz stared at the group on the cliff, searching for any escape route. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on the man who had just jumped down from the cloud. That iconic spiky hair, that orange GI, and that unique facial structure of a low-class warrior. Raditz's pupils contracted sharply, the pain in his abdomen forgotten in that instant. Chakra Fruit. On the cliff, wind swept sand and gravel. Yamcha dusted off his hands. All right, the show's almost over. Let's go down. With that, he leaped. Clin Tien Shinhan and Son Goku followed. The 4 figures used the Bukujutsu technique, landing steadily on the ravaged riverbed below. Piccolo wasn't surprised. He had long sensed those familiar auras above. Now he held Raditz by the hair with one hand, lifting this once arrogant alien into the air. Raditz's face was covered in blood, his chest armor shattered, his eyes rolled back, barely clinging to life. A bunch of bored spectators who love watching shows. Piccolo coldly swept his gaze over Yamcha and the others, a purple light flickering between his fingers. But it doesn't matter. Once I kill this trash, I'll deal with you. Wait, spare his life. Piccolo's hand paused, his gaze darkening as he looked over. Yamcha, are you giving me orders? No, not an order, a notification, Yamcha said, taking 2 steps closer. He's an alien. Appearing on Earth out of nowhere, he likely has accomplices. We need to extract some information from him. Piccolo's lips twisted into a savage grin. Ridiculous. Since when does the great demon king Piccolo need you to meddle in my affairs? I don't care if he has accomplices. If one comes, he'll kill them all. The purple light at Piccolo's fingertips blazed, and he stabbed unhesitatingly toward Raditz's heart. A claw piercing a chest. Bang. Piccolo's fingers stopped less than an inch from Raditz's chest. A hand firmly gripped Piccolo's wrist. Yamcha had appeared abruptly before Piccolo. Piccolo's pupils shrank. He hadn't even seen Yamcha's movement trajectory. I said spare his life. Yamcha looked at Piccolo, his tone flat. Piccolo clenched his teeth, the muscles in his arm bulging as he tried to break free, but the hand gripping his wrist didn't budge. It wasn't just the absolute gap in strength. Piccolo even felt that if he made one extra move, his entire arm would be instantly snapped. Just how much stronger had this monster gotten in this time? Piccolo snorted coldly and released his grip on Raditz's hair. Raditz crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Do as you please. Piccolo withdrew his hand, turned, and walked aside, crossing his arms with a grim expression. Yamcha averted his gaze and looked down at Raditz on the ground. Raditz struggled to turn over, lying on his back in the pile of rubble, gasping for air. Chakra Fruit. Raditz's voice was hoarse. Son Goku pointed at his own nose, looking bewildered. How are you talking to me? My name is Son Goku. Chakra Fruit. Have you forgotten your mission? Raditz ground his teeth. Yamcha walked over to Raditz and crouched down. Don't worry, alien friend. A gentle smile spread across Yamcha's face. We Earthlings are always hospitable, treat prisoners well, and are lenient. As long as you tell us everything you know, I guarantee you'll live. Raditz looked at Yamcha's harmless face, and the Saiyan pride within him suddenly flared. A savage dared to speak to him with such condescension. Pock. Raditz spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Despicable savages. You have no idea what kind of existence you've provoked. I am a member of the proud warrior race, the Saiyans. Raditz, enduring excruciating pain, forced his head up. Saiyans would rather break than bend. You think you can extract information from me? Dream on. When my comrades discover something's happened to me, this low-level planet of yours will be reduced to cosmic dust. Krillin rubbed his bald head from behind. This guy's got a tough shell. Tension and frowned. Are all aliens this thick-head? Yamcha's smile didn't fade in the slightest. He extended his right hand and gently grasped Raditz's left wrist. Rather break than bend, huh? Yamcha's tone was soft. Crack. With a casual twist of his wrist, Raditz's left hand twisted into a pretzel-like shape, white bone fragments exposed to the air. A piercing scream tore through the sky. Tears and mucus instantly smeared Raditz's face. The so-called Saiyan pride and unyielding spirit crumbled in an instant before the bone-deep agony. Yamcha released his grip, still maintaining his smile. Now can we have a nice chat? If not, you still have your right leg, left leg, and that big head of yours. Raditz trembled all over looking at Yamcha with eyes full of terror. This smiling Earthling was even more ruthless than the Frisia he had encountered. He'll talk. He'll talk. Raditz scrambled backward, shrinking away, terrified that Yamcha might grab his other hand. Ask whatever you want to know. He'll tell you everything. Yamcha stood up and clapped his hands. That's more like it. Start from the beginning. Why do you call him Kakarot? Raditz glanced at Son Goku and swallowed hard. He is my younger brother. Silence fell over the entire scene. Son Goku's eyes widened. Nanny, you must have mistaken me for someone else. My grandfather was Son Gohan. He raised me on Mount Pozu. You must have hit your head too hard. How can you not recognize your own big brother? Raditz panted heavily, speaking rapidly. We are Saiyans, the mightiest warrior race in the universe. Our home planet Vegeta was destroyed by a giant meteor many years ago. Across the entire universe, only 4 Saiyans survived. Raditz pointed at Son Goku. You Kakarot are one of them. Shortly after birth, you were sent to this low-level planet as a low-class warrior. Your mission was to eliminate all the natives on this planet and wait for us to come and sell it to alien merchants. Krillin looked at Son Goku, utterly incredulous. Goku, you're an alien. Son Goku furrowed his brow. No, I don't care if you're my brother or about Saiyans. I am Son Goku, raised on Earth. Raditz dared not argue and cowered at Yamcha. Continue. Yamcha had his hands in his pockets. Only 4 Saiyans remain. Besides you two, who are the other 2? They are Prince Vegeta and Nappa. Raditz's voice trembled. They are true elite warriors. Nappa's battle power is over 4,000 and Prince Vegeta's reaches a staggering 18,000. Piccolo let out a cold snort. Tenshinhan and Krillin's faces turned extremely grave. 18,000. What kind of measurement was that? Alien units. If you're the strongest warrior race in the universe, why do you go around selling planets? Yamcha asked the core question. Raditz's body convulsed violently, as if recalling something utterly terrifying. Because of Lord Frisia. The Frisia Force is a colossal entity that dominates the entire universe. Raditz lowered his head. We Saiyans are merely soldiers under Lord Frisia. Our job is to conquer valuable planets and sell them at high prices to other races. The reason I came to Earth this time is that Prince Vegeta has his eye on a high-value planet, but we're short on manpower. That's why I came to recruit Kakarot back. Raditz looked up at Yamcha with a pleading expression. I've told you everything I know. Please spare me. He'll leave Earth immediately and never return. Yamcha looked down at Raditz from a height. Frisia, Vegeta, Saiyans. The wheels of the plot still rolled inexorably forward, but this time Earth's warriors were no longer the mere cannon fodder buying time, as in the original story. Your communicator has been on, hasn't it? Yamcha suddenly spoke, his gaze falling on the green scouter that had fallen not far from Raditz. Raditz's face turned deathly pale. Yamcha walked over, picked up the scouter with a broken corner, and put it to his ear. Hey, you so-called Prince Vegeta and Nappa, can you hear me? Yamcha said into the scouter in a calm tone. In the distant depths of the cosmos, on a barren planet, 2 Saiyans in battle armor sat atop a pile of alien corpses gnawing on roasted meat. The bald, burly Nappa stopped his movements, pressing the scouter to his ear. Beside him, the short, spiky-haired Vegeta instantly furrowed his brows. Beep. Hey, you so-called Prince Vegeta and Nappa, can you hear me? Nappa was stunned. Vegeta's eyes snapped open, glaring at Nappa. Nappa quickly fiddled with the scouter, switching the communication channel to speaker. Who are you? Where's Raditz? Oh, a light chuckle came through the scouter. He's lying at my feet, spitting blood. Are you that Vegeta? Vegeta's gaze instantly darkened. A mere native of a low-level planet dares to speak to the great Prince Vegeta like that. Have you grown tired of living? As the prince of the universe's mightiest warrior race, no one had ever dared to address him in such a tone. Perhaps. The voice from the other end of the scouter carried a hint of mockery. But what makes you Saiyans so special? Vegeta snorted coldly, about to cut the communication and head straight to Earth to exterminate this insolent native. But the next second, Raditz has already spilled everything about you. Who would have thought that the prince of the mighty warrior race secretly likes to wear pink underwear? How utterly hilarious. The air suddenly went still. The campfire's flame flickered. Nappa's eyes widened as he slowly turned his head to look at Vegeta's lower body, his gaze extremely strange. Vegeta's face turned from white to red, then from red to purple. Veins bulged one by one on his forehead. Bakairu. Vegeta let out a furious roar, and a violent aura exploded, instantly pulverizing rocks dozens of meters around into dust. Raditz, you fool. How dare you spout such nonsense? Vegeta roared into the scouter. Are you still a proud Saiyan? When I get to Earth, I'll skin you alive. Back on Earth, Raditz couldn't respond at all. His despairing whimpers were completely ignored by Yamcha. Got a nerve, don't you? The voice of Yamcha once again echoed, filled with sarcasm. Don't rush, there's more to come. Nappa, still in shock from the mention of pink underwear, heard his name being called from the detector. It's that guy named Nappa. Yamcha continued to add fuel to the fire. Raditz said you like to suck on pacifiers every night when you sleep. Instead of seizing gold and treasures on other planets, you prefer to collect local babies' pacifiers. You can't sleep a day without sucking one. Is it true? Raditz also said that because you're bald, you're particularly envious of others with hair, a twisted pervert at heart. Yamcha made his final summary. Nappa completely lost it. He suddenly stood up, pounding his chest furiously, a violent energy erupting outward. Damn it! Damn it! Nappa's eyes turned red, trembling with rage. I will kill him. I will tear that native and Raditz into pieces. How dare he humiliate me, Lord Nappa? He turned to Vegeta and shouted, Vegeta, let's go immediately. Right now to Earth. I will smash that planet to bits. Clearly Nappa could no longer endure. After battling across the universe for so many years and slaying countless strong foes, he had never encountered someone like Yamcha who used such lowly tactics to humiliate others. Vegeta was also trembling with rage. However, as a prince, his innate pride forced him to suppress the urge to explode. He took a deep breath, pushing his anger deep down. Good lad. Vegeta spoke to the detector, enunciating each word. I remember you. Earthright. We'll be coming, so wash your neck and wait for us. Snap. Vegeta crushed the communicator in his hand, cutting off the connection. Nappa's bald head was veined, his eyes bloodshot. I will kill them. I will rip out that native's tongue and smash Earth to pieces. Nappa roared, his furious aura sending the surrounding alien corpses flying. Vegeta stood still, maintaining the pose of having crushed the detector, his head lowered, obscuring his expression from view. A few seconds later, Vegeta suddenly let out a low chuckle, which grew louder, ultimately morphing into unrestrained laughter. Nappa stopped his roar, looking at Vegeta. Vegeta, what are you laughing at? That native just insulted you too. Nappa stood up, puzzled. Vegeta restrained his laughter, turned around, and walked toward the two spherical spacecraft parked nearby. He opened the spaceship's door and took out a black backup communicator from the storage compartment. Nappa reigned in that useless rage. Vegeta pressed the communicator's switch, changing the frequency to the native over there who easily incapacitated Raditz and has a battle power of over 1 indicates that Earth's combat strength far exceeds our estimations. Nappa frowned. Are you still going to Earth? Of course we are going. Vegeta quickly operated the communicator's buttons, but we won't be at the forefront. The communicator's screen lit up, showing the image of an alien with green antennae. This is the contact point of Frisia's army in the 7th star zone. What can I do for you, Lord Vegeta? The antennaed alien spoke with a hint of respect. Vegeta smiled slightly. We have discovered a planet named Earth at the edge of the galaxy. This planet not only has abundant resources, but the natives also possess a technique to control battle power at will. The antennaed alien's expression turned serious. Vegeta continued, however, these natives are extremely arrogant. They not only killed Raditz, but openly declared that King Frisia is merely a lowly reptile unworthy of wearing even pink underwear. Nappa stood aside, his eyes widening in shock. The antennaed alien on the screen gasped, his face turning pale. Did they really say that? The antennaed alien's voice trembled. I heard it with my own ears. Vegeta sneered, moreover, the opposing battle power is substantial. I request the headquarters to send high-level fighters and an elite squad to Earth to maintain the dignity of King Frisia. I will report this immediately. The antennaed alien hurriedly cut off the communication. The call ended. Nappa touched his bald head, suddenly enlightened. Vegeta, you truly deserve to be the prince of the Saiyans. Your mind is sharp. Nappa laughed heartily. Let Frisia's men go to Earth for reconnaissance. Whether Earth wins or Frisia's army wins, it will be no loss for us. Humph. If the Earth natives can kill a few of Frisia's elites, it will substantially weaken Frisia's army's strength. Vegeta stepped into the spherical spacecraft. If Frisia's men win, we will step in to clean up the mess. By then, the technology to control battle power of Earth will be ours. The cabin door slowly closed. Nappa also climbed into another spacecraft. Two streaks of fire shot into the sky, breaking through the planet's atmosphere and venturing into the vast universe. Earth. At the bottom of the dried riverbed in the northwest wilderness. Yamcha listened to the busy tone coming from the detector. Is that all it takes to break? Yamcha shrugged and sighed. I haven't even exerted myself yet. The psychological endurance of aliens these days is truly poor. Yamcha, were those things you just said true? Of course not, Yamcha shrugged. How could I possibly know what underwear aliens wear? Son Goku approached with his Rui bang. Yamcha, does that guy named Nappa really like sucking on pacifiers? How old is he? Son Goku looked puzzled. Tianjin Fan covered his forehead with one hand, closing his third eye. Piccolo stood by a rock 10 meters away, the wind stirring his tattered white cloak, observing Yamcha's profile with twitching eyes. This bastard not only has great strength, but also has a poisonous tongue. If one day he talks to me like that. A cold sweat broke out on Piccolo's back. Unable to fight back or win an argument, Piccolo silently resolved to never provoke Yamcha again unless absolutely necessary. Raditz lay slumped in a pile of rubble, his left wrist twisted at an odd angle, blood soaking the ground. It's over. All over. Raditz's eyes were vacant, muttering incessantly. Yamcha approached the edge of the pit, looking down at him. You Earthling have no idea what you've done. Raditz spoke with extreme despair. That Vegeta is a devil. If you humiliate him like this, he will not only kill you all, but also skin me alive. Soga, you need not worry about that. Yamcha jumped into the pit, standing before Raditz. You now have only one choice: cooperate with us, or I will chop you into pieces and throw you into the sea. Raditz trembled all over. Better to live poorly than die well. He was notorious for being soft on the weak. What do you want? Raditz lowered his head. It's not that hard to stay alive. Yamcha looked down at him from a lofty height. Just stop with the Saiyan habit of slaughtering everywhere and cease your evil deeds. Raditz was stunned. He had expected the other party to impose extremely harsh conditions, perhaps even cripple his limbs, never imagining it would be this simple. Yamcha turned his head and glanced at Son Goku, who stood at the edge of the pit. After all, you are Son Goku's elder brother and Gohan's uncle. I don't want Gohan to lose a relative at such a young age either. Hearing this, Raditz clung to it like a lifeline, nodding frantically. I swear, I will never do evil again. Just spare me, and I promise to behave. Yamcha's smile faded, and an invisible killing intent locked onto Raditz. Remember what you said now. Of course, if you've already killed before, well, find a way to make amends this time. But if you choose evil again, Yamcha will be the first to destroy you. When that time comes, no god at the edge of the universe can save you. I said it. Raditz trembled violently, cold sweat instantly soaking his tattered battle suit. He had no doubt that this man before him could tear him to shreds in a single second. I wouldn't dare. Absolutely not. Raditz echoed in agreement, his body involuntarily shrinking back. Yamcha withdrew his killing intent, his expression returning to calm. In that case, please cooperate and confess everything you know about the universe's intelligence as atonement for your new lease on life. Raditz lowered his head helplessly. Any one of these Earthlings present had a higher battle power than his, leaving him with no room to negotiate. The group leaped out of the deep pit. Let's go back to West City. Yamcha gave the order. They soared into the air. Piccolo remained silent, his white cape flapping in the wind as he followed closely behind. Krillin looked back at Piccolo. Piccolo, why are you following us? Aren't you usually a loner? Piccolo snorted coldly, his gaze shifting to Raditz, who was being carried by Son Goku. Don't flatter yourself. I'm just interested in the alien's intelligence. From this wretch's tone, that guy named Vegeta seems quite formidable. I want to see what he's made of. Yamcha flew at the front without interfering. Piccolo's willingness to come was a good sign. It showed that under the pressure of an external threat, Earth's top combat power was accelerating its integration. During the flight, Son Goku grabbed Raditz by the back of his collar and leaned in. By the way, are you really my big brother? Son Goku stared at Raditz with curious eyes, sizing him up. Then Gohan has an uncle. If Grandpa were still alive, he'd be thrilled to know I have a brother. Raditz endured the sharp pain in his wrists, the corners of his mouth twitching wildly. Grandpa? What the hell is an Earthling, Grandpa? Raditz roared inwardly. We Saiyans are the mightiest warrior race in the entire universe. Our father is the legendary low-class warrior Bardock, and our mother is Jain. You idiot actually acknowledges a native as a grandfather. Raditz looked at Goku's clear, defenseless eyes, a wave of despair washing over him. He had planned to find an opportunity to sway Kakarot, using Saiyan blood ties to get him to turn traitor. But now it was clear that this younger brother's mind was definitely not right. Kakarot, where's your tail? Raditz asked, suppressing his rage. Oh, I pulled it out long ago. Son Goku scratched his head. Keeping that thing is too much trouble. During a full moon, I turn into a giant ape and lose my mind. How do you maintain your tail? It's all furry up there. Doesn't it attract fleas? Raditz was so furious, he nearly spat blood. That tail was the source of Saiyan power and a symbol of pride, yet it was being asked if it attracted fleas. Hoping for help from this dim-witted brother was futile. Raditz completely gave up struggling. West City Z Alliance headquarters. The massive hemispherical metal building gleamed under the sunlight. Raditz was thrown onto the floor of a high-tech hall, watching the bustling staff and various precision instruments around him. The technological level of this low-class planet seemed far less backward than he had imagined. Bulma strode over in high heels holding a tablet. She glanced down at Raditz on the floor and curled her lips in disdain. Is this the alien? He looks so strange. Hasn't he washed his hair in years? Bulma nudged Raditz's fallen green scouter with her toe. Yamcha, is this their communication device? Yes, though one corner is broken, the core components should still be intact, Yamcha nodded. It might contain records of the Frisia Force's communication frequencies. Leave it to you to crack. Bulma picked up the scouter. Then they hoisted Raditz up and escorted him to a specially made prison on the 3rd underground level. The cell was forged from pure Zalloy and equipped with a gravity control system. Yamcha directly ordered the gravity to be set at 13 times Earth's norm. For a weakling like Raditz, it was more than enough. Inside the cell, Raditz sat on a metal chair, forced to honestly disclose the Frisia Force's troop distribution control over various star sectors and detailed intelligence about Vegeta and Nappa. At the same time, On a solitary island amidst the vast southern seas of Earth, the sea breeze rustled the coconut palms, and the red roof of Kame House looked exceptionally leisurely under the sunlight. Master Roshi, dressed in a floral shirt and shorts, had just finished a grueling set of physical training. He wiped the sweat from his brow, pushed his sunglasses up his nose, and flashed his trademark lecherous grin. Today's training is complete. It's almost time for the ladies' aerobics special. Humming a tune, Master Roshi walked to the TV, his hand reaching for the remote. Suddenly his movement froze midair. His eyes behind the sunglasses narrowed instantly, and his once relaxed muscles tensed in a split second. Several strange, malevolent auras appeared on the island's beach. These auras didn't belong to any martial artist he knew. Master Roshi dropped his smile, turned, and strode toward the door. He pushed open the wooden door. Waves crashed against the shore. Several bizarrely shaped creatures stood less than 10 meters from Kame House. Their skin was a sickly ice blue, and their eyes glowed with a crimson light. At the center of these biomonsters stood an old man with pallid skin. He wore a loose white lab coat and leaned on a high-tech metal cane. "Found you at last." The old man looked at Master Roshi emerging from the house and let out a laugh. "Master Roshi, the world's strongest martial artist. You were quite hard to find." Master Roshi clasped his hands behind his back, the sea breeze stirring his white beard. He didn't retreat in the face of their bizarre appearance, exuding the natural aura of a master. "Who are you?" Master Rose's voice was low. "I am Dr. Gao-Chin, under the great command of Dr. Willow. I've come specifically to invite Master Roshi for a chat. Care to step aside for a word? And if I refuse, what a profound pity that would be." Dr. Gao-Chin stepped back half a pace, his cane striking the sand with a heavy, resonant thud. Whoosh. Several blue bioengineered warriors moved in unison, blazing fast, shattering air resistance as they converged from 3 directions, sealing off Master Roshi's every escape route. Claws slashed through the air with lethal precision, aiming straight for Master Roshi's vital points. He did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward. His formerly frail, withered frame underwent an instantaneous radical transformation. Muscles swelled violently, bursting his floral shirt apart. Thick serpentine veins coiled across his bulging arms. Afterimage fist. All 3 bio-warriors' claws pierced straight through Master Roshi's body, only to grasp at empty air. What they struck was but a lingering illusion. Boom. The sand exploded inward. Master Roshi materialized behind the leftmost bio-warrior, hands locking like iron vices onto the creature's shoulders, then driving his knee upward with brutal force into its spine. In one fluid motion, he leveraged the impact to launch himself skyward, his right leg carving a razor-sharp arc through the air. Crash. The remaining bio-warriors were swept clean off their feet, their necks struck by that single devastating kick, hurled headlong into the sea, where they vanished beneath towering 20-meter plumes of white water, failing to resurface. This was the indomitable essence of the god of martial arts. Master Roshi landed with quiet grace, exhaling a slow, steady breath of turbid air. Then he turned his gaze toward Dr. Gao-Chin. Dr. Gao-Chin showed no trace of panic. He raised his metallic cane and pressed a crimson button embedded in its tip. "Do not act rashly, Master Mateto." Dr. Gao-Chin sneered. A sapphire beam shot forth from the cane's apex, unfolding midair into a shimmering holographic display. The screen revealed the bustling streets of Baidu, cars streaming like rivers, crowds flowing like tides. Master Roshi froze mid-step, his brows knitting tightly together. "Your martial prowess is indeed formidable. But with a single slip of my finger," Dr. Gao-Chin's voice dropped to a glacial whisper, "in that instant Baidu will become a barren wasteland, and millions of civilians will turn to ash." Master Roshi's fists clenched, bones cracking like dry twigs. "Despicable." Dr. Gao-Chin laughed, a grotesque contortion of wrinkles. "Choose Master Mateto. Is your personal freedom worth more than the lives of millions in Baidu?" Master Roshi stood in silence for 10 long suspended seconds. Then the swollen musculature receded like tide from shore, and he shrank once more into the lean, hunched figure of an aged man. He bent down and retrieved his floral shirt from the sand. "I'll go with you. But should even a single hair fall from a civilian's head in Baidu, I swear upon my life I will hunt you down without mercy." Truly a grandmaster, wise enough to yield when wisdom demands it. Dr. Gao-Chin stepped aside with a bow of mock deference. "After you." Dr. Velo has been eagerly awaiting the chance to examine the strongest physical vessel on Earth. A cloaked aerial craft shimmered into visibility above the waves, its hatch yawning open. Master Roshi strode aboard without glancing back. Blue thrusters ignited, blazing streaks of cerulean flame, and the vessel shot northward, vanishing into the frozen heart of the Arctic wastes. Shidu, the Alliance headquarters. Yamcha had just emerged from the specially reinforced prison on Sublevel 3. Raditz had cooperated fully, not only divulging the entire territorial map of Frisia's armored brigade, but even exposing Prince Vegeta's most intimate vulnerabilities down to the last thread. At that very moment, A system alert chimed deep within Yamcha's mind. With a subtle shift of intent, he summoned the interface before him. Ultimate Earthling System. Host Yamcha. Battle Power 96000. Race Human Bound. Skills New Wolf Fong Fist Dodon Ray Kamehameha. Turtle School. Martial Arts Destructo Disc. Main Quest 1. Yamcha shall never become a meme. 2. The Cosmic Emperor Yamcha. Side Quest World's Strongest Warrior. Quest background 50 years ago Dr. Velo, a genius scientist twisted by obsession, was entombed beneath shifting glaciers in the far north. Now by sheer accident a fracture in the ice has freed him. Dr. Gao Qin seizing this opportunity without resorting to the Dragon Balls has fulfilled his ambition, but the disembodied Dr. Velo now desperately requires the ultimate physical vessel, the world's strongest body, to complete his ascension. Quest objective World's Strongest. None but I may claim that title. Shatter Dr. Velo's monstrous ambition utterly, and save our beleaguered Earth. Quest Reward 1. Battle Power 5002. Senzu Beans 10. Yamcha stared at those two lines. 50,000 battle power. This time the system had truly invested. Over the past 4 years, through disciplined cultivation and completion of side quests, his base battle power had already soared to 96000. Adding another 5000 would catapult him to a staggering 146000. What did 146000 signify? During the early Namek saga Vegeta's base power hovered around 250. The members of the Ginyu Force, excluding Captain Ginyu himself, ranged between 400 and 600. At 1460 base power, activating the tenfold Kaioken would amplify his strength to 1460, enough to match, even surpass Frisia's first form. Such power would instantly elevate him among the galaxy's elite warriors. And that did not even account for the spirit tree fruit he carried. Should he consume it, his might would transcend all prior limits. As for the 10 Senzu Beans, though Karen Tower's harvest had dwindled to near extinction, and what little remained had long since been devoured by Yajirobe's snacks, Yamcha lacked for none. Over these 4 years he'd amassed 30 Senzu Beans through side quests alone. Yamcha dismissed the interface, and found himself smiling faintly. Still the timeline's grown chaotic. Dr. Velo. If memory served, he was the antagonist of the film The World's Strongest, meant to awaken only after Vegeta and Nappa's invasion, buried deep beneath the ice for decades. Yet here he was, emerging now while Raditz had barely finished surrendering. No matter. A trivial matter after all. 50,000 battle power and 10 Senzu Beans. This bounty demanded no second thought. Then sharp footsteps shattered his reverie. Bulma burst into the hall, face etched with urgency. Yamcha, it's urgent. Master Roshi just called for help from Kame House. He says Master Matato's been seized by blue-skinned bio-warriors. Understood. He turned to Krillin and Tien Shinhan beside him. Krillin, Tien, you hold the Z Alliance headquarters. Keep Raditz under strict watch. Don't worry, we've shattered his wrists. He's harmless. Krillin nodded confidently. Both Krillin and Tien held absolute faith in Yamcha's strength. Yamcha's gaze shifted to Son Goku. Goku, come with me. We're rescuing Master Matato. Yoshi. Goku yanked his power pole from his back, eyes blazing with exhilaration. Yamcha glanced sideways at Piccolo leaning against the wall with arms crossed. Great Demon King, care to join us? Consider it a warm-up. Piccolo snorted coldly and lowered his arms. Boring. He pivoted toward the exit, his white cape snapping fiercely in the rising wind. I have no interest in saving that old man, and the fate of Earth's humans means nothing to me. Before the final syllable faded, Piccolo launched skyward, vanishing into the horizon as a streak of incandescent light. Still doesn't see us as friends, huh? Goku scratched the back of his head. Then let it be. Bulma, send me the signal's coordinates. 2 blinding white energy trails tore through the clouds above Shidu, racing northward at terrifying velocity. Wind held past their ears. Temperature plummeted. In barely over half an hour, Yamcha and Goku had traversed thousands of kilometers, reaching Earth's northernmost frontier. The land of eternal frost, where blizzards raged without cease. Endless white glaciers stretched to the horizon. Amid the swirling snow, a colossal hemispherical metal fortress was buried deep within the ice sheet. They hovered midair. What a massive structure. Is Master Matato inside? Goku peered downward. We go in, straight through. Yamcha hesitated not a moment. Their auras erupted, twin pillars of searing white energy, as they plunged vertically toward the dome's apex. Boom. The reinforced alloy ceiling crumpled like parchment beneath their overwhelming might. Amid the deafening explosion, Yamcha and Goku crashed into the fortress's interior. Crimson alarm lights flared wildly. Ahead, blast doors retracted, revealing dozens of ice-blue bio-warriors, eyes burning crimson, surging forward in unison. Claws ripped through the air, charged with lethal intent. Goku grinned, knees bending slightly. Thud. The last time for the 100 Urge bonus update. A sound explosion erupted in the air, and Sun Wukong's figure instantly vanished. In the next moment, the chests of the three bioengineered beings at the forefront caved in, simultaneously knocking down a large number of their kind. Too weak. Sun Wukong smashed a bioengineered being's head with a punch, handling it effortlessly. Yamcha had his hands in his pockets, showing no signs of preparing for battle. A bioengineered being lunged at him from the side, its claws aiming directly for his throat. Yamcha didn't even turn his head, casually sweeping his right leg to the side and backward. Crack. The bioengineered being's cervical spine snapped, its body twisting in midair for 720 degrees, turning into a puddle of blue goo. Let's go meet that perverted doctor. Yamcha stepped over the remains of bioengineered beings, striding deeper into the fortress. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of space, in a pitch-black sea of stars, a massive disc-shaped spaceship was sailing smoothly. In the main control room of the spaceship, the lighting was dim, with only the cold glow of various instrument indicators flickering. In the center of the hall, a small creature covered with a purple glass-like shell was seated in a floating chair. The Cosmic Emperor Frisia. He held a cup of red liquid, gently swirling it, his crimson eyes fixed on the holographic star map ahead. A handsome alien with long green hair quickly entered the hall and knelt on one knee before the floating chair. Lord Frisia. Sabo lowered his head deeply. Speak. Frisia took a sip of the red liquid, his voice carrying a unique tone. The communications office in Sector 7 has just sent news. Sabo swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Vegeta has discovered a remote planet called Earth at the edge of the galaxy. Frisia stopped swirling his drink. Oh, Vegeta claims that the natives on Earth possess a technique to freely control their combat power. Sabo's voice grew quieter, even trembling slightly. Moreover, those natives insulted you. The temperature in the control room seemed to drop to freezing point. The surrounding operators halted their actions, even holding their breaths. They insulted this king. Frisia set down his cup. Yes. Sabo lowered his head even further. They said you aren't worthy of wearing pink underwear. A few seconds later, oh ho ho ho. Frisia suddenly burst into laughter, the sound echoing in the empty control room. Mr. Sabo, this is truly amusing, very amusing indeed. The floating chair slowly turned and Frisia looked down at Sabo. My lord, should we send someone to deal with this planet? Sabo cautiously inquired. Frisia did not answer directly, but raised a finger, gently tapping the armrest of the chair. That wild monkey Vegeta seems to have become increasingly crafty lately. Frisia spoke blandly. Does he think he can deceive this king with a few fabricated lies? Sabo was taken aback. Does my lord mean that Vegeta is lying? That foolish monkey probably doesn't realize that we implanted a backup listening channel in all the probes we dispatched. Frisia waved his hand. Play the original recording from that time. Yes. An operator swiftly retrieved the audio records from Raditz and others' probes. From the loudspeakers in the control room, Yamcha's clear voice came through. Raditz has disclosed all your secrets. I never expected that the prince of the cosmic fighting race would actually enjoy wearing pink underwear in private. It's truly laughable. Then came Vegeta's furious roar. The recording ended. Sabo let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the Earth native had only insulted Vegeta. The king is wise. Vegeta is indeed using a knife to kill someone. Sabo said respectfully. Frisia leaned back in his chair, lifting the cup of red liquid once more. Humph, although the people of this insignificant planet did not directly insult me. Frisia stared at the swirling liquid in his cup, his gaze gradually turning sinister. But that Vegeta will always be a dog of our Frisia Legion. Crack. A crack appeared on the glass wall of the goblet. To hit a dog, one must look at its owner. Frisia handed the wine glass to a nearby attendant, and the floating chair moved forward half a meter. Mr. Sabo, at your service. Go inform Mr. Chio E, who is nearest to that location. Frisia looked at the tiny light spot representing Earth on the holographic star map. Let a team of fighters led by him follow Vegeta. I want to see what makes this planet special enough to give Raditz a hard time. Yes, my lord. Sabo accepted the order and withdrew. Earth. At the extreme northern glacier fortress in the core laboratory, on the central massive cylindrical culture dish, a gigantic brain was suspended. Countless mechanical pipelines connected to the brain's lobes, extending all the way to the supercomputer at the bottom of the culture dish. This was the essence of Dr. Velo, a perverse scientist from 50 years ago, now reduced to a mass of neurons and electronic components. In front of the culture dish, the alloy floor had been smashed into a large pit. Master Rashi lay at the bottom of the pit, gasping for breath. His signature floral shirt had long been tattered into strips, and his body was covered in deep gashes that exposed bone. 3 biomodified beings over 2 meters tall stood at the edge of the pit. Jasimi was covered in red-hard armor, his hands crackling with high-voltage electricity. Mizo's skin was ice blue, exhaling frigid air at sub-zero temperatures with every breath. Abiryu was the most massive, his muscles bulging and his eyes radiating a bloodthirsty red light. Each of these 3 berserk warriors had a combat power exceeding 2,000. Dr. Goku leaned on a metal cane standing behind the three berserk warriors looking down at Master Roshi in the pit with disdain. Teacher Wutian, is this supposed to be the so-called strongest in the world? Dr. Goku shook his head. The electronic synthesized voice came from the speaker next to the culture dish. Too weak. Dr. Velo's voice was filled with deep disappointment. Goku, you've got the wrong person. This body is in such decay that it can't even defeat my berserk warriors. What I need is the strongest body in the world, not an old man on the verge of death. Dr. Goku broke out in a cold sweat, bowing hastily. Dr. Velo, please don't be angry. 50 years ago, Teacher Wutian was indeed recognized as the #1 martial artist in the world. I thought. 50 years ago. Master Roshi propped himself up with one hand barely standing. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed heartily. Have your brains frozen in the glaciers, hey? Master Roshi straightened his back. The title of the strongest in the world has long since changed hands. Dr. Goku's expression shifted. Are you mocking me? Dr. Goku stepped forward aggressively. Who is the current strongest in the world? Just then, boom, the half-meter-thick alloy wall of the laboratory exploded. A violent shockwave swept through the entire laboratory, overturning the control panel with the instruments. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a voice came through. It's me, Dr. Goku turned sharply. The three berserk warriors simultaneously turned and assumed battle stances, their red eyes fixated on the hole in the wall. As the smoke cleared, Yamcha, dressed in a casual gray jacket with his hands in his pockets, stepped onto the scattered alloy debris, slowly entering the laboratory. Sun Wukong followed behind Yamcha, holding the Rui Bang and looking around. It's so cold here, Sun Wukong shivered. Yamcha paid no heed to the surrounding bioandroids, his gaze fixed directly on Master Roshi at the bottom of the pit. Master Roshi, are you alright? Yamcha asked. Seeing the two, Master Roshi finally relaxed his taut nerves and collapsed to the ground. Yamcha, Goku, you arrived just in time. A moment later, and these old bones of mine would have been done for. Goku immediately leaped into the pit and helped Master Roshi to his feet. He pulled a Senza bean from his pocket and popped it into Master Rose's mouth. Grandpa, swallow it quickly. Master Roshi chewed and swallowed the bean. His wounds healed at a visible speed, and his withered muscles swelled anew. I'm alive again. Master Roshi rolled his shoulders. Dr. Kaojin stared at the two intruders with a look of shock and uncertainty. He pointed at Yamcha. Fine, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Dr. Kaojin waved his staff. Jisimi Misozu Abareo. Tear this insolent brat to shreds. The three berserker warriors received the command and instantly surged into action. Misozu the fastest stomped hard on the alloy floor, leaving 2 deep craters. He opened his mouth wide and unleashed a blast of absolute zero frost straight at Yamcha's face. This frost could turn steel to powder in an instant. Yamcha kept his hands in his pockets, his pace unbroken. The frost swept in but was blocked by an invisible force field half a meter from Yamcha's body, deflecting to either side. How is this possible? Dr. Kaijin's eyes bulged. Seeing his frost-ineffective, Misozu swung a massive ice-encased fist at Yamcha's head. With a combat power of 2,000 and the terrifying strength from biomodification, that punch could destroy a mountain. Yamcha finally pulled out his right hand and threw a punch to meet Misozu's fist. The fists collided. Misozu's thick arm burst apart, starting from the knuckles. The immense force traveled up his arm through his body, crushing his chest inward and blasting a gaping hole in his back. Bang! Misozu's massive body flew backward, crashing into the glass of a cultivation tank, completely lifeless. One punch. One-shot kill. Dr. Kaijin's smile froze, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Jisimi and Abareo paused for a moment, but bioandroids knew no fear. They immediately attacked from both sides. Jisima's body blazed with electric light, his fingertips shooting 10 high-voltage arcs that wove into a net enveloping Yamcha. Abareo leaped high, clasped his hands together, and slammed down with tremendous kinetic energy aimed at Yamcha's crown. Yamcha, watch out. Master Roshi warned from the side. Yamcha glanced up at Abareo in midair, then suddenly pushed off with his right leg, vanishing from his spot. The electric net mist scorching the floor black. Before Jisimi could react, Yamcha appeared beside him. Yamcha raised his left leg and delivered a high kick straight to Jisima's neck. Crack! Jisima's head was severed from his neck, flying over 10 meters to smash against the wall into a pulp. The headless corpse twitched twice and fell. Abareo, still in midair, lost his target and spun around, searching for Yamcha. A hand pressed against Abareo's face. Yamcha had somehow appeared before him, his fingers closing in to grip Abareo's skull. Too slow, Yamcha said flatly. A flash of energy flickered in his palm. Boom. Abareo's head and upper torso were vaporized in a white light, leaving not a trace. 2 punches and 1 kick. 3 berserker warriors with a combat power of 2,000 each, annihilated in under 10 seconds. Goku watched, thoroughly entertained, with his power pole in hand. Yamcha, you were too fast. I didn't even get a chance to warm up, Goku complained. Fighting these guys is no fun. Yamcha dusted off his hands. He turned to look at Dr. Kaujin. Dr. Kaijin's legs went weak. Leaning on his staff, he stumbled back until he reached the edge of the cultivation tank with nowhere to retreat. Impossible. Dr. Kaujin stared at the scattered remains, his voice trembling. These 3 berserker warriors were the ultimate weapons Dr. Vero had painstakingly cultivated, combining Earth's most advanced biotechnology and gene modification. Each possessed power beyond human limits, yet they were effortlessly taken down by this youth. Yamcha walked step by step toward Dr. Kaujin. Now show me your final trump card. I'm in a hurry. The system panel's mission reward awaited him. 50,000 combat power and 10 sins of beans. All as once he dealt with the brain in that cultivation tank. Dr. Kaijin's face was pale, he could not utter a word. Just then Dr. Vero's voice came again from the lab's speakers. Sublime. This strength, this power. This is true world supremacy. The brain in the tank flickered with dense red light, the nutrient solution boiling violently. Young man, what is your name? Dr. Vero asked. Yamcha, give me your body. Once my brain merges with your flesh, we shall become the supreme deity ruling over the entire world. Yamcha raised an eyebrow. Even with just a brain left, you're still restless. He raised his right hand, a bright white energy sphere gathering at his fingertip. Your ambition ends here. He fired the energy sphere, without hesitation, streaking through the air toward the massive glass container. Just as the sphere was about to strike the cultivation tank, the entire lab floor shook violently. A black alloy barrier 2 meters thick rose from the ground to shield the tank. Boom. The energy sphere exploded, leaving a deep crater in the alloy barrier, but it did not breach it. Huh. Yamcha, did you think Dr. Vero would be unprepared? The voice from the speaker turned utterly manic. Since you refuse to surrender your body willingly, I'll simply take it myself. From deep within the lab, an immense oppressive icy aura surged up from below. A colossal mechanical body 10 meters tall rose slowly. It was forged from an unknown black and gray metal with massive arms and a red glowing energy core embedded in its chest. The huge cultivation tank containing Dr. Vero's brain fit perfectly into the neck of the mechanical body. Countless data cables connected at that moment. A red light blazed. The mechanical body radiated a terrifying glow. Dr. Kaujin, leaning on his metal staff, looked up at the perfect war machine. He trembled, his face flushed with extreme frenzy. Do you see? Dr. Kaujin turned, spreading his arms and screaming at Yamcha and the others. 50 years ago, the ignorant masses ostracized us, mocked our scientific ideals. Dr. Kaujin waved his staff, spittle flying. Swish! A bright white energy blast pierced through Dr. Kaijin's head. His voice cut off abruptly, his mouth hung open, a charred hole in the center of his forehead. Dr. Kaujin fell straight backward. His shattered skull exposed a dense network of electronic circuits with a few blue sparks flickering on the short-circuited chips. Yamcha slowly withdrew his extended right index finger. Villains die from talking too much. Kaujin. Dr. Willow inside the cultivation tank let out an electronically synthesized roar. How dare you destroy my assistant? He'll grind you into meat paste. Boom. The giant robot's right arm shot up. Its palm split open and a red high-energy laser beam over 2 meters in diameter blasted out, hurtling straight toward Yamcha. Yamcha sidestepped. The laser beam grazed his afterimage and blasted into the wall behind him, instantly melting a large hole through which the blizzard outside poured in. What a powerful attack. Son Goku's eyes sharpened instantly. He yanked the power pole from his back, kicked off the floor with all his might, and transformed into an orange lightning bolt charging straight at the giant robot's face. Take this. The power pole extended midair, crashing down with immense force onto the special glass cover of the cultivation tank. Clang. The giant robot's left hand caught one end of the power pole. Son Goku felt an irresistible colossal force. His current power level was around 4000, top tier on Earth, but this robot's strength exceeded his limits. 45000. That was the power level Yamcha estimated through comparison. For Earth's technology to create a monster with a power level of 45000 Dr. Willow was undoubtedly a genius. Too bad his mind was unstable. He could join Dr. Jero. The robot's left arm swung violently. Goku pole and all was hurled away, smashing through 3 support pillars before crashing into the rubble. Goku, cried Master Roshi. I'm fine. A burst of white aura exploded from the debris as Goku leaped out unharmed, his fighting spirit even fiercer. Don't waste your strength. Dr. Willow laughed maniacally. Both mechanical arms rose simultaneously and all launch ports on the palms, shoulders, and chest opened wide. Before absolute power, you martial artists are nothing but insects. A dense barrage of laser beams and homing missiles poured out, blanketing the entire laboratory. Master Roshi took a deep breath. His withered body swelled again, muscles bulging as a pure white aura surged from within him. 1000. Yamcha sensed the ki Rashi had unleashed. In recent years, within the intense training atmosphere of the Z Alliance, Master Rashi had clearly not neglected his martial arts. A power level of 1000 was far higher than in the original timeline. Though he couldn't directly confront the 4500 powered monster, it was enough to barely dodge. Master Rose's figure flickered. He activated the afterimage technique. 7 or 8 afterimages of Master Rashi appeared simultaneously in the lab. Lasers and missiles pierced through the illusions, blasting craters into the floor. Relying on centuries of martial instinct, he found the blind spots in the hail of gunfire. Each dodge was impeccably precise without a single wasted movement. Son Goku meanwhile chose to fight Hiden. He weaved through the explosions, his fists coated in high density, he relentlessly pounding the robot's mechanical legs. Deep dents formed in the metal armor, but the core remained unharmed. Too slow. Too weak. Dr. Willow controlled the mechanical leg and swept it fiercely. Son Goku crossed his arms to block. Bang. He was sent skidding across the floor for over a dozen meters, his feet carving 2 deep grooves into the alloy ground. Yamcha stood in the midst of the battlefield. Several homing missiles flew toward him, but were naturally repelled by the protective barrier of his aura. They detonated half a meter away, not even stirring his clothes. With a base power level of 96000 facing a mere 4500 robot was an utter mismatch. Yamcha, this hunk of metal's shell is too tough. Son Goku rubbed his numb arms. Master Rashi retreated to Goku's side, panting heavily. The high-intensity dodging had drained his stamina enormously. We can't fight separately. Master Rashi tore off his tattered clothes, his gaze fixed on the energy core pulsing in the giant robot's chest. Its armor is too thick. Ordinary attacks won't penetrate. We must concentrate all our ki and strike a single point. Master Rashi turned to look at Yamcha. Goku Yamcha. Master Rashi lowered his hips, hands drawn to his waist. Use that technique. Son Goku grinned. Got it. In a flash, Yamcha stood beside them, forming a triangle. How nostalgic, Yamcha chuckled. Since leaving Kame House, the 3 masters and disciples rarely fought together. The giant robot ceased its indiscriminate bombardment. Dr. Willow watched the 3 below who had struck the same pose, his electronic eyes flickering erratically. No matter what you do, it's futile. The robot's arms joined together, and the energy core at its chest emitted a blinding red light. All energy converged into a single point, ready to unleash a cataclysmic ultimate beam. Below, the 3 masters simultaneously lowered their stances, blue-white light gathering in their palms. Their ki began to resonate. Within Son Goku, the full power of 4000 erupted, a white aura shooting into the sky. Master Rashi squeezed out the last vestiges of his potential. A power level of 1000 blazed with transcendence in that moment. Yamcha didn't unleash his full strength, but the terrifying pressure descended instantly. The entire Arctic Glacier fortress began to tremble violently, alloy walls cracked, and icicles from the ceiling shattered and fell. The blue-white energy spheres expanded in their hands, illuminating the entire dark underground space. Dr. Willow's electronic eyes detected the energy readings. The numbers on the detector jumped wildly. Still climbing. Impossible. How can humans possess energy at this level? Dr. Willow's voice was filled with extreme terror. The red beam from the robot's chest blasted forth a 5-meter-wide pillar of destruction, bearing down with irresistible force. The 3 thrust their hands forward simultaneously. 3 blue-white energy waves shot out. Midair, the 3 forces merged perfectly into a single massive, dense blue beam. The terrifying combined power, amplified by the Kamehameha itself, was enough to pierce the Earth's core. Boom. The blue beam collided with the red beam midair. With overwhelming dominance, the blue beam tore through the red one, surging upstream and slamming heavily into the giant robot's chest. Crack. The unknown black and gray alloy armor melted instantly, and the energy core at the chest shattered directly. The immense force lifted the giant robot off the ground, sending its 10-meter-tall body flying backward. Bang, bang, bang. The robot crashed through 3 layers of reinforced alloy walls behind the lab, burying itself deep into the ancient ice layers of the Arctic Glacier. The entire fortress shook violently, and hundreds of bottomless fissures split across the glacier's surface. The dust settled.